Chapter 21 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Marianne. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 21. In this chapter we have Roman 1, Isaac, the child of promise, born into Abraham's family, verses 1 to 8. Roman 2, Ishmael, the son of the bondwoman, cast out of it, verses 9 to 21. Roman 3, Abraham's league with his neighbor Abimelech, verses 22 to 32. Roman 4, his devotion to his God, verse 33. The birth of Isaac, BC 1897. Verses 1 to 8. And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as God had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, God hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. And she said, Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. Long looked for comes at last. The vision concerning the promised seed is for an appointed time, and now, at the end, it speaks, and does not lie. Few under the Old Testament were brought into the world with such expectation as Isaac was, not for the sake of any great person eminence at which he was to arrive, but because he was to be, in this very thing, a type of Christ, that seed which the holy God had so long promised and holy men so long expected. In this account of the first days of Isaac we may observe, Roman 1, the fulfilling of God's promise in the conception and birth of Isaac, verses 1 and 2. Note, God's providences look best and brightest when they are compared with his word, and when we observe how God, in them all, acts as he has said, as he has spoken. 1. Isaac was born according to the promise. The Lord visited Sarah in mercy, as he had said. Note, no word of God shall fall to the ground, for he is faithful that has promised, and God's faithfulness is the stay and support of his people's faith. He was born at the set time of which God had spoken. Verse 2. Note, God is always punctual to his time, though his promised mercies come not at the time we set. They will certainly come at the time he sets, and that is the best time. 2. He was born by virtue of the promise. Sarah by faith received strength to conceive. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 11. God therefore by promise gave that strength. It was not by the power of common providence, but by the power of a special promise that Isaac was born. A sentence of death was, as it were, passed upon the second causes. Abraham was old, and Sarah old, and both as good as dead. And then the word of God took place. Note, true believers, by virtue of God's promises, are enabled to do that which is above the power of human nature, for by them they partake of a divine nature. 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 4. Roman 2. Abraham's obedience to God's precept concerning Isaac. 1. He named him as God commanded him, verse 3. God directed him to a name for a memorial, Isaac, laughter. And Abraham, whose office it was, gave him that name, though he might have designed some other name of a more pompous signification. Note, it is fit that the luxuriancy of human intervention should always yield to the sovereignty and plainness of divine institution. Yet there was good reason for the name, for, sub 1, when Abraham received the promise of him, he laughed for joy. Chapter 17, verse 17. Note, when the Son of Comfort has risen upon the soul, it is good to remember how welcome the dawning of the day was, and with what exultation we embraced the promise. Sub 2. When Sarah received the promise, she laughed with distrust and diffidence. Note, when God gives us the mercies we begin to despair of, we ought to remember with sorrow and shame our sinful distrusts of God's power and promise when we were in pursuit of them. Sub 3. Isaac was himself afterwards laughed at by Ishmael, verse 9, and perhaps his name bade him expect it. Note, God's favorites are often the world's laughingstocks. Sub 4. The promise which he was not only the son, but the heir of, was to be the joy of all the saints in all ages, and that which would fill their mouths with laughter. 2. He circumcised him, verse 4. The covenant being established with him, the seal of the covenant was administered to him, and though a bloody ordinance, and he a darling, yet it must not be omitted, no, nor deferred beyond the 8th day. God had kept time in performing the promise, and therefore Abraham must keep time in obeying the precept. Romans 3. The impressions which this mercy made upon Sarah. 1. It filled her with joy, verse 6. God has made me to laugh. He has given me both cause to rejoice and a heart to rejoice. Thus the mother of our Lord, Luke chapter 1, verses 46 and 47. Note, sub 1. God bestows mercies upon his people to encourage their joy in his work and service, and whatever is the matter of our joy, God must be acknowledged as the author of it, unless it be the laughter of the fool. Sub 2. When mercies have been long deferred, they are the more welcome when they come. Sub 3. It adds to the comfort of any mercy to have our friends rejoice with us in it. All that hear will laugh with me, for laughing is catching. See Luke chapter 1, verse 58. Others will rejoice in this instance of God's power and goodness, and be encouraged to trust in him. See Psalm 119, verse 74. 2. It filled her with wonder, verse 7. Observe here, sub 1, what it was she thought so wonderful, that Sarah should give children suck, that she should not only bear a child, but be so strong and hearty at the age as to give it suck. Note, mothers, if they be able, ought to be nurses to their own children. Sarah was a person of quality, was aged. Nursing might be thought prejudicial of herself, or to the child, or to both. She had the choice of nurses, no doubt, in her own family, and yet she would do her duty in this matter, and her daughters the good wives are while they thus do well. 1 Peter chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. See Lamentations chapter 4, verse 3. Sub 2. How she expressed her wonder. Who would have said it? The thing was so highly improbable, so near to impossible, that if anyone but God had said it, we could not have believed it. Note, God's favors to his covenant people are such as surpass both their own and others' thoughts and expectations. Who could imagine that God should do so much for those that deserve so little, nay, for those that deserve so ill? See Ephesians chapter 3, verse 20, 2 Samuel chapter 7, verses 18 and 19. Who would have said that God should send his Son to die for us, his Spirit to sanctify us, his angels to attend us? Who would have said that such great sins should be pardoned, such mean service accepted, and such worthless worms taken into covenant and communion with the great and holy God? Romans 4, a short account of Isaac's infancy. The child grew, verse 8. Special notice is taken of this, though a thing of course, to intimate that the children of the promise are growing children. See Luke chapter 1, verse 80, chapter 2, verse 40. Those that are born of God shall increase of God. Colossians chapter 2, verse 19. He grew so as not always to need milk, but was able to bear strong meat, and then he was weaned. See Hebrews chapter 5, verses 13 and 14. And then it was that Abraham made a great feast for his friends and neighbors, in thankfulness to God for his mercy to him. He made this feast, not on the day that Isaac was born, that would have been too great a disturbance to Sarah, nor on the day that he was circumcised, that would have been too great a diversion from the ordinance, but on the day that he was weaned, because God's blessing upon the nursing of children and the preservation of them throughout the perils of the infant age are signal instances of the care and tenderness of the divine providence, which ought to be acknowledged to its praise. See Psalm 22 verses 9 and 10, Hosea chapter 11 verse 1. Hagar and Ishmael expelled, BC 1892. Verses 9 to 13. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And God said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman. In all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And also of the son of the bondwoman I will make a nation, because he is thy seed. The casting out of Ishmael is here considered of and resolved on. Romans 1. Ishmael himself gave the occasion by some affronts he gave to Isaac his little brother. Some think on the day that Abraham made the feast for joy that Isaac was safely weaned, which the Jews say was not till he was 3 years old. Others say 5. Sarah herself was an eyewitness of the abuse. She saw the son of the Egyptian mocking, verse 9. Mocking Isaac, no doubt, for it is said with reference to this, Galatians chapter 4, verse 29, that he that was born after the flesh persecuted him that was born after the spirit. Ishmael is here called the son of the Egyptian because, as some think, the 400 years' affliction of the seed of Abraham by the Egyptians began now, and was to be dated hence, chapter 15, verse 13. She saw him playing with Isaac, so the 70, and in playing mocking him. Ishmael was 14 years older than Isaac, and when children are together the elders should be careful and tender of the younger, but it is argued a very base and sordid disposition in Ishmael to be abusive to a child that was in no way a match for him. Note 1. God takes notice of what children say and do in their play, and will reckon with them if they say or do amiss, though their parents do not. 2. Mocking is a great sin, and very provoking to God. 3. There is a rooted remaining enmity in the seed of the serpent against the seed of the woman. The children of promise must expect to be mocked. This is persecution, which those that will live godly must count upon. 4. None are rejected and cast out from God but those who have first deserved it. Ishmael is continued in Abraham's family till he becomes a disturbance, grief, and scandal to it. Romans 2. Sarah made the motion. Cast out this bondwoman, verse 10. This seems to be spoken in some heat, yet it is quoted, Galatians chapter 4, verse 30, as if it had been spoken by a spirit of prophecy, and it is the sentence passed on all hypocrites and carnal people, though they have a place and a name in the visible church. All that are born after the flesh and not born again, that rest in the law and reject the gospel promise, shall certainly be cast out. It is made to point particularly at the rejection of the unbelieving Jews, who, though they were the seed of Abraham, yet, because they submitted not to the gospel covenant, were unchurched and disenfranchised. And that which, above anything, provoked God to cast them off was their mocking and persecuting the gospel church, God's Isaac, in its infancy. 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 16. Note, there are many who are familiarly conversant with the children of God in this world, and yet shall not partake with them in the inheritance of the sons. Ishmael might be Isaac's playfellow and his schoolfellow, and yet not his fellow heir. Romans 3. Abraham was averse to it. The thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight. Verse 11. 1. It grieved him that Ishmael had given such a provocation. Note, children ought to consider that the more their parents love them, the more they are grieved at their misconduct, and particularly at their quarrels among themselves. 2. It grieved him that Sarah insisted upon such a punishment. Might it not suffice to correct him? Would nothing less serve than to expel him? Note, even the needful extremities which must be used with wicked and incorrigible children are very grievous to tender parents, who cannot thus afflict willingly. Romans 4. God determined it, verses 12 and 13. We may well suppose Abraham to be greatly agitated about this matter, loath to displease Sarah, and yet loath to expel Ishmael. In this difficulty God tells him what his will is, and then he is satisfied. Note, a good man desires no more in doubtful cases than to know his duty and what God would have him do, and, when he is clear in this, he is, or should be, easy. To make Abraham so, God sets this matter before him in a true light and shows him, 1. That the casting out of Ishmael was necessary to the establishment of Isaac in the rights and privileges of the covenant. In Isaac shall thy seed be called. Both Christ and the church must descend from Abraham through the loins of Isaac. This is the entail of the promise upon Isaac, and is quoted by the apostle, Romans chapter 9, verse 7, to show that not all who come from Abraham's loins were the heirs of Abraham's covenant. Isaac, the promised son, must be the father to the promised seed. Therefore, away with Ishmael, send him far enough, lest he corrupt the manners or attempt to invade the rights of Isaac. It will be his security to have his rival banished. The covenant seed of Abraham must be a peculiar people, a people by themselves, from the very first, distinguished, not mingled with those that were out of covenant. For this reason Ishmael must be separated. Abraham was called alone, and so must Isaac be. See Isaiah chapter 51, verse 2. It is probable that Sarah thought little of this, John chapter 11, verse 51. But God took what she said and turned it into an oracle, as afterwards, chapter 27, verse 10. 2. That the casting out of Ishmael should not be his ruin, verse 13. He shall be a nation, because he is thy seed. We are not sure that it was his eternal ruin. It is presumption to say that all those who are left out of the external dispensation from all his mercies, those may be saved who are not thus honored. However, we are sure it was not his temporal ruin. Though he was chased out of the church, he was not chased out of the world. I will make him a nation. Note, sub 1. Nations are of God's making. He founds them, he forms them, he fixes them. Sub 2. Many are full of the blessings of God's providence that are strangers to the blessings of his covenant. Sub 3. Children of this world often fare the better as outward things for their relation to the children of God. God's mercy to Hagar and Ishmael, BC 1892. Verses 14 to 21. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat down over against him a good way off, as it were a bowshot. For she said, Let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice, and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven, and said unto her, What aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thine hand, for I will make him a great nation. And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. Here is Romans 1, the casting out of the bondwoman and her son from the family of Abraham, verse 14. Abraham's obedience to the divine command in this matter was speedy, early in the morning. We may suppose immediately after he had, in the night's visions, received orders to do this. It was also submissive. It was contrary to his judgment, at least to his own inclination, to do it. Yet as soon as he perceives that it is the mind of God, he makes no objections, but silently does as he is bidden, as one trained up to an implicit obedience. In sending them away without any attendants, on foot, slenderly provided for, it is probable that he observed the directions given him. If Hagar and Ishmael had conducted themselves well in Abraham's family, they might have continued there, but they threw themselves out by their own pride and insolence, which were thus justly chastised. Note, by abusing our privileges we forfeit them. Those that know not when they are well off, in such a desirable place as Abraham's family, deserve to be cashiered, and to be made to know the worth of mercies by the want of them. Romans 2. They're wandering in the wilderness, missing their way to the place Abraham designed them for a settlement. 1. They were reduced to great distress there. Their provisions were spent, and Ishmael was sick. He that used to be full fed in Abraham's house, where he waxed fat and kicked, now fainted and sunk, when he was brought to short allowance. Hagar is in tears, and sufficiently mortified. Now she wishes for the crumbs she had wasted and made light of at her master's table. Like one under the power of the spirit of bondage, she despairs of relief, counts upon nothing but the death of the child, verses 15 and 16, though God had told her, before he was born, that he should live to be a man, a great man. We are apt to forget former promises when present providences seem to contradict them, for we live by sense. 2. In this distress, God graciously appeared for their relief. He heard the voice of the lad, verse 17. We read not a word he said, but his sighs and groans and calamitous state cried aloud in the ears of mercy. An angel was sent to comfort Hagar, and it was not the first time that she had met with God's comforts in a wilderness. She had thankfully acknowledged the former kind visit which God had made his in such a case, chapter 16, verse 13. And therefore God now visited her again with seasonable succors. 1. The angel assures her of the cognizance God took of her distress. God has heard the voice of the lad where he is, though he is in a wilderness, for wherever we are, there is a way open heavenward. Therefore lift up the lad and hold him in thy hand, verse 18. Note God's readiness to help us when we are in trouble must not slacken, but quicken our endeavors to help ourselves. 2. He repeats the promise concerning her son, that he should be a great nation, as a reason why she should bestir herself to help him. Note, it should engage our care and pains about children and young people to consider that we know not what God has designed for them, nor what great use providence may make of them. 3. He directs her to a present supply, verse 19. He opens her eyes, which were swollen and almost blinded with weeping, and then she saw a well of water. Note, many that have reason enough to be comforted go mourning from day to day because they do not see the reason they have for comfort. There is a well of water by them in the covenant of grace, but they are not aware of it. They have not the benefit of it, till the same God that opened their eyes to see their wounds opens them to see the remedy. John chapter 16, verses 6 and 7. Now the apostle tells us that those things concerning Hagar and Ishmael are allegorumena, Galatians chapter 4, verse 24. They are to be allegorized. This then will serve to illustrate the folly, 1. Of those who, like the unbelieving Jews, seek for righteousness by the law and the carnal ordinances of it, and not by the promise made in Christ, thereby running themselves into a wilderness of want and despair. Their comforts are soon exhausted, and if God save them not by his special prerogative, and by a miracle of mercy upon their eyes and undeceive them, they are undone. 2. Of those who seek for satisfaction and happiness in the world and the things of it, those that forsake the comforts of the covenant and communion with God, and choose their portion in this earth, take up with a bottle of water, poor and slender provision, and that soon spent. They wander endlessly in pursuit of satisfaction, and at length sit down short of it. Romans 3. The settlement of Ishmael, at last, in the wilderness of Paran, verses 20 and 21. A wild place, fittest for a wild man, and such a one he was. Chapter 16, verse 12. Those that are born after the flesh take up with the wilderness of this world, while the children of the promise aim at the heavenly Canaan, and cannot be at rest till they are there. Observe, 1. He had some tokens of God's presence. God was with the lad. His outward prosperity was owing to this. 2. By trade he was an archer, which intimates that craft was his excellency and sport his business. Rejected Esau was a cunning hunter. 3. He matched among his mother's relations. She took him a wife out of Egypt. As great an archer as he was, he did not think he could take his aim well in the business of marriage if he proceeded without his mother's advice and consent. Abimelech's covenant with Abraham, BC 1892. verses 22 to 32. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, saying, God is with thee in all that thou doest. Now therefore swear unto me here by God, that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me, and to the land wherein thou hast sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I wot not who hath done this thing, neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shalt thou take of my hand, that they may be a witness unto me, that I have digged this well. Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore both of them. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned to the land of the Philistines. We have here an account of the treaty between Abimelech and Abraham, in which appears the accomplishment of that promise, chapter 12, verse 2, that God would make his name great. His friendship is valued, is courted, though a stranger, though a tenant at will to the Canaanites and Perizzites. Roman 1. The league is proposed by Abimelech and Phicol, his prime minister of state and general of his army. 1. The inducement to it was God's favor to Abraham, verse 22. God is with thee in all that thou doest, and we cannot but take notice of it. Note, sub 1. God in his providence sometimes shows his people such tokens for good that their neighbors cannot but take notice of it. Psalm 86, verse 17. Their affairs do so visibly prosper, and they have such remarkable success in their undertakings, that a confession is extorted from all about them of God's presence with them. Sub 2. It is good being in favor with those that are in favor with God, and having an interest in those that have an interest in heaven. Zechariah chapter 8, verse 23. We will go with you, for we have heard that God is with you. We do well for ourselves if we have fellowship with those that have fellowship with God. 1 John chapter 1, verse 3. 2. The tenor of it was, in general, that there should be a firm and constant friendship between the two families, which should not upon any account be violated. This bond of friendship must be strengthened by the bond of an oath, in which the true God was appealed to, both as a witness of their sincerity and an avenger in case either side were treacherous. Verse 23. Observe, sub 1. He desires the entail of this league upon his posterity and the extension of it to his people. He would have his son and his son's son, and his land likewise, to have the benefit of it. Good men should secure an alliance and communion with the favorites of heaven, not for themselves only, but for theirs also. Sub 2. He reminds Abraham of the fair treatment he had found among them. According to the kindness I have done unto thee. As those that have received kindness must return it, so those that have shown kindness may expect it. Roman 2. It is consented to by Abraham, with a particular clause inserted about a well. In Abraham's part of this transaction, observe, 1. He was ready to enter into this league with Abimelech, finding him to be a man of honor and conscience, and that had the fear of God before his eyes. I will swear, verse 24. Note, sub 1. Religion does not make men morose and unconversable. I am sure it ought not. We must not, under color of shunning bad company, be sour to all company and jealous of everybody. Sub 2. An honest mind does not startle at giving assurances. If Abraham say that he will be true to Abimelech, he is not afraid to swear it. An oath is for confirmation. 2. He prudently settled the matter concerning a well about which Abimelech's servants had quarreled with him. Wells of water, it seems, were choice goods in that country. Thanks be to God that they are not so scarce in ours. Sub 1. Abraham mildly told Abimelech of it. Verse 25. Note, if our brother trespass against us, we must, with the meekest of wisdom, tell him his fault, that the matter may be fairly accommodated and an end made of it. Matthew chapter 18, verse 15. Sub 2. He acquiesced in Abimelech's justification of himself in this matter. I wot not who has done this thing, verse 26. Many are suspected of injustice and unkindness that are perfectly innocent, and we ought to be glad when they clear themselves. The faults of servants must not be imputed to their masters, unless they know of them and justify them, and no more can be expected from an honest man than that he be ready to do right as soon as he knows that he has done wrong. Sub 3. He took care to have his title to the well cleared and confirmed, to prevent any disputes or quarrels for the future. Verse 30. It is justice as well as wisdom to do this, in perpetuum rei memoriam, that the circumstances may be perpetually remembered. 3. He made a very handsome present to Abimelech. Verse 27. It was not any curious or fine thing that he presented to him, but that which was valuable and useful, sheep and oxen. In gratitude for Abimelech's kindness to him, and in token of hearty friendship between them, the interchanging of kind offices is the improving of love. That which is mine is my friend's. 4. He ratified the covenant by an oath, and registered it by giving a new name to the place. Verse 31. Beersheba, the well of the oath, in remembrance of the covenant they swore to, that they might be ever mindful of it, or the well of 7, in remembrance of the 7 lambs given to Abimelech, as consideration for his confirming Abraham's title to that well. Note, bargains made must be remembered, that we may make them good, and may not break our word through oversight. Verses 33 and 34. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. Observe, 1. Abraham, having got into a good neighborhood, knew when he was well off, and continued a great while there. There he planted a grove for a shade to his tent, or perhaps an orchard of fruit trees, and there, though we cannot say he settled, for God would have him, while he lived, be a stranger and a pilgrim, yet he sojourned many days, as many as would consist with his character, as Abraham the Hebrew, or passenger. 2. There he made not only a constant practice, but an open profession of his religion. There he called on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God, probably in the grove he planted, which was his oratory or house of prayer. Christ prayed in a garden, on a mountain. Sub 1. Abraham kept up public worship, to which, probably, his neighbors resorted, that they might join with him. Note, good men should not only retain their goodness wherever they go, but do all they can to propagate it and make others good. Sub 2. In calling on the Lord, we must eye him as the everlasting God, the God of the world, so some. Though God had made himself known to Abraham as his God in particular, and in covenant with him, yet he forgets not to give glory to him as the Lord of all, the everlasting God, who was before all worlds, and will be when time and days shall be no more. See Isaiah chapter 40, verse 28. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Harrell. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 22. We have here the famous story of Abraham's offering up his son Isaac, that is, his offering to offer him, which is justly looked upon as one of the wonders of the church. Here is numeral 1, the strange command which God gave to Abraham concerning it, verses 1 and 2. Numeral 2, Abraham's strange obedience to this command, verses 3 through 10. Numeral 3, the strange issue of this trial. Number 1, the sacrifice of Isaac was countermanded, verses 11 and 12. Number 2, another sacrifice was provided. Verses 13 and 14. Number 3, the covenant was renewed with Abraham hereupon. Verses 15 to 19. Lastly, an account of some of Abraham's relations. Verses 20 and so on. Abraham commanded to offer Isaac. B.C. 1872. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of. Here is the trial of Abraham's faith, whether it continued so strong, so vigorous, so victorious, after a long settlement in communion with God, as it was at first, when by it he left his country. Then it was made to appear that he loved God better than his father, now that he loved him better than his son. Observe here, numeral 1, the time when Abraham was thus tried. Verse 1, after these things, after all the other exercises he had had, all the hardships and difficulties he had gone through. Now perhaps he was beginning to think the storms had all blown over. But, after all, this encounter comes, which is sharper than any yet. Note, many former trials will not supersede nor secure us from the further trials. We have not yet put off the harness. 1 Kings 20, verse 11, see Psalm 30, verses 6 and 7. Numeral 2, the author of the trial. God tempted him, not to draw him to sin, so Satan tempts. If Abraham had sacrificed Isaac, he would not have sinned. His orders would have justified him and borne him out. But to discover his graces, how strong they were, that they might be found to praise and honor and glory. 1 Peter 1:7. Thus God tempted Job, that he might appear not only a good man, but a great man. God did tempt Abraham. He did lift up Abraham, so some read it, as a scholar that improves well is lifted up when he is put into a higher form. Note, strong faith is often exercised with strong trials and put upon hard services. Numeral 3, the trial itself. God appeared to him as he had formerly done, called him by name, Abraham, that name which had been given him in ratification of the promise. Abraham, like a good servant, readily answered, Here am I. What says my Lord unto his servant? Probably he expected some renewed promise like those, chapter 15, verse 1, and chapter 17, verse 1. But to his great amazement, that which God has to say to him is, in short, Abraham, go kill thy son. And this command is given him in such aggravating language as makes the temptation abundantly more grievous. When God speaks, Abraham, no doubt, takes notice of every word and listens attentively to it. And every word here is a sword in his bones. The trial is steeled with trying phrases. Is it any pleasure to the Almighty that he should afflict? No, it is not. Yet when Abraham's faith is to be tried, God seems to take pleasure in the aggravation of the trial. Verse 2. Observe, number 1, the person to be offered. Subscript 1. Take thy son, not thy bullocks and thy lambs. How willingly would Abraham have parted with them by thousands to redeem Isaac? No, I will take no bullock out of thy house. Psalm 50, verse 9. I must have thy son, not thy servant, no, not the steward of thy house, that shall not serve the turn. I must have thy son. Jephthah, in pursuance of a vow, offered a daughter, but Abraham must offer his son, in whom the family was to be built up. Lord, let it be an adopted son. No. Subscript 2, thy only son by Sarah. Ishmael was lately cast out, to the grief of Abraham, and now Isaac only was left. And must he go too? Subscript 2, thy only son by Sarah. Ishmael was lately cast out, to the grief of Abraham, and now Isaac only was left. And must he go too? Yes. Subscript 3. Take Isaac, him by name, thy laughter, that son indeed. Chapter 17, verse 19. Not send for Ishmael back and offer him. No, it must be Isaac. But Lord, I love Isaac. He is to me as my own soul. Ishmael is not. And wilt thou take Isaac also? All this is against me. Yea, subscript 4, that son whom thou lovest. It was a trial of Abraham's love to God, and therefore it must be in a beloved son, and that string must be touched most upon. In the Hebrew it is expressed more emphatically, and I think might very well be read thus: Take now that son of thine, that only one of thine, whom thou lovest, that Isaac. God's command must overrule all these considerations. Number 2, the place in the land of Moriah, 3 days' journey off, so that he might have time to consider it. And if he did it, must do it deliberately, that it might be a service the more reasonable and the more honorable. Number 3, the manner. Offer him for a burnt offering. He must not only kill his son, but kill him as a sacrifice. Kill him devoutly. Kill him by rule. Kill him with all that pomp and ceremony, with all that sedateness and composure of mind with which he used to offer his burnt offerings. Abraham's obedience, B.C. 1872. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place of which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Isaac his son, and he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which God had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. We have here Abraham's obedience to this severe command. Being tried, he offered up Isaac. Hebrews 11:17. Observe, numeral 1, the difficulties which he broke through in this act of obedience. Much might have been objected against it, as, number 1, it seemed directly against an antecedent law of God, which forbids murder under a severe penalty. Chapter 9, verses 5 and 6. Now can the unchangeable God contradict himself? He hates robbery for burnt offering. Isaiah 61, verse 8. Cannot delight in murder for it. Number 2, how would it consist with natural affection to his own son? It would be not only murder, but the worst of murders. Cannot Abraham be obedient, but must he be unnatural? If God insists upon a human sacrifice, is there none but Isaac to be the offering, and none but Abraham to be the offerer? Must the father of the faithful be the monster of all fathers? Number 3, God gave him no reason for it. When Ishmael was to be cast out, a just cause was assigned, which satisfied Abraham. But here Isaac must die, and Abraham must kill him, and neither the one nor the other must know why or wherefore. If Isaac had been to die a martyr for the truth, or his life had been the ransom of some other life more precious, it would have been another matter. Or if he had died as a criminal, a rebel against God or his parents, as in the case of the idolater, Deuteronomy 13, verses 8 and 9, or the stubborn son, Deuteronomy 21, verses 18 and 19. It might have passed as a sacrifice to justice. But the case is not so. He is dutiful, obedient, hopeful son. Lord, what profit is there in his blood? Number 4, how would this consist with the promise? Was it not said that in Isaac shall thy seed be called? But what comes of that seed, if this pregnant bud be broken off so soon? Number 5, how should he ever look Sarah in the face again? With what face can he return to her and his family with the blood of Isaac sprinkled on his garments and staining all his raiment? Surely a bloody husband hast thou been to me, would Sarah say, as Exodus 4, verses 25 and 26, and it would be likely to alienate her affections forever both from him and from his God. Number 6, what would the Egyptians say, and the Canaanites and the Perizzites who dwelt then in the land? It would be an eternal reproach to Abraham and to his altars. Welcome nature, if this be grace. These and many similar objections might have been made, but he was infallibly assured that it was indeed a command of God and not a delusion, and this was sufficient to answer them all. Note, God's commands must not be disputed, but obeyed. We must not consult with flesh and blood about them, Galatians 1, verses 15 and 16, but with a gracious obstinacy persist in our obedience to them. Numeral 2, the several steps of obedience, all which help to magnify it and to show that he was guided by prudence and governed by faith in the whole transaction. Number 1, he rises early, verse 3. Probably the command was given in the visions of the night, and early the next morning he set himself about the execution of it, did not delay, did not demur, did not take time to deliberate, for the command was peremptory and would not admit a debate. Note, those that do the will of God hardly will do it speedily. While we delay, time is lost and the heart hardened. Number 2, he gets things ready for a sacrifice. And, as if he himself had been a Gibeonite, it should seem, with his own hands he cleaves the wood for the burnt offering, that it might not be to seek when the sacrifice was to be offered. Spiritual sacrifices must thus be prepared for. Number 3, it is very probable that he said nothing about it to Sarah. This is a journey which she must know nothing of, lest she prevent it. There is so much in our own hearts to hinder our progress in duty that we have need, as much as may be, to keep out of the way of other hindrances. Number 4, he carefully looked about him to discover the place appointed for the sacrifice, to which God had promised by some sign to direct him. Probably the direction was given by an appearance of the divine glory in the place, some pillar of fire reaching from heaven to earth, visible at a distance, and to which he pointed when he said, verse 5, "We will go yonder, where you see the light, and worship." Number 5, he left his servants at some distance off, verse 5, lest they should interpose and create him some disturbance in his strange oblation. For Isaac was no doubt the darling of the whole family. Thus, when Christ was entering upon his agony in the garden, he took only 3 of his disciples with him and left the rest at the garden door. Note, it is our wisdom and duty, when we are going to worship God, to lay aside all those thoughts and cares which may divert us from the service. Leave them at the bottom of the hill, that we may attend on the Lord without distraction. Number 6, he obliged Isaac to carry the wood, both to try his obedience in a smaller matter first, that he might typify Christ, who carried his own cross, John 19, verse 17, while he himself, though he knew what he did, with a steady and undaunted resolution, carried the fatal knife and fire. Verse 6. Note, those that through grace are resolved upon the substance of any service or suffering for God must overlook the little circumstances which make it doubly difficult to flesh and blood. Number 7, without any ruffle or disorder, he talks it over with Isaac, as if it had been but a common sacrifice that he was going to offer, verses 7 and 8. Subpoint 1, it was a very affecting question that Isaac asked him, as they were going together. "My father," said Isaac. It was a melting word. which one would think would strike deeper into the breast of Abraham than his knife could into the breast of Isaac. He might have said, or thought at least, "Call me not thy father, who am now to be thy murderer." Can a father be so barbarous, so perfectly lost to all the tenderness of a father? Yet he keeps his temper, and keeps his countenance to admiration. He calmly waits for his son's question. And this is it: "Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb?" See how expert Isaac was in the law and custom of sacrifices. This it is to be well catechized. Subscript 1. A trying question to Abraham. How could he endure to think that Isaac was himself the lamb? So it is, but Abraham as yet dares not tell him so. Where God knows the faith to be armor of proof, he will laugh at the trial of the innocent. Job 9:23. Subscript 2 is a teaching question to us all, that when we are going to worship God, we should seriously consider whether we have everything ready, especially the lamb for a burnt offering. Behold, the fire is ready, the Spirit's assistance and God's acceptance. The wood is ready, the instituted ordinances designed to kindle our affections, which indeed, without the Spirit, are but like wood without fire, but the Spirit works by them. All things are now ready, but where is the lamb? Where is the heart? Is that ready to be offered up to God, to ascend to Him as a burnt offering? Subscript 2. It was a very prudent answer which Abraham gave him. "My son, God will provide Himself a lamb." This was the language. Either, subpoint 1, of his obedience, we must offer the lamb which God has appointed now to be offered, thus giving him this general rule of submission to the divine will, to prepare him for the application of it to himself very quickly. Or, subpoint 2, of his faith. Whether he meant it so or not, this proved to be the meaning of it. A sacrifice was provided instead of Isaac. Thus, first, Christ, the great sacrifice of atonement, was God's providing, when none in heaven or earth could have found a lamb for that burnt offering. God Himself found the ransom. Psalm 89, verse 20. Secondly, all our sacrifices of acknowledgement are God's providing too. It is He that prepares the heart. Psalm 10, verse 17. The broken and contrite spirit is a sacrifice of God. Psalm 51, verse 17, of His providing. Number 8, with this same resolution and composedness of mind, after many thoughts of heart, he applies himself to the completing of the sacrifice. Verses 9 and 10. He goes on with a holy willfulness. After many a weary step, and with a heavy heart, he arrives at length at the fatal place, builds the altar, an altar of earth, we may suppose, the saddest that he ever built, and he had built many a one, lays the wood in order for his Isaac's funeral pile, and now tells him the amazing news. "Isaac, thou art the lamb which God has provided." Isaac, for aught that appears, is as willing as Abraham. We do not find that he raised any objection against it, that he petitioned for his life, that he attempted to make his escape, much less that he struggled with his aged father, or made any resistance. Abraham does it. God will have it done, and Isaac has learnt to submit to both. Abraham no doubt comforting him with the same hopes with which he himself by faith was comforted. Yet it is necessary that a sacrifice be bound. The great sacrifice, which in the fullness of time was to be offered up, must be bound, and therefore so must Isaac. But with what heart could tender Abraham tie those guiltless hands, which perhaps had often been lifted up to ask his blessing, and stretched out to embrace him, and were now the more straitly bound with the cords of love and duty? However, it must be done. Having bound him, he lays him upon the altar, and his hand upon the head of his sacrifice. And now we may suppose, with floods of tears, he gives and takes the final farewell of a parting kiss. Perhaps he takes another for Sarah from her dying son. This being done, he resolutely forgets the bowels of a father, and puts on the awful gravity of a sacrificer. With fixed heart, and an eye lifted up to heaven, he takes the knife, and stretches out his hand to give a fatal cut to Isaac's throat. Be astonished, O heavens, at this, and wonder, O earth. Here is an act of faith and obedience, which deserves to be a spectacle to God, angels, and men. Abraham's darling, Sarah's laughter, the church's hope, the heir of promise, lies ready to bleed and die by his own father's hand, who never shrinks at the doing of it. Now this obedience of Abraham in offering up Isaac is a lively representation. Subscript 1. Of the love of God to us in delivering up his only begotten Son to suffer and die for us as a sacrifice. It pleased the Lord to bruise him. See Isaiah 53, verse 10, Zechariah 13, verse 7. Abraham was obliged, both in duty and gratitude, to part with Isaac, and parted with him to a friend. But God was under no obligations to us, for we were enemies. Subpoint 2. Of our duty to God, in return for that love, we must tread in the steps of this faith of Abraham. God, by his word, calls us to part with all for Christ. All our sins, though they have been as a right hand or a right eye or an Isaac, all those things that are competitors and rivals with Christ for the sovereignty of the heart. Luke 14, verse 26. And we must cheerfully let them all go. God, by his providence, which is truly the voice of God, calls us to part with an Isaac sometimes, and we must do it with a cheerful resignation and submission to his holy will. 1 Samuel 3, verse 18. Isaac rescued, B.C. 1872. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes, and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah-Jireh, as it is said to this day, In the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. Hitherto this story has been very melancholy, and seemed to hasten towards a most tragical period. But here the sky suddenly clears up, the sun breaks out, and a bright and pleasant scene opens. The same hand that had wounded and cast down here heals and lifts up. For though he cause grief, he will have compassion. The angel of the Lord, that is, God himself, the eternal Word, the angel of the covenant, who was to be the great Redeemer and Comforter, he interposed and gave a happy issue to this trial. Numeral 1, Isaac is rescued, verses 11 and 12. The command to offer him was intended only for trial, and it appeared, upon trial, that Abraham did indeed love God better than he loved Isaac. The end of the command was answered, and therefore the order is countermanded, without any reflection at all upon the unchangeableness of the divine counsels. Lay not thy hand upon the lad. Note, number 1, our creature comforts are most likely to be continued to us when we are most willing to resign them up to God's will. Number 2, God's time to help and relieve his people is when they are brought to the greatest extremity. The more imminent the danger is, and the nearer to be put into execution, the more wonderful and the more welcome is the deliverance. Numeral 2, Abraham is not only approved, but applauded. He obtains an honorable testimony that he is righteous. Now I know that thou fearest God. God knew it before, but now Abraham had given a most memorable evidence of it. He needed do no more. What he had done was sufficient to prove the religious regard he had to God and his authority. Note, number 1, when God by his providence hinders the performance of our sincere intentions in his services, he graciously accepts the will for the deed, and the honest endeavor, though it comes short of finishing. Number 2, the best evidence of our fearing God is our being willing to serve and honor him with that which is dearest to us, and to part with all to him or for him. Numeral 3, another sacrifice is provided instead of Isaac. Verse 13. Now that the altar was built and the wood laid in order, it was necessary that something should be offered. For, number 1, God must be acknowledged with thankfulness for the deliverance of Isaac, and the sooner the better, when here is an altar ready. Number 2, Abraham's words must be made good. God will provide himself a lamb. God will not disappoint those expectations of his people which are of his own raising, but according to their faith it is to them. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established. Number 3, reference must be had to the promised Messiah, the blessed seed. Subpoint 1, Christ was sacrificed in our stead as this ram instead of Isaac, and his death was our discharge. Here I am, said he, let these go their way. Subpoint 2, though that blessed seed was lately promised, and now typified by Isaac, yet the offering up of him should be suspended till the latter end of the world, and in the meantime the sacrifice of beasts should be accepted, as this ram was, as a pledge of that expiation which should one day be made by that great sacrifice. And it is observable that the temple, the place of sacrifice, was afterwards built upon this Mount Moriah, 2 Chronicles 3, verse 1. And Mount Calvary, where Christ was crucified, was not far off. Numeral 4, a new name is given to the place, to the honor of God and for the encouragement of all believers, to the end of the world, cheerfully to trust in God the way of obedience. Jehovah Jireh, the Lord will provide, verse 14, probably alluding to what he had said, verse 8, God will provide himself a lamb. It was not owing to any contrivance of Abraham, nor was it in answer to his prayer, though he was a distinguished intercessor, but it was purely the Lord's doing. Let it be recorded for the generations to come. Number 1, that the Lord will see. He will always have his eye upon his people in their straits and distresses, that he may come in with seasonable succor in the critical juncture. Number 2, that he will be seen in the mount, in the greatest perplexities of his people. He will not only manifest, but magnify his wisdom, power, and goodness in their deliverance. Where God sees and provides, he should be seen and praised, and perhaps it may refer to God manifest in the flesh. Abraham's blessing confirmed, B.C. 1872. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, By myself I have sworn, saith the Lord, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young man, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. Abraham's obedience was graciously accepted, but this was not all. Here we have it recompensed, abundantly recompensed, before he stirred from the place. Probably while the ram he had sacrificed was yet burning, God sent him this gracious message, renewed and ratified his covenant with him. All covenants were made by sacrifice, so was this by the typical sacrifices of Isaac and the ram. Very high expressions of God's favor to Abraham are employed in this confirmation of the covenant with him, expressions exceeding any he had yet been blessed with. Note, extraordinary services shall be crowned with extraordinary honors and comforts, and favors in the promise, though not yet performed, ought to be accounted real and valuable recompenses. Observe, number 1, God is pleased to make the mention of Abraham's obedience as the consideration of the covenant, and he speaks of it with an encomium, because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, verse 16. He lays a strong emphasis on this, and, verse 18, praises it as an act of obedience. In it thou hast obeyed my voice, and to obey is better than sacrifice. Not that this was proportionable consideration, but God graciously put this honor upon that by which Abraham had honored him. Number 2, God now confirmed the promise with an oath. It was said and sealed before, but now it is sworn. By myself I have sworn, for he could swear by no greater. Hebrews 6, verse 13. Thus he interposed himself by an oath, as the apostle expresses it. Hebrews 6, verse 17. He did, to speak with reverence, even upon his own life, and being upon it, as I live, that by all those immutable things in which it was impossible for God to lie, he and his might have strong consolation. Note, if we exercise faith, God will encourage it, improve the promises, and God will ratify them. Number 3, the particular promise here renewed is that of a numerous offspring. Multiplying, I will multiply thee, verse 17. Note, those that are willing to part with anything for God shall have it made up to them with unspeakable advantage. Abraham has but one son, and is willing to part with that one in obedience to God. Well, said God, thou shalt be recompensed with thousands and millions. What a figure does the seed of Abraham make in history! How numerous, how illustrious were his known descendants, who to this day triumph in this, that they have Abraham to their father. Thus he received 1,000-fold in this life. Matthew 19, verse 29. Number 4, the promise doubtless points at the Messiah and the grace of the gospel. This is the oath sworn to our father Abraham, which Zacharias refers to, Luke 1, verse 73 and following. And so here is a promise. Subpoint 1, of the great blessing of the Spirit. In blessing I will bless thee, namely with that best of blessings, the gift of the Holy Ghost. The promise of the Spirit was that blessing of Abraham which was to come upon the Gentiles through Jesus Christ. Galatians 3, verse 14. Subpoint 2, of the increase of the church, that believers, his spiritual seed, should be numerous as the stars of heaven. Subpoint 3, of spiritual victories. Thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. Believers, by their faith, overcome the world and triumph over all the powers of darkness and are more than conquerors. Probably Zacharias refers to this part of the oath, Luke 1, verse 74, that we, being delivered out of the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear. But the crown of all is the last promise. Subpoint 4, of the incarnation of Christ, in thy seed, one particular person that shall descend from thee, for he speaks not of many, but of one, as the apostle observes, Galatians 3, verse 16, shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, or shall bless themselves, as the phrase is, Isaiah 65, verse 16. In him all may be happy if they will, and all that belong to him shall be so, and shall think themselves so. Christ is the great blessing of the world. Abraham was ready to give up his son for a sacrifice to the honor of God, and on that occasion God promised to give his son a sacrifice for the salvation of man. And it came to pass after these things that it was told to Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor, Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Chesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Chidlap, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rebekah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother. And his concubine, who was named Rehummah, she bare also Tebah, Gaham, Thahash, and Maacah. This is recorded here, first, to show that though Abraham saw his own family highly dignified with peculiar privileges, admitted into covenant, and blessed with the entail of the promise, yet he did not look with contempt and disdain upon his relations, but was glad to hear of the increase and prosperity of their families. Number 2, to make way for the following story of the marriage of Isaac to Rebekah, a daughter of the family. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 23. Here is, Roman 1, Abraham, a mourner for the death of Sarah, verses 1 and 2. Roman 2, Abraham, a purchaser of a burying place for Sarah. 1. The purchase humbly proposed by Abraham, verses 3 and 4. 2. Fairly treated of and agreed to, with a great deal of mutual civility and respect, verses 5 to 16. 3. The purchase money paid, verse 16. 4. The The premises conveyed and secured to Abraham, verses 17, 18, and 20. 5. Sarah's funeral, verse 19. The death of Sarah, BC 1857, verses 1 and 2. And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of Sarah's life. And Sarah died in Kiriath Arba, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. We have here 1. Sarah's age, verse 1. Almost 40 years before, she had called herself old. Chapter 18, verse 20. Old people will die never the sooner, but may die the better for reckoning themselves old. 2. Her death, verse 2. The longest liver must die at last. Abraham and Sarah had lived comfortably together many years, but death parts those whom nothing else could part. The special friends and favorites of heaven are not exempted from the stroke of death. She died in the land of Canaan, where she had been above 60 years a sojourner. 3. Abraham's mourning for her, and he was a true mourner. He did not only perform the ceremonies of mourning according to the custom of those times, as the mourners that go about the streets, but he did sincerely lament the great loss he had of a good wife, and gave proof of the constancy of his affection to her to the last. 2 words are used. He came both to mourn and to weep. His sorrow was not counterfeit, but real. He came to her tent, and sat down by the corpse, there to pay the tribute of his tears, that his eye might affect his heart, and that he might pay the greater respect to the memory of her that was gone. Note, it is not only lawful, but it is a duty, to lament the death of our near relations, both in compliance with the providence of God, who thus calls to weeping and mourning, and in honor to those to whom honor is due. Tears are a tribute due to our deceased friends. When a body is sown, it must be watered. But we must not sorrow as those that have no hope, for we have a good hope, through grace, both concerning them and concerning ourselves. The Cave of Machpelah, BC 1857, verses 3 to 15. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spake unto the sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my lord. Thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up, and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he hath, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place amongst you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of his city, saying, Nay, my lord, hear me. The field I give thee, and the cave that is therein, I give it thee. In the presence of the sons of my people I give it thee. Bury thy dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spoke unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee hear me. I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. Here is, Roman 1, the humble request which Abraham made to his neighbors, the Hittites, for a burying place among them, verses 3 and 4. It was strange he had this to do now, but we are to impute it rather to God's providence than to his improvidence, as appears, Acts chapter 6, verse 5, where it is said, God gave him no inheritance in Canaan. It were well if all those who take care to provide burying places for their bodies after death were as careful to provide a resting place for their souls. Observe here, 1. The convenient diversion which this affair gave, for the present, to Abraham's grief. He stood up from before his dead. Those that find themselves in danger of over-grieving for their dead relations, and are entering into that temptation, must take heed of poring upon their loss, and sitting alone and melancholy. There must be a time of standing up from before their dead, and ceasing to mourn. For, thanks be to God, our happiness is not bound up in the life of any creature. Care of the funeral may, as here, be improved to divert grief for the death at first, when it is most in danger of tyrannizing. Weeping must not hinder sowing. 2. The argument he used with the children of Heth, which was this: I am a stranger and a sojourner with you, therefore I am unprovided, and must become a humble suitor to you for a burying place. This was one occasion which Abraham took to confess that he was a stranger and a pilgrim upon earth. He was not ashamed to own it thus publicly. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 13. Note: the death of our relations should effectually remind us that we are not at home in this world. When they are gone, say, we are going. 3. His uneasiness till this affair was settled, intimated in that word, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. Note: death will make those unpleasant to our sight, who while they lived were the desire of our eyes. The countenance that was fresh and lively becomes pale and ghastly, and fit to be removed into the land of darkness. While she was in his sight, it renewed his grief, which he would prevent. Romans 2. The generous offer which the children of Heth made to him, verses 5 and 6. They compliment him, 1. With a title of respect. Thou art a prince of God among us. So the word is. Not only great, but good. He called himself a stranger and a sojourner. They called him a great prince. For those that humble themselves shall be exalted. God had promised to make Abraham's name great. 2. With a tender of the best of their burying places. Note: even the light of nature teaches us to be civil and respectful towards all, though they be strangers and sojourners. The noble generosity of these Canaanites shames and condemns the closeness and selfishness and ill humor of many that call themselves Israelites. Observe, these Canaanites would be glad to mingle their dust with Abraham's, and to have their last end like his. Romans 3. The particular proposal which Abraham made to them, verses 7 to 9. He returns them his thanks for their kind offer with all possible decency and respect. Though a great man, an old man, and now a mourner, yet he stands up and bows himself humbly before them. Verse 7. Note: religion teaches good manners, and those abuse it that place it in rudeness and clownishness. He then pitches upon the place he thinks most convenient, namely, the cave of Machpelah, which probably lay near him, and had not yet been used for a burying place. The present owner was Ephron. Abraham cannot pretend to any interest in him, but he desires that they would improve theirs with him to get the purchase of the cave, and the field in which it was. Note: a moderate desire to obtain that which is convenient for us, by fair and honest means, is not such a coveting of that which is our neighbor's, as is forbidden in the 10th commandment. Romans 4. The present which Ephron made to Abraham of his field. The field I give thee, verses 10 and 11. Abraham thought he must be entreated to sell it, but, upon the first mention of it, without entreaty, Ephron freely gives it. Some men have more generosity than they are thought to have. Abraham, no doubt, had taken all occasions to oblige his neighbors, and to do them any service that lay in his power, and now they return his kindness. For he that watereth shall be watered also himself. Note: if those that profess religion adorn their profession by eminent civility and serviceableness to all, they shall find it will redound to their own comfort and advantage, as well as to the glory of God. Romans 5. Abraham's modest and sincere refusal of Ephron's kind offer, verses 12 and 13. Abundance of thanks he returns him for it, verse 12. Makes his obeisance to him before the people of the land, that they might respect Ephron the more for the respect they saw Abraham give him, 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 30. But resolves to give him money for the field, even the full value of it. It was not in pride that Abraham refused the gift, or because he scorned to be beholden to Ephron, but, 1. In justice. Abraham was rich in silver and gold, chapter 13, verse 2, and was able to pay for the field, and therefore would not take advantage of Ephron's generosity. Note: honesty as well as honor forbids us to sponge upon our neighbors, and to impose upon those that are free. Job reflected upon it with comfort when he was poor, that he had not eaten the fruits of his land without money. Job chapter 31, verse 39. 2. Imprudence. He would pay for it lest Ephron, when his good humor was over, should upbraid him with it, and say, I have made Abraham rich. Chapter 14, verse 23. Or lest the next heir should question Abraham's title, because that grant was made without any consideration, and claim back the field. Thus David afterwards refused Araunah's offer. 2 Samuel chapter 24, verse 24. We know not what affronts we may hereafter receive from those that are now most kind and generous. Romans 6. The price of the land fixed by Ephron, but not insisted upon. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver, about 50 pounds of our money. But what is that between me and thee? Verses 14 and 15. He would rather oblige his friend than have so much money in his pocket. Herein Ephron discovers 1. A great contempt of worldly wealth. What is that between me and thee? It is a small matter, not worth speaking of. Many a one would have said, it is a deal of money, it will go far in a child's portion. But Ephron says, what is that? Note, it is an excellent thing for people to have low and mean thoughts of all the wealth of this world. It is that which is not, and in the abundance of which a man's life does not consist. Luke chapter 12, verse 15. 2. Great courtesy and obligingness to his friend and neighbor. Ephron was not jealous of Abraham as a resident foreigner, nor envious of him as a man likely to thrive and grow rich. He bore him no ill will for his singularity in religion, but was much kinder to him than most people nowadays are to their own brothers. What is that between me and thee? Note, no little thing should occasion demurs and differences between true friends. When we are tempted to be hot in resenting affronts, high in demanding our rights, or hard in denying a kindness, we should answer the temptation with this question, what is that between me and my friend? Sarah's funeral, B.C. 1857, verses 16 to 20. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money, with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this Abraham buried Sarah his wife, in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre. The same is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. We have here the conclusion of the treaty between Abraham and Ephron about the burying place. The bargain was publicly made before all the neighbors, in the presence and audience of the sons of Heth, verses 16 and 17. Note, prudence, as well as justice, directs us to be fair and open and above board in our dealings. Fraudulent contracts hate the light, and choose to be clandestine, but those that design honesty in their bargains care not who are witnesses to them. Our law countenances sales made in market overt, and by deed enrolled. Observe, 1. Abraham without fraud, coven, or further delay pays the money, verse 16. He pays it readily without hesitation, pays it in full without diminution, and pays it by weight, current money with the merchant, without deceit. See how anciently money was used for the help of commerce, and see how honestly money should be paid where it is due. Observe, though all the land of Canaan was Abraham's by promise, yet, the time of his possessing not having come, what he had now occasion for he bought and paid for. Note, dominion is not founded in grace. The saints' title to an eternal inheritance does not entitle them to the possessions of this world, nor justify them in doing wrong. 2. Ephron honestly and fairly makes him a good title to the land, verses 17, 18, and 20. The field, with all its appurtenances, is conveyed to Abraham and his heir forever, in open court, not by writing, it does not appear that writing was then used, but by such a public solemn declaration before witnesses as was sufficient to pass it. Note, as that which is bought must be honestly paid for, so that which is sold must be honestly delivered and secured. 3. Abraham thereupon takes possession and buries Sarah in the cave or vault, whether framed by nature or art is not certain, which was in the purchased field. It is probable that Abraham had buried servants out of his family since he came to Canaan, but the graves of the common people, 2 Kings 23:6, might suffice for them. Now that Sarah was dead, a peculiar place must be found for her remains. It is worth noting, sub 1, that a burying place was the first spot of ground Abraham possessed in Canaan. Note, when we are entering into the world, it is good to think of our going out of it, for as soon as we are born, we begin to die. Sub 2, that it was the only piece of land he ever possessed, though the country was all his own in reversion. Those that have least of this earth find a grave in it. Abraham provided, not cities, as Cain and Nimrod, but a sepulchre. 1. To be a constant memorandum of death to himself and his posterity, that he and they might learn to die daily. The sepulchre is said to be at the end of the field, verse 9. For whatever our possessions are, there is a sepulchre at the end of them. 2. To be a token of his belief and expectation of the resurrection. For why should such care be taken of the body if it be thrown away forever and must not rise again? Abraham in this said plainly that he sought a better country, that is, a heavenly. Abraham is content to be still flitting while he lives, but secures a place where, when he comes to die, his flesh may rest in hope. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ingo Brewer. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 24. Marriages and funerals are the changes of families and the common news among the inhabitants of the villages. In the foregoing chapter we had Abraham burying his wife. Here we have him marrying his son. These stories concerning his family, with their minute circumstances, are largely related, while the histories of the kingdoms of the world then in being, with their revolutions, are buried in silence. For the Lord knows those that are his. The subjoining of Isaac's marriage to Sarah's funeral, with a particular reference to it, verse 67, shows us that as one generation passes away, another generation comes. And thus the entail both of the human nature and of the covenant is preserved. Here is, numeral 1, Abraham's care about the marrying of his son and the charge he gave to his servant about it, verses 1 to 9. Numeral 2, his servant's journey into Abraham's country to seek a wife for his young master among his own relations, verses 10 to 14. Numeral 3, the kind providence which brought him acquainted with Rebekah, whose father was Isaac's cousin german, verses 15 to 28. Numeral 4, the treaty of marriage with her relations, verses 29 to 49. Numeral 5, their consent obtained, verses 50 to 60. Numeral 6, the happy meeting and marriage between Isaac and Rebekah, verse 61, etc. Abraham's charges to his servant, BC 1857, verses 1 to 9. And Abraham was old, and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed Abram in all things. And Abram said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven, and the God of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. But thou shalt go unto my country, and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac. And the servant said unto him, Peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou camest? And Abraham said unto him, Beware thou that thou bring not my son thither again. The Lord God of heaven which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and which spake unto me, and that sware unto me, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and sware to him concerning that matter. 3 things we may observe here concerning Abraham. Numeral 1. The care he took of a good son to get him married, well married. It was high time to think of it now, for Isaac was about 40 years old, and it had been customary with his ancestors to marry at 30 or sooner. Chapter 11, verses 14, 18, 22, and 24. Abraham believed the promise of the building up of his family, and therefore did not make haste. Not more haste than good speed. 2 considerations moved him to think of it now. Verse 1. Number 1, that he himself was likely to leave the world quickly, for he was old and well stricken in age, and it would be a satisfaction to him to see his son settled before he died. And number 2, that he had a good estate to leave behind him, for the Lord had blessed him in all things, and the blessing of the Lord makes rich. See how much religion and piety befriend outward prosperity. Now Abraham's pious care concerning his son was, subscript 1, that he should not marry a daughter of Canaan, but one of his kindred. He saw that the Canaanites were degenerating into great wickedness, and knew by revelation that they were designed for ruin, and therefore he would not marry his son among them, lest they should be either a snare to his soul, or at least a blot to his name. Subscript 2, that yet he should not leave the land of Canaan to go himself among his kindred, not even for the purpose of choosing a wife, lest he should be tempted to settle there. This caution is given, verse 6, and repeated, verse 8, Bring not my son thither again, whatever comes of it. Let him rather want a wife than expose himself to that temptation. Note, parents, in disposing of their children, should carefully consult the welfare of their souls and their furtherance in the way to heaven. Those who through grace have escaped the corruption that is in the world through lust, and have brought up their children accordingly, should take heed of doing anything by which they might be again entangled therein and overcome. 2 Peter 2, verse 20. Beware that you bring them not thither again. Hebrews 11, verse 15. Numeral 2. The charge he gave to a good servant, probably Eliezer of Damascus, one of whose conduct, fidelity, and affection to him and his family he had long experience. He trusted him with this great affair, and not Isaac himself, because he would not have Isaac go at all into that country, but marry there by proxy. And no proxy so fit as this steward of his house. This matter is settled between the master and the servant with a great deal of care and solemnity. Number 1, the servant must be bound by an oath to do his utmost to get a wife for Isaac from among his relations, verses 2 to 4. Abraham swears him to it, both for his own satisfaction and for the engagement of his servant to all possible care and diligence in this matter. Thus God swears his servants to their work, that having sworn they may perform it. Honor is here done to the eternal God, for he it is that is sworn by, to whom alone these appeals ought to be made. And some think honor is done to the covenant of circumcision by the ceremony here used of putting his hand under his thigh. Note, swearing, being an ordinance not peculiar to the church, but common to mankind, is to be performed by such signs as are the appointments and common usages of our country for binding the person sworn. Number 2, He must be clear of this oath if, when he had done his utmost, he could not prevail. This proviso the servant prudently inserted, verse 5, putting the case that the woman would not follow him. And Abram allowed the exception, verse 8. Note, oaths are to be taken with great caution, and the matter sworn to should be rightly understood and limited, because it is a snare to devour that which is holy, and after vows to make the inquiry, which should have been made before. Numeral 3. The confidence he put in a good God, who, he doubts not, will give his servant success in this undertaking, verse 7. He remembers that God had wonderfully brought him out of the land of his nativity by the effectual call of his grace, and therefore doubts not but he will succeed him in his care not to bring his son thither again. He remembers also the promise God had made and confirmed to him that he would give Canaan to his seed, and thence infers that God would own him in his endeavors to match his son, not among those devoted nations, but to one that was fit to be the mother of such a seed. Fear not, therefore, he shall send his angel before thee to make thy way prosperous. Note, number 1, those that carefully keep in the way of duty and govern themselves by the principles of their religion in their designs and undertakings have good reason to expect prosperity and success in them. God will cause that to issue in our comfort in which we sincerely aim at his glory. Number 2, God's promises and our own experiences are sufficient to encourage our dependence upon God and our expectations from him in all the affairs of this life. Number 3, God's angels are ministering spirits sent forth not only for the protection, but for the guidance of the heirs of promise. Hebrews 1 verse 14, He shall send his angel before thee, and then thou wilt speed well. Journey of Abraham's servant, B.C. 1857, verse 10 to 28. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass, that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink, and she shall say, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac. And thereby shall I know that thou hast showed kindness unto my master. And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well, and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her, and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. And she hasted, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also, until they have done drinking. And she hasted, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace, to wit whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee, is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in? And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bare unto Nahor. She said moreover unto him, We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren. And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. Abraham's servant now begins to make a figure in this story, and though he is not named, yet much is here recorded to his honor, and for an example to all servants who shall be honored if, by faithfully serving God and their masters, they adorn the doctrine of Christ. Compare Proverbs 27, verse 18, with Titus 2, verse 10. For there is no respect of persons with God. Colossians 3, verse 24 and 25. A good servant that makes conscience of the duty of his place, and does it in the fear of God, though he make not a figure in the world, nor have praise of men, yet shall be owned and accepted of God, and have praise of him. Observe here, numeral 1, how faithful Abraham's servant approved himself to his master. Having received his charge, he with all expedition set out on his journey with an equipage suitable to the object of his negotiation. Verse 10. And he had all the goods of his master, that is, a schedule or particular account of them, in his hand, to show to those with whom he was to treat. For from the first to last he consulted his master's honor. Isaac being a type of Christ, some make this fetching of a wife for him to signify the espousing of the church by the agency of his servants the ministers. The church is the bride, the Lamb's wife. Revelation 21, verse 9. Christ is the bridegroom, and ministers are the friends of the bridegroom. John 3, verse 29, whose work it is to persuade souls to consent to him. 2 Corinthians 11, verse 2. The spouse of Christ must not be of the Canaanites, but of his own kindred, born again from above. Ministers, like Abraham's servant, must lay out themselves with the utmost wisdom and care to serve their master's interest herein. Numeral 2. How devoutly he acknowledged God in this affair, like one of that happy household which Abraham had commanded to keep the way of the Lord, etc. Chapter 18, verse 19. He arrived early in the evening, after many days' journeying, at the place of his destination, and reposed himself by a well of water, to consider how he might manage his business for the best. And, number 1, he acknowledges God by a particular prayer, verse 12 to 14, wherein, subscript 1, he petitions for prosperity and good success in this affair. Send me good speed this day. Note, we have leave to be particular in recommending our affairs to the conduct and care of the divine providence. Those that would have good speed must pray for it. This day, in this affair. Thus we must in all our ways acknowledge God. Proverbs 3, verse 6. And if we thus look up to God in every undertaking which we are in care about, we shall have the comfort of having done our duty, whatever the issue be. Subscript 2. He pleads God's covenant with his master Abraham. O God of my master Abraham, show kindness to him. Note, as the children of good parents, so the servants of good masters have peculiar encouragement in the prayers they offer to God for prosperity and success. Subscript 3. He proposes a sign, verse 14, not by it to limit God, nor with a design to proceed no further if he were not gratified in it, but it is a prayer, subpoint 1, that God would provide a good wife for his young master, and this was a good prayer. He knew that a prudent wife is from the Lord, Proverbs 19, verse 14, and therefore that for this he will be inquired of. He desires that his master's wife might be humble and industrious woman, bred up to care and labor, and willing to put her hand to any work that was to be done, and that she might be of a courteous disposition and charitable to strangers. When he came to seek a wife for his master, he did not go to the playhouse or the park and pray that he might meet one there, but to the well of water, expecting to find one there well employed. Subpoint 2. That he would please to make his way in this matter plain and clear before him by the concurrence of minute circumstances in his favor. Note, first, it is the comfort as well as the belief of a good man that God's providence extends itself to the smallest occurrences and admirably serves its own purposes by them. Our times are in God's hand, not only events themselves, but the times of them. Secondly, it is our wisdom in all our affairs to follow providence, and folly to force it. Thirdly, it is very desirable, and that which we may lawfully pray for, while in the general we set God's will before us as our rule, that He will by hints of providence direct us in the way of our duty, and give us indications what His mind is. Thus He guides His people with His eye, Psalm 32, verse 8, and leads them in a plain path, Psalm 27, verse 11. Number 2. God owns him by a particular providence. He decreed the thing, and it was established to him, Job 22, verse 28. According to his faith, so was it unto him. The answer to this prayer was, subscript 1, speedy, before he had made an end of speaking, verse 15, as it is written, Isaiah 65, verse 24, while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Though we are backward to pray, God is forward to hear prayer. Subscript 2, satisfactory. The first that came to draw water was, and did, and everything according to his own heart. Subpoint 1, she was so well qualified that in all respects she answered the characters he wished for in the woman that was to be his master's wife, handsome and healthful, humble and industrious, very courteous and obliging to a stranger, and having all the marks of a good disposition. When she came to the well, verse 16, she went down and filled her pitcher and came up to go home with it. She did not stand to gaze upon the strange man and his camels, but minded her business, and would not have been diverted from it but by an opportunity of doing good. She did not curiously nor confidently enter into discourse with him, but modestly answered him with all the decorum that became her sex. What a degenerate age do we live in which appear all the instances of pride, luxury, and laziness, the reverse of Rebekah's character, whose daughters few are. Those instances of goodness which were then in honor are now in contempt. Subpoint 2, Providence so ordered it that she did that which exactly answered to his sign, and was wonderfully the counterpart of his proposal. She not only gave him drink, but, which was more than could have been expected, she offered her services to give his camels drink, which was the very sign he proposed. Note, first, God in his providence does sometimes wonderfully own the prayer of faith and gratify the innocent desires of his praying people, even in little things, that he may show the extent of his care and may encourage them at all times to seek him and trust in him. Yet we must take heed of being overbold in prescribing to God, lest the event should weaken our faith rather than strengthen it. Secondly, it is good to take all opportunities of showing a humble, courteous, charitable disposition, because sometime or other it may turn more to our honor and benefit than we think of. Some hereby have entertained angels, and Rebekah hereby, quite beyond her expectation at this time, was brought into the line of Christ and the covenant. Thirdly, there may be a great deal of obliging kindness in that which costs but little. Our Savior has promised a reward for a cup of cold water, Matthew 10, verse 42. Fourthly, the concurrence of providences and their minute circumstances for the furtherance of our success in any business ought to be particularly observed with wonder and thankfulness to the glory of God. The man wondered. Verse 21. We have been wanting to ourselves both in duty and in comfort by neglecting to observe providence. Subpoint 3. Upon inquiry, he found to his great satisfaction that she was a near relation to his master, and that the family she was of was considerable and able to give him entertainment. Verse 23 to 25. Note, Providence sometimes wonderfully directs those that by faith and prayer seek direction from heaven and the choice of suitable yokefellows. Happy marriages, those are likely to be that are made in the fear of God, and these we are sure are made in heaven. Number 3. He acknowledges God in a particular thanksgiving. He first paid his respects to Rebekah in gratitude for her civility, verse 22, obliging her with such ornaments and attire as a maid, especially a bride, cannot forget, Jeremiah 2, verse 32, which yet we should think ill-suited the pitcher of water, but the earrings and bracelets she sometimes wore did not make her think herself above the labors of a virtuous woman. Proverbs 31, verse 13, who works willingly with her hands, nor the services of a child, who, while under age, differs nothing from a servant. Galatians 4, verse 1. Having done this, he turns his wonder, verse 21, into worshiping. Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, verse 26 and 27. Observe here, subscript 1, he had prayed for good speed, verse 12, and now that he had sped well, he gives thanks. Note, what we win by prayer, we must wear with praise, for mercies in answer to prayer lay us under particular obligations. Subscript 2, he had as yet but a comfortable prospect of mercy, and was not certain what the issue might prove, yet he gives thanks. Note, when God's favors are coming toward us, we must meet them with our praises. Subscript 3, he blesses God for success when he was negotiating for his master. Note, we should be thankful for our friends' mercies as for our own. Subscript 4, he gives thanks that being in the way at a loss what course to steer, the Lord had led him. Note, in doubtful cases, it is very comfortable to see God leading us as he led Israel in the wilderness by the pillar of cloud and fire. Subscript 5, he thinks himself very happy and owns God in it, that he was led to the house of his master's brethren, those of them that had come out of Ur of the Chaldees, though they had not come to Canaan, but remained in Haran. They were not idolaters, but worshippers of the true God, and inclinable to the religion of Abraham's family. Note, God is to be acknowledged in providing suitable yokefellows, especially such as are agreeable in religion. Subscript 6, he acknowledges that God herein had not left his master destitute of his mercy and truth. God had promised to build up Abraham's family, yet it seemed destitute of the benefit of that promise. But now Providence is working toward the accomplishing of it. Note, subpoint 1, God's faithful ones, how destitute soever they may be of worldly comforts, shall never be left destitute of God's mercy and truth. For God's mercy is an inexhaustible fountain, and his truth an inviolable foundation. Subpoint 2, it adds much to the comfort of any blessing to see in it the continuance of God's mercy and truth. Abraham's servant entertained by Laban. Errand of Abraham's servant, BC 1857, verses 29 to 53. And Rebekah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran out unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord, wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat, but he said, I will not eat until I have told mine errand. And he said, Speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord hath blessed my master greatly, and he is become great, and he hath given him flocks, and herds, and silver, and gold, and menservants, and maidservants, and camels, and asses. And Sarah my master's wife bare a son to my master when she was old, and unto him hath he given all that he hath. And my master made me swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell, but thou shalt go unto my father's house and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. And I said unto my master, Peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, The Lord before whom I walk will send his angel with thee, and prosper thy way, and thou shalt take a wife for my son of my kindred and of my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this my oath, when thou comest to my kindred, and if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water, and it shall come to pass that when the virgin cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink, and she say to me, Both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels, let the same be the woman whom the Lord hath appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in mine heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down unto the well, and drew water. And I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her, and said, Whose daughter art thou? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nair's son, whom Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head, and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way, to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now, if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, The thing proceedeth from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord hath spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. We have here the making up of the marriage between Isaac and Rebekah. It is related very largely and particularly even to the minute circumstances which, we should think, might have been spared, while other things of great moment and mystery, as the story of Melchizedek, are related in few words. Thus God conceals that which is curious from the wise and prudent, reveals to babes that which is common and level to their capacity, Matthew 11, verse 25, and rules and saves the world by the foolishness of preaching, 1 Corinthians 1:21. Thus also we are directed to take notice of God's providence in the little common occurrences of human life, and in them also to exercise our own prudence and other graces. for the Scripture was not intended for the use of philosophers and statesmen only, but to make us all wise and virtuous in the conduct of ourselves and families. Here is, numeral 1, the very kind reception given to Abraham's servant by Rebekah's relations. Her brother Laban went to invite and conduct him in, but not till he saw the earrings and the bracelets upon his sister's hands. Verse 30. Oh, thinks Laban, here is a man that there is something to be got by, a man that is rich and generous. We will be sure to bid him welcome. We know so much of Laban's character by the following story as to think that he would not have been so free of his entertainment if he had not hoped to be well paid for it, as he was. Verse 53. Note, a man's gift maketh room for him. Proverbs 18, verse 16. Which way soever it turneth, it prospereth. Proverbs 17, verse 8. Number 1. The invitation was kind. Come in, thou blessed of the Lord. Verse 31. They saw he was rich, and therefore pronounced him blessed of the Lord. Or perhaps because they heard from Rebekah, verse 28, of the gracious words which proceeded out of his mouth, they concluded him a good man, and therefore blessed of the Lord. Note, those that are blessed of God should be welcome to us. It is good owning those whom God owns. Number 2, the entertainment was kind, verse 32 and 33. Both the house and stable were well furnished, and Abram's servant was invited to the free use of both. Particular care was taken of the camels, for a good man regardeth the life of his beast. Proverbs 12, verse 10. If the ox knows his owner to serve him, the owner should know his ox to provide for him that which is fitting for him. Numeral 2. The full account which he gave them of his errand, and the court he made to them for their consent respecting Rebekah. Observe, number 1, how intent he was upon his business. Though he had come off a journey and come to a good house, he would not eat till he had told his errand. Verse 33. Note, the doing of our work and the fulfilling of our trusts, either for God or man, should be preferred by us before our necessary food. It was our Savior's meat and drink. John 4, verse 34. Number 2, how ingenious he was in the management of it. He approved himself, in this matter, both a prudent man and a man of integrity, faithful to his master, by whom he was trusted, and just to those with whom he now treated. Subscript 1. He gives a short account of the state of his master's family. Verse 34 to 36. He was welcome before, but we may suppose him doubly welcome when he said, I am Abraham's servant. Abraham's name, no doubt, was well known among them and respected, and we might suppose them not altogether ignorant of his state, for Abraham knew theirs. Chapter 22, verses 20 to 24. 2 things he suggests to recommend his proposal. Subpoint 1, that his master Abraham, through the blessing of God, had a very good estate, and subpoint 2, that he had settled it all upon Isaac, for whom he was now a suitor. Subscript 2, he tells them the charge his master had given him, to fetch a wife for his son from among his kindred, with the reason of it. Verse 37 and 38. Thus he insinuates a pleasing hint that though Abraham had removed to a country at so great a distance, yet he still retained the remembrance of his relations that he had left behind, and a respect for them. The highest degrees of divine affection must not divest us of natural affection. He likewise obviates an objection that, if Isaac were deserving, he needed not send so far off for a wife. Why did he not marry nearer home? For a good reason, says he, my master's son must not match with a Canaanite. He further recommends his proposal, subpoint 1, from the faith his master had that it would succeed. Verse 40. Abraham took encouragement from the testimony of his conscience that he walked before God in a regular course of holy living, and thence inferred that God would prosper him. Probably he refers to that covenant which God had made with him. Chapter 17, verse 1. I am God, all-sufficient, walk before me. Therefore, says he, the God before whom I walk will send his angel. Note, while we make conscience of our part of the covenant, we may take the comfort of God's part of it, and we should learn to apply general promises of particular cases as there is occasion. Subpoint 2. From the care he himself had taken to preserve their liberty of giving or refusing their consent, as they should see cause, without incurring the guilt of perjury, verse 39 to 41, which showed him, in general, to be a cautious man, and particularly careful that their consent might not be forced, but be either free or not at all. Subscript 3. He relates to them the wonderful concurrence of providences to countenance and further the proposal, plainly showing the finger of God in it. Subpoint 1. He tells them how he had prayed for direction by a sign, verse 42 to 44. Note, it is good dealing with those who by prayer take God along with them in their dealings. Subpoint 2. How God had answered his prayer in the very letter of it, though he did but speak in his heart, verse 45, which perhaps he mentions, lest it should be suspected that Rebekah had overheard his prayer and designedly humored it. No, says he, I spoke it in my heart so that none heard it but God, to whom thought or word, and from him the answer came. Verse 46 and 47. Subpoint 3. How he had immediately acknowledged God's goodness to him therein, leading him, as he here expresses it, in the right way. Note, God's way is always the right way. Psalm 107, verse 7. And those are well led whom he leads. Subscript 4. He fairly refers the matter to their consideration and waits their decision. Verse 49. If you will deal kindly and truly with my master, well and good. If you will be sincerely kind, you will accept the proposal, and I have what I came for. If not, do not hold me in suspense. Note, those who deal fairly have reason to expect fair dealing. Subscript 5. They freely and cheerfully close with a proposal upon a very good principle. Verse 50. The thing proceedeth from the Lord. Providence smiles upon it, and we have nothing to say against it. They do not object distance of place, Abraham's forsaking them, or his having no land in possession, but personal estate only. They do not question the truth of what this man said, but, subpoint 1, they trust much to his integrity. It were well if honesty did so universally prevail among men that it might be as much an act of prudence as it is of good nature to take a man's word. Subpoint 2. They trust more to God's providence, and therefore by silence give consent, because it appears to be directed and disposed by infinite wisdom. Note, a marriage is then likely to be comfortable when it appears to proceed from the Lord. Subscript 6. Abraham's servant makes a thankful acknowledgment of the good success he had met with. Subpoint 1. To God he worshipped the Lord, verse 52. Observe, first, as his good success went on, he went on to bless God. Those that pray without ceasing should in everything give thanks and own God in every step of mercy. Secondly, God sent his angel before him and so gave him success, verse 7 and verse 40. But when he has the desired success, he worships God, not the angel. Whatever benefit we have by the ministration of angels, all the glory must be given to the Lord of the angels. Revelation 22, verse 9. Subpoint 2. He pays his respects to the family also, and particularly to the bride, verse 53. he presented her and her mother and brother with many precious things, both to give a real proof of his master's riches and generosity, and in gratitude for their civility to him, and further to ingratiate himself with them. Rebekah's departure, BC 1857, verses 54 to 61. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away unto my master. And her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10, after that she shall go. And he said unto them, Hinder me not, seeing the Lord hath prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master. And they said, We will call the damsel, and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rebekah, and said unto her, Wilt thou go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rebekah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rebekah, and said unto her, Thou art our sister. Be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them. And Rebekah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, and followed the man. And the servant took Rebekah, and went his way. Rebekah is here taking leave of her father's house, and, number 1, Abraham's servant presses for a dismission. Though he and his company were very welcome and very cheerful there, yet he said, Send me away, verse 54, and again, verse 56. He knew his master would expect him home with some impatience. He had business to do at home which wanted him, and therefore, as one that preferred his work before his pleasure, he was for hastening home. Note, lingering and loitering no way become a wise and good man. When we have dispatched our business abroad, we must not delay our return to our business at home, nor be longer from it than needs must. For as a bird that wanders from her nest, so is he that wanders from his place. Proverbs 27, verse 8. Number 2, Rebekah's relations, from natural affection and according to the usual expression of kindness in that case, solicit for her stay some time among them. Verse 55. They could not think of parting with her on a sudden, especially as she was about the remove so far off, and it was not likely that they would ever see one another again. Let her stay a few days, at least 10, which makes it as reasonable a request as the reading in the margin seems to make it unreasonable, a year or at least 10 months. They had consented to the marriage, and yet were loath to part with her. Note, it is an instance of the vanity of this world that there is nothing in it so agreeable, but it has its alloy. Nulla est sincera voluptas. There is no unmingled pleasure. They were pleased that they had matched a daughter of their family so well, and yet, when it came to the last, it was with great reluctance that they sent her away. Number 3, Rebekah herself determined the matter. To her they appealed as it was fit they should. Verse 57, Call the damsel, who had retired to her apartment with a modest silence, and inquire at her mouth. Note, as children ought not to marry without their parents' consent, so parents ought not to marry them without their own. Before the matter is resolved on, ask at the damsel's mouth. She is a party principally concerned, and therefore ought to be principally consulted. Rebekah consented not only to go, but to go immediately. I will go. Verse 58. We may hope that the notice she had taken of the servant's piety and devotion gave her such an idea of the prevalence of religion and godliness in the family she was to go to, made her desirous to hasten thither, and willing to forget her own people and her father's house, where religion had not so much the ascendant. Number 4, hereupon she is sent away, with Abraham's servant, not, we may suppose, the very next day after, but very quickly. Her friends see that she has a good heart on it, and so they dismiss her. Subscript 1, with suitable attendants, her nurse, verse 59, her damsels, verse 61. It seems, then, that when she went to the well for water, it was not because she had not servants at command, but because she took a pleasure in works of humble industry. Now that she was going among strangers, it was fit she should take those with her with whom she was acquainted. Here is nothing said of her portion. Her personal merits were a portion in her. She needed none with her, nor did that ever come into the treaty of marriage. Subscript 2, with hearty good wishes, they blessed Rebekah, verse 60. Note, when our relations are entering into a new condition, we ought by prayer to recommend them to the blessing and grace of God. Now that she was going to be a wife, they prayed that she might be a mother both of a numerous and of a victorious progeny. Perhaps Abraham's servant had told them of the promise God had lately made to his master, which it is likely Abraham acquainted his household with, that God would multiply his seed as the stars of heaven, and that they should possess the gate of their enemies. Chapter 22, verse 17. To which promise they had an eye in this blessing, be thou the mother of that seed. Isaac's marriage, BC 1857, verses 62 to 67. And Isaac came from the way of the well Lahairoi, for he dwelt in the south country. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide, and he lifted up his eyes, and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all things that he had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebekah, and she became his wife. And he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Isaac and Rebekah are, at length, happily brought together. Observe, numeral 1. Isaac was well employed when he met Rebekah. He went out to meditate or pray in the field at the eventide, verse 62 and 63. Some think he expected the return of his servants about this time, and went out on purpose to meet them. But it should seem he went out on another errand, to take the advantage of a silent evening and a solitary field for meditation and prayer, those divine exercises by which we converse with God and our own hearts. Note, number 1, holy souls love retirement. It will do us good to be often left alone, walking alone, and sitting alone, and if we have the art of improving solitude, we shall find we are never less alone than when alone. Number 2, meditation and prayer ought to be both our business and our delight when we are alone. While we have a God, a Christ, and a heaven to acquaint ourselves with and to secure our interest in, we need not want matter either for meditation or prayer, which, if they go together, will mutually befriend each other. Number 3, our walks in the field are then truly pleasant when in them we apply ourselves to meditation and prayer. We there have a free and open prospect of the heavens above us and the earth around us, and the host and riches of both, by the view of which we should be led to the contemplation of the Maker and Owner of all. Number 4, the exercises of devotion should be the refreshment and entertainment of the evening, to relieve us from the fatigue occasioned by the care and business of the day, and to prepare us for the repose and sleep of the night. Number 5, Merciful providences are then doubly comfortable when they find us well employed and in the way of our duty. Some think Isaac was now praying for good success in this affair that was depending and meditating upon that which was proper to encourage his hope in God concerning it. And now, when he sets himself, as it were, upon his watchtower to see what God would answer him, as the prophet Habakkuk 2 verse 1, he sees the camels coming. Sometimes God sends in the mercy prayed for immediately. Acts 12 verse 12. Numeral 2, Rebekah behaved herself very becomingly when she met Isaac. Understanding who he was, she alighted off her camel, verse 64, and took a veil and covered herself, verse 65, in token of humility, modesty, and subjection. She did not reproach Isaac for not coming himself to fetch her, or at least to meet her a day's journey or two, did not complain of the tediousness of her journey or the difficulty of leaving her relations to come into a strange place, but having seen Providence going before her in the affair, she accommodates herself with cheerfulness to her new relation. Those that by faith are espoused to Christ and would be presented as chaste virgins to him must, in conformity to his example, humble themselves, as Rebekah, who alighted when she saw Isaac on foot, and must put themselves into subjection to him who is their head. Ephesians 5 verse 24, as Rebekah, signifying it by the veil she put on. 1 Corinthians 11 verse 10. Numeral 3. They were brought together, probably after some further acquaintance, to their mutual comfort. Verse 67. Observe here, number 1, what an affectionate son he was to his mother. It was about 3 years since her death, and yet he was not till now comforted concerning it. The wound which that affliction gave to his tender spirit bled so long and was never healed till God brought him into this new relation. Thus, crosses and comforts are balances to each other. Ecclesiastes 7 verse 14, and help to keep the scale even. Number 2, what an affectionate husband he was to his wife. Note, those that have approved themselves well in one relation, it may be hoped, will do so in another. She became his wife, and he loved her. There was all the reason in the world why he should, for so ought men to love their wives even as themselves. The duty of the relation is then done, and the comfort of the relation is then enjoyed when mutual love governs. For there the Lord commands the blessing. End of chapter. Recording by Ingo Brewer.
Chapter 25 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 25. Genesis chapter 25. The sacred historian in this chapter, numeral 1, takes his leave of Abraham with an account, 1, of his children by another wife, verses 1 through 4. Number 2, of his last will and testament, verses 5 and 6. Number 3, of his age, death, and burial, verses 7 through 10. Numeral 2, he takes his leave of Ishmael with a short account, 1, of his children, verse 12 through 16. 2, of his age and death, verses 17 and 18. Numeral 3, he enters upon the history of Isaac. 1, his prosperity, verse 11. 2, the conception and birth of his 2 sons, with the oracle of God concerning them, verses 19 through 26. 3, their different characters, verses 27 and 28. 4. Esau's selling his birthright to Jacob, verses 29 through 34. Abraham's death, B.C. 1822. Verse 1. Then again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. Verse 2. And she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shuah. Verse 3. And Jokshan begat Sheba, and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Asherim, and Letushim, and Lemim. Verse 4. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanok, and Abidah, and Eldah. All these were the children of Keturah. Verse 5. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. Verse 6. But unto the sons of the concubines, which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his son, while he yet lived, eastward into the east country. Verse 7. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years. Verse 8. Then Abraham gave up the ghost, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. Verse 9. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave at Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre. Verse 10. The field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, there was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. Abraham lived after the marriage of Isaac 35 years, and all that is recorded concerning him during the time lies here in a very few verses. We hear no more of God's extraordinary appearances to him or trials of him. For all the days, even of the best and greatest saints, are not eminent days. Some slide on silently, and neither come nor go with observation. Such were these last days of Abraham. We have here, numeral 1, an account of his children by Keturah, another wife, whom he married after the death of Sarah. He had buried Sarah and married Isaac, the two dear companions of his life, and was now solitary. He wanted a nurse. His family wanted a governess, and it was not good for him to be thus alone. He therefore marries Keturah, probably the chief of his maidservants, born in his house or bought with money. Marriage is not forbidden to the old age. By her he had 6 sons, in whom the promise made to Abraham concerning the great increase of his posterity was in part fulfilled, which, it is likely, he had an eye to this marriage. The strength he received by the promise still remained in him, to show how much the virtue of the promise exceeds the power of nature. Numeral 2. The disposition which Abraham made of his estate, verses 5 and 6. After the birth of these sons, he set his house in order, with prudence and justice. Number 1. He made Isaac his heir, as he was bound to do, in justice to Sarah his first and principal wife, and to Rebekah, who married Isaac upon the assurance of it. Chapter 24, verse 36. In this all which he settled upon Isaac are perhaps included the promise of the land of Canaan, and the entail of the covenant, or, God having already made him the heir of the promise, Abraham therefore made him heir of his estate. Our affection and gifts should attend God's. Number 2. He gave portions to the rest of his children, both to Ishmael, though at first he was sent empty away, and to his sons by Keturah. It was justice to provide for them. Parents that do not imitate him in this are worse than infidels. It was prudence to settle them in places distant from Isaac, that they might not pretend to divide the inheritance with him. nor be in any way a care or expense to him. Observe, he did this while he yet lived, lest it should not be done, or not so well done afterwards. Note, in many cases it is wisdom for men to make their own hands their executors, and what they find to do it while they live, as far as they can. These sons of the concubines were sent into the country that lay east from Canaan, and their posterity were called the children of the east, famous for their numbers. Judges chapter 6, verses 5 and 33. Their great increase was the fruit of the promise made to Abraham, that God would multiply his seed. God, in dispensing his blessings, does as Abraham did. Common blessings he gives to the children of this world, as to the sons of the bondwoman, but covenant blessings he reserves for the heirs of promise. All that he has is theirs, for they are Isaac's, from whom the rest shall be forever separated. Numeral 3. The age and death of Abraham, verse 7 and 8. He lived 175 years, just 100 years after he came to Canaan. So long he was a sojourner in a strange country. Though he lived long and lived well, though he did good and could ill be spared, yet he died at last. Observe how his death is here described. Number 1. He gave up the ghost. His life was not extorted from him, but he cheerfully resigned it. Into the hands of the Father of spirits he committed his spirit. Number 2. He died in a good old age, an old man, so God had promised him. His death was his discharge from the burdens of his age. An old man would not so live always. It was also the crown of the glory of his old age. 3. He was full of years, or full of life, as it might be supplied, including all the conveniences and comforts of life. He did not live till the world was weary of him, but till he was weary of the world. He had had enough of it, and desired no more. Vixi quantum satis est. I have lived long enough. A good man, though he should not die old, dies full of days, satisfied with living here and longing to live in a better place. 4. He was gathered to his people. His body was gathered to the congregation of the dead, and his soul to the congregation of the blessed. Note, death gathers us to our people, those that are our people while we live. Whether the people of God or the children of this world are the people to whom death will gather us. Numeral 4. His burial, verse 9 and 10. Here is nothing recorded of the pomp or ceremony of his funeral, only we are told, number 1, who buried him, his sons Isaac and Ishmael. It was the last office of respect they had to pay to their good father. Some distance there had formerly been between Isaac and Ishmael, but it seems either that Abraham had himself brought them together while he lived, or at least that his death reconciled them. Number 2, where they buried him, in his own burying place, which he had purchased, and which he had buried Sarah. Note, those that in life have been very dear to each other may not only innocently, but laudably desire to be buried together, that in their deaths they may not be divided, and in token of their hopes of rising together. Genealogy of Ishmael, B.C. 1822. Verse 11. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham, that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well Lahai El Roi. Verse 12. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. Verse 13. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names according to their generations, The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam. Verse 14, and Mishma, and Dumah, and Massa. Verse 15, Hadar, and Tema, Jetur, Naphish, and Kedama. Verse 16, these are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. Verse 17, and these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people. Verse 18, and they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is, before Egypt, as thou goest toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of his brethren. Immediately after the account of Abraham's death, Moses begins the story of Isaac, verse 11, and tells us where he dwelt and how remarkably God blessed him. Note, the blessing of Abraham did not die with him, but survived to all the children of the promise. But he presently digresses from the story of Isaac to give a short account of Ishmael, forasmuch as he also was a son of Abraham, and God had made some promises concerning him, which it was requisite we should know the accomplishment of. Observe here what is said. Number 1. Concerning his children. He had 12 sons, 12 princes they are called. Verse 16. Heads of families, which in process of time became nations, distinct tribes, numerous and very considerable. They peopled a very large continent that lay between Egypt and Assyria, called Arabia. The names of his 12 sons are recorded. Midian and Kedar are often read in Scripture, and some very good expositors have taken notice of the signification of those 3 names, which are put together, verse 14, as containing good advice to us all. Mishma, Dumah, and Massa, that is, hear, keep silence, and bear. We have them together in the same order. James chapter 1:19. Be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath. The posterity of Ishmael had not only tents in the fields, wherein they grew rich in times of peace, but they had towns and castles, verse 16, wherein they fortified themselves in time of war. Now the number and strength of this family were the fruit of the promise made to Hagar concerning Ishmael, chapter 16, verse 10, and to Abraham, chapter 17, verse 20, and chapter 21, verse 13. Note, many that are strangers to the covenants of promise are yet blessed with outward prosperity for the sake of their godly ancestors. Wealth and riches shall be in their house. Number 2. Concerning himself. Here is an account of his age. He lived 137 years, verse 17, which is recorded to show the efficacy of Abraham's prayer for him. Chapter 17, verse 18. Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. Here is also an account of his death. He too was gathered to his people, but it is not said that he was full of days, though he lived to so great an age. He was not so weary of the world, nor so willing to leave it, as his good father was. Those words, he fell in the presence of all his brethren, whether they mean, as we take them, he died, or, as others, his lot fell, are designed to show the fulfilling of that word to Hagar. Chapter 16, verse 12. He shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. That is, he shall flourish and be eminent among them, and shall hold his own to the last. Or he died with his friends about him, which is comfortable. Birth of Esau and Jacob, B.C. 1837. Verse 19. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac, verse 20. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padanaram, the sister to Laban the Syrian. Verse 21, and Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife, because she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. Verse 22, and the children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. Verse 23, and the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. Verse 24, and when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. Verse 25, and the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. Verse 26, and after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. Verse 27, and the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents. Verse 28, and Isaac loved Esau, because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. We have here an account of the birth of Jacob and Esau, the twin sons of Isaac and Rebekah. Their entrance into the world was, which is not usual, one of the most considerable parts of their story, nor is much related concerning Isaac, but what had reference to his father while he lived, and to his sons afterwards. For Isaac seems not to have been a man of action, nor much tried, but to have spent his days in quietness and silence. Now concerning Jacob and Esau we are told, numeral 1, that they were prayed for. Their parents, after they had been long childless, obtained them by prayer. Verse 20 and 21. Isaac was 40 years old when he was married, though he was an only son, and the person from whom the promised seed was to come. Yet he made no haste to marry. He was 60 years old when his sons were born. Verse 26. So that, after he was married, he had no child for 20 years. Note, though the accomplishment of God's promises are always sure, yet it is often slow, and seems to be crossed and contradicted by providence, that the faith of believers might be tried, their patience exercised, and mercies long waited for may be the more welcome when they come. While this mercy was delayed, Isaac did not approach to his handmaid's bed, as Abraham had done, and Jacob afterwards, for he loved Rebekah. Chapter 24, verse 67. But, number 1, he prayed. He entreated the Lord for his wife. Though God had promised to multiply his family, he prayed for its increase. For God's promises must not supersede, but encourage our prayers, and be improved as the ground of our faith. Though he had prayed for this mercy very often, and had continued his supplication many years, and it was not granted, yet he did not leave off praying for it. For men ought always to pray and not to faint. Luke chapter 18, verse 1. To pray without ceasing, and knock till the door be opened. He prayed for his wife. Some read it with his wife. Note, husbands and wives should pray together, which is intimated by the apostle's caution that their prayers be not hindered. 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 7. The Jews have a tradition that Isaac at length took his wife with him to Mount Moriah, where God had promised that he would multiply Abraham's seed. Chapter 22, verse 17. And there, in his prayer with her and for her, pleaded the promise made in that very place. Number 2, God heard his prayer and was entreated of him. Note, children are the gift of God. Those that continue instant in prayer, as Isaac did, shall find at last that they did not seek in vain. Isaiah 45, verse 19. Numeral 2. That they were prophesied of before they were born, and great mysteries were wrapped up in the prophecies which went before of them. Verse 22 and 23. Long had Isaac prayed for a son, and now his wife is with child of 2, to recompense him for his long waiting. Thus God often outdoes our prayers, and gives more than we are able to ask or think. Now Rebekah being with child of those 2 sons, observe here. 1. How she was perplexed in her mind concerning her present case. The children struggled together within her. The commotion she felt was altogether extraordinary, and made her very uneasy. Whether she was apprehensive that the birth would be her death, or whether she was weary of the intestine tumult, or whether she suspected it to be an ill omen, it seems she was ready to wish that either she had not been with child, or that she might die immediately, and not bring forth such a struggling brood. If it be so, or since it is so, why am I thus? Before the want of children was her trouble. Now the struggle of the children is no less so. Note, subscript 1. The comforts we are most desirous of are sometimes found to bring along with them more occasion of trouble and uneasiness than we thought of. Vanity being written upon all things under the sun, God thus teaches us to read it. Subscript 2. We are too apt to be discontented with our comforts, because of the uneasiness that attends them. We know not when we are pleased. We know neither how to want, nor how to abound. This struggle between Jacob and Esau in the womb represents the struggle that is maintained between the kingdom of God and the kingdom of Satan. Subpoint 1. In the world, the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent have been contending ever since the enmity was put between them. Chapter 3, verse 15. And this had occasioned a constant uneasiness among men. Christ himself came to send fire on earth and this division. Luke 12, verses 49 and 51. Now let not this be offense to us. A holy war is better than the peace of the devil's palace. Subpoint 2. In the hearts of believers, no sooner is Christ formed in the soul than immediately there begins a conflict between the flesh and spirit. Galatians chapter 5, verse 17. The stream is not turned without a mighty struggle, which yet ought not to discourage us. It is better to have a conflict with sin than tamely to submit to it. Number 2. What course she took for her relief. She went to inquire of the Lord. Some think Melchizedek was now consulted as an oracle, or perhaps some Urim or Teraphim were now used to inquire of God by, as afterwards in the breastplate of judgment. Note, the word and prayer, by both which we now inquire of the Lord, give great relief to those that are upon any account perplexed. It is a great relief to the mind to spread our case before the Lord, and ask counsel at his mouth. Go into the sanctuary. Psalms chapter 73, verse 17. Number 3. The information given her upon her inquiry, which expounded the mystery. 2 nations are in thy womb. Verse 23. She was now pregnant, not only with 2 children, but with 2 nations, which should not only in their manners and dispositions greatly differ from each other, but in their interests clash and contend with each other, and the issue of the contest should be that the elder should serve the younger, which was fulfilled in the subjection of the Edomites for many ages to the house of David, till they revolted. 2 Chronicles chapter 21, verse 8. Observe here, subscript 1. God is a free agent in dispensing His grace. It is His prerogative to make a difference between those who have not as yet themselves done either good or evil. This the apostle infers hence. Romans chapter 9, verse 12. Subscript 2. In the struggle between grace and corruption in the soul, grace the younger shall certainly get the upper hand at last. Numeral 3. That when they were born, there was a great difference between them, which served to confirm what had been foretold, verse 23, was presage of the accomplishment of it, and served greatly to illustrate the type. Number 1. There was a great difference of their bodies, verse 25. Esau, when he was born, was rough and hairy, as if he had been already a grown man, whence he had his name Esau, made, reared already. This was an indication of a very strong constitution, and gave cause to expect that he would be a very robust, daring, active man. But Jacob was smooth and tender as other children. Note, subscript 1. The difference of men's capacities, and consequently of their condition in the world, arises very much from the difference of their natural constitution. Some are plainly designed by nature for activity and honor, others as manifestly marked for obscurity. This instance of the divine sovereignty in the kingdom of providence may perhaps help to reconcile us to the doctrine of the divine sovereignty in the kingdom of grace. Subscript 2. It is God's usual way to choose the weak things of the world and to pass by the mighty. 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 26 and 27. Number 2. There was a manifest contest in their births. Esau the stronger came forth first, but Jacob's hand took hold of Esau's heel. Verse 26. This signified, subscript 1, Jacob's pursuit of the birthright and blessing. From the first he reached forth to catch hold of it, and if possible, to prevent his brother. Subscript 2. His prevailing for it at last, that in process of time he should undermine his brother, and gain his point. This passage is referred to Hosea chapter 12, verse 8, and hence he had his name, Jacob, a supplanter. Number 3. They were very unlike in the temper of their minds, and the way of living they chose. Verse 27. They soon appeared to be of very different dispositions. Subscript 1. Esau was a man of this world. He was a man addicted to his sports, for he was a hunter, and a man who knew how to live by his wits, for he was a cunning hunter. Recreation was his business. He studied the art of it, and spent all his time in it. He never loved a book, nor cared for being within doors, but he was a man of the field, like Nimrod and Ishmael, all for the game, and never well but when he was upon the stretch in pursuit of it. In short, he set up for a gentleman and a soldier. Subscript 2. Jacob was a man of the other world. He was not cut out for a statesman, nor did he affect to look great, but he was a plain man dwelling in tents, an honest man that always meant well and dealt fairly, that preferred the true delights of solitude and retirement to all the pretended pleasure of busy, noisy sports. He dwelt in tents. Subpoint 1. As a shepherd, he was attached to that safe and silent employment of keeping sheep, to which also he bred up his children. Chapter 46, verse 34. Or, subpoint 2, as a student, He frequented the tents of Melchizedek, or Heber, as some understood it, to be taught by them divine things, and this was that son of Isaac, on whom the covenant was entailed. Number 4. Their interest in the affections of their parents was likewise different. They had but these 2 children, and it seems one was the father's darling, and the other the mother's. Verse 28. Subscript 1. Isaac, though he was not a stirring man himself, for when he went into the fields, he went to meditate and pray, not to hunt, yet loved to have his son active. Esau knew how to please him, and showed a great respect for him, by treating him often with venison, which gained him the affections of the good old man, and won upon him more than one would have thought. Subscript 2. Rebekah was mindful of the oracle of God, which had given the preference to Jacob, and therefore she preferred him in her love. And if it be lawful for parents to make a difference between their children upon any account, doubtless Rebekah was in the right, that loved him whom God loved. Esau sells his birthright. B.C. 1805. Verse 29. And Jacob sawed pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. Verse 30. And Esau said to Jacob, Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom. Verse 31. And Jacob said, Sell me this day thy birthright. Verse 32. And Esau said, Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? Verse 33. And Jacob said, Swear to me this day. And he sware unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Verse 34. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up, and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. We have here a bargain made between Jacob and Esau about the birthright, which was Esau's by providence, but Jacob's by promise. It was a spiritual privilege, including the excellency of dignity and the excellency of power, as well as the double portion. Chapter 49, verse 3. It seemed to be such a birthright as had then the blessing annexed to it, and the entail of the promise. Now see, numeral 1. Jacob's pious desire of the birthright, which yet he sought to obtain by indirect courses, not agreeable to his character as a plain man. It was not out of pride or ambition that he coveted that birthright, but with an eye to spiritual blessings, which he had got well acquainted with in his tents, while Esau had lost the scent of them in the field. For this he is to be commended, that he coveted earnestly the best gifts. Yet in this he cannot be justified, that he took advantage of his brother's necessity to make him a very hard bargain. Verse 31. Sell me this day thy birthright. Probably there had formerly been some communication between them about this matter, and then it was not so great a surprise upon Esau as here it seems to be, and it may be Esau had sometimes spoken slightly of the birthright and of its appurtenances, which encouraged Jacob to make this proposal to him. And if so, Jacob is in some measure excusable in what he did to gain his point. Note, plain men that have their conversation in simplicity and godly sincerity, and without worldly wisdom, are often found wisest of all for their souls and eternity. Those are wise indeed that are wise for another world. Jacob's wisdom appeared in 2 things. 1. He chose the fittest time, took the opportunity when it offered itself, and did not let it slip. 2. Having made the bargain, he made it sure, and got it confirmed by Esau's oath. Swear to me this day. Verse 33. He took Esau when he was in the mind, and would not leave him a power of revocation. In a case of this nature, it is good to be sure. Numeral 2. Esau's profane contempt of the birthright, and the foolish sale he made of it. He is called profane Esau for it. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 16. Because for one morsel of meat he sold his birthright, as dear a morsel as ever was eaten since the forbidden fruit, and he lived to regret it when it was too late. Never was there such a foolish bargain as this was Esau now made, and yet he valued himself upon his policy, and had the reputation of a cunning man, and perhaps had often bantered his brother Jacob as a weak and simple man. Note, there are those that are penny wise and pound foolish, cunning hunters that can outwit others and draw them into their snares, and yet there are themselves imposed upon by Satan's wiles, and led captive by him at his will. Again, God often chooses the foolish things of the world by them to confound the wise. Plain Jacob makes a fool of cunning Esau. Observe the instances of Esau's folly. 1. His appetite was very strong. Verses 29 and 30. Poor Jacob had got some bread and pottage for his dinner, and was sitting down to it contentedly enough without venison, when Esau came from hunting, hungry and weary, and perhaps had caught nothing. And now Jacob's pottage pleased his eye better than ever his game had done. Give me, says he, some of that red as it is in the original. It suited his own color, verse 25, and in reproach to him for this, he was ever afterwards called Edom red. Nay, it should seem, he was so faint that he could not feed himself, nor had he a servant at hand to help him, but entreats his brother to feed him. Note, subscript 1. Those that addict themselves to sport weary themselves for very vanity. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 13. They might do the most needful business, and gain the greatest advantages, with half the pains they take, and half the perils they run into, in pursuit of their foolish pleasures. Subscript 2. Those that work with quietness are more constantly and comfortably provided for than those that hunt with noise. Bread is not always to be wise, but those that trust in the Lord and do good, verily they shall be fed with daily bread, not as Esau, sometimes feasting and sometimes fainting. Subscript 3. The gratifying of the sensual appetite is that which ruins thousands of precious souls. Surely, if Esau was hungry and faint, he might have got a meal's meat cheaper than at the expense of his birthright, but he was unaccountably fond of the color of this pottage, and could not deny himself the satisfaction of a mess of it, whatever it cost him. Never better can come of it, when men's hearts walk after their eyes. Job chapter 31, verse 7. And when they serve their own bellies, therefore look not thou upon the wine, or, as Esau, upon the pottage when it is red, when it gives that color in the cup, in the dish which is most inviting. Proverbs chapter 23, verse 31. If we use ourselves to deny ourselves, we break the forces of most temptations. Number 2. His reasoning was very weak. Verse 32. Behold, I am at the point to die, and if I were, would nothing serve me to keep him alive but this pottage? If the famine were now in the land, chapter 26, verse 1, as Dr. Lightfoot conjectures, we cannot suppose Isaac so poor, or Rebekah so bad a housekeeper, but that he might have been supplied with food convenient other ways, and might have saved his birthright, but his appetite was the mastery of him. He is in a longing condition. Nothing will please him but this red pottage, and to palliate his desire, he pretends he is at the point to die. If it had been so, was it not better for him to die in honor than to live in disgrace, to die under a blessing than to live under a curse? The birthright was typical of spiritual privileges, those of the church of the firstborn. Esau was now tried how he would value them, and he shows himself sensible only of present grievances. May he but get relief against them. He cares not for his birthright. Better principled was Naboth, who would lose his life rather than sell his vineyard, because his part of the earthly Canaan signified his part in the heavenly. 1 Kings chapter 21, verse 3. Subscript 1. If we look on Esau's birthright as only a temporal advantage, what he said had something of truth in it, namely, that our worldly enjoyments, even those we are most fond of, will stand us in no stead in a dying hour. Psalms chapter 49, verses 6 through 8. They will not put by the stroke of death, nor ease the pangs, nor remove the sting. Yet Esau, who set up for a gentleman, should have had a greater and more noble spirit than to sell even such an honor so cheaply. Subscript 2. But, being of spiritual nature, his unvaluing it was the greatest profaneness imaginable. Note, it is egregious folly to part with our interest in God and Christ and heaven for riches, honors, and pleasures of this world, as a bad bargain as his that sold a birthright for a dash of broth. Subscript 3. 3. Repentance was hidden from his eyes. Verse 34. He did eat and drink, pleased his palate, satisfied his cravings, congratulated himself on the good meal's meat he had had, and then carelessly rose up and went his way, without any serious reflections upon the bad bargain he had made, or any show of regret. Thus Esau despised his birthright. He had used no means at all to get the bargain revoked, made no appeal to his father about it, nor proposed to his brother to compound the matter, but the bargain which his necessity had made, supposing it were so, his profaneness confirmed ex post facto after the deed, and by his subsequent neglect and contempt he did, as it were, acknowledge a fine, and by justifying himself in what he had done, he put the bargain past recall. Note, people are ruined, not so much by doing what is amiss, but by doing it and not repenting of it, doing it and standing to it. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, chapter 26. Genesis chapter 26. In this chapter we have, numeral 1, Isaac in adversity by reason of a famine in the land, which, number 1, obliges him to change his quarters, verse 1. But, number 2, God visits him with direction and comfort, verses 2 through 5. Number 3, he foolishly denies his wife being in distress and is reproved for it by Abimelech, verses 6 through 11. Numeral 2, Isaac in prosperity by the blessing of God upon him, verses 12 through 14. And, number 1, the Philistines were envious at him, verses 14 through 17. Number 2, he continued industrious in his business, verses 18 through 23. Number 3, God appeared to him and encouraged him, and he devoutly acknowledged God, verses 24 and 25. Number 4. The Philistines at length made court to him, and made a covenant with him, verses 26 through 33. Number 5. The disagreeable marriage of his son Esau, which was an alloy to the comfort of his prosperity, verses 34 and 35. Removal of Isaac to Gerar, BC 1804, verse 1. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto Abimelech king of the Philistines unto Gerar, verse 2. And the Lord appeared to him and said, Go not down into Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Verse 3. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee, for unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father. Verse 4. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Verse 5. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice, and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. Here, numeral 1. God tried Isaac by his providence. Isaac had been trained up in a believing dependence upon the divine grant of the land of Canaan to him and his heirs. Yet now there is a famine in the land. Verse 1. What shall he think of the promise when the promised land will not find him bread? Is such a grant worth accepting upon such terms and after so long a time? Yes, Isaac will still cleave to the covenant, and the less valuable Canaan in itself seems to be the better he is taught to value it. Number 1. As a token of God's everlasting kindness to him, and number 2, as a type of heaven's everlasting blessedness. Note, the intrinsic worth of God's promises cannot be lessened in a believer's eye by any cross providences. Numeral 2. He directed him under this trial by his word. Isaac finds himself straitened by the scarcity of provisions. Somewhere he must go for supply. It should seem he set out for Egypt, whither his father went in the like strait. But he takes Gerar in his way, full of thoughts, no doubt, which way he had best steer his course, till God graciously appeared to him, and determined him abundantly to his satisfaction. Number 1. God bade him stay where he was, and not go down into Egypt. Sojourn in this land, verses 2 and 3. There was a famine in Jacob's days, and God bade him go down into Egypt, chapter 46, verses 3 and 4. A famine in Isaac's days, and God bade him not to go down. A famine in Abraham's days, and God left him to his liberty, directing him neither way. This variety in the divine procedure, considering that Egypt was also a place of trial and exercise to God's people, some ground upon the different characters of these three patriarchs. Abraham was a man of very high attainments and intimate communion with God, and to him all places and conditions were alike. Isaac was a very good man, but not cut out for hardship. Therefore he is forbidden to go to Egypt. Jacob was inured to difficulties, strong and patient, and therefore he must go down into Egypt, that the trial of his faith might be to praise and honor and glory. Thus God proportions his people's trials to their strength. Number 2, he promised to be with him and bless him. Verse 3, and he may go anywhere with comfort when God's blessings goes with us. So we may stay anywhere contentedly if that blessing rests upon us. Number 3, he renewed the covenant with him, which had so often been made with Abraham, repeating and ratifying the promises of the land of Canaan, a numerous issue, and the Messiah, verses 3 and 4. Note, those that must live by faith have need often to review and repeat to themselves the promises they are to live upon, especially when they are called to any instance of suffering or self-denial. Number 4. He recommended to him the good example of his father's obedience, and that which had preserved the entail of the covenant in his family. Verse 5. Abraham obeyed my voice. Do thou do so too, and the promise shall be sure to thee. Abraham's obedience is here celebrated to his honor, for by it he obtained a good report both with God and men. A great variety of words is here used to express the divine will, to which Abraham was obedient. My voice, my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws, which may intimate that Abraham's obedience was universal. He obeyed the original laws of nature, the revealed laws of divine worship, particularly that of circumcision, and all the extraordinary precepts God gave him, as that of quitting his country, and that, which something is more especially referred to, of the offering up of his son, which Isaac himself had reason enough to remember. Note, those only shall have the benefit and comfort of God's covenant with their godly parents that tread in the steps of their obedience. Isaac's denial of his wife, BC 1840, verse 6. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar, verse 7. And the men of the place asked him of his wife, and he said, She is my sister. For he feared to say, She is my wife, lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebekah, because she was fair to look upon. Verse 8. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out at a window, and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife. Verse 9. And Abimelech called Isaac, and said, Behold, of a surety she is thy wife. And how saidst thou, She is my sister? And Isaac said unto him, Because I said, Lest I die for her. Verse 10. And Abimelech said, What is this thou hast done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lain with thy wife, and thou shouldest have brought guiltiness upon us. Verse 11. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, He that toucheth this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Isaac had now laid aside all thoughts of going to Egypt, and, in obedience to the heavenly vision, sets up his staff in Gerar, the country in which he was born. Verse 6. Yet there he enters into temptation, the same temptation that his good father had been once and again surprised and overcome by, namely, to deny his wife, and to give out that she was his sister. Observe, numeral 1, how he sinned. Verse 7. Because his wife was handsome, he fancied the Philistines would find some way or other to take him off, that some of them might marry her, and therefore she must pass for his sister. It is an unaccountable thing that both these great and good men should be guilty of so strange a piece of dissimulation, by which they so much exposed both of their own and their wives' reputation. But we see, number 1, that very good men have sometimes been guilty of very great faults and follies. Let those therefore that stand take heed lest they fall, and those that have fallen not despair of being helped up again. Number 2, that there is an aptness in us to imitate even the weaknesses and infirmities of those we have a value for. We have need, therefore, to keep our foot, lest, while we aim to tread in the steps of good men, we sometimes tread in their bysteps. Numeral 2. How he was detected, and the cheat discovered by the king himself. Abimelech, not the same that was in Abraham's days, chapter 20, for this was nearly 100 years after that, but this was the common name of the Philistine kings, as Caesar of the Roman emperors, saw Isaac more familiar and pleasant with Rebekah than he knew he would be with his sister. Verse 8. He saw him sporting with her, or laughing. It is the same word with that from which Isaac had his name. He was rejoicing with the wife of his youth. Proverbs verse 18. It becomes those in that relation to be pleasant with one another, as those that are pleased with one another. Nowhere may a man more allow himself to be innocently merry than with his own wife and children. Abimelech charged him with the fraud. Verse 9 showed him how frivolous this excuse was, and what might have been the bad consequences of it. Verse 10. And then, to convince him how groundless and unjust his jealousy of them was, took him and his family under his particular protection, forbidding any injury to be done to him or his wife upon pain of death. Verse 11. Note 1. A lying tongue is but for a moment. Truth is the daughter of time, and in time it will out. 2. One sin is often the inlet to many, and therefore the beginnings of sin ought to be avoided. 3. The sins of professors shame them before those that are without. 4. God can make those that are incensed against his people, though there may be some color of cause for it, to know that it is at their peril if they do them any hurt. See Psalms chapter 105, verses 14 and 15. Isaac's removal to Beersheba, BC 1804. Verse 12. Then Isaac sowed in that land, and received in the same year an hundredfold, and the Lord blessed him. Verse 13. And the man waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great. Verse 14. For he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and great store of servants, and the Philistines envied him. Verse 15. For all the wells which his father's servants had digged in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them, and filled them with earth. Verse 16. And Abimelech said unto Isaac, Go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. Verse 17. And Isaac departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. Verse 18. And Isaac digged again the wells of water which they had digged in the days of Abraham his father, for the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. Verse 19. And Isaac's servants digged in the valley, and found there a well of spring water. Verse 20. And the herdmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. Verse 21. And they digged another well, and strove for that also, and he called the name of it Sitnah. Verse 22. And he removed from thence, and digged another well, and for that they strove not, and he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, For now the Lord hath made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. Verse 23. And he went up from thence to Beersheba. Verse 24. And the Lord appeared to him the same night, and said, I am the God of Abraham thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee. and will bless thee, and multiply thy seed for my servant Abraham's sake. Verse 25, and he builded an altar there, and called upon the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent there, and there Isaac's servants digged a well. Here we have, numeral 1, the tokens of God's goodwill to Isaac. He blessed him, and prospered him, and made all that he had to thrive under his hands. Number 1, his corn multiplied strangely. Verse 12, he had no land of his own, but took land of the Philistines and sowed it. And, be it observed for the encouragement of poor tenants that occupy other people's lands, and are honest and industrious, God blessed him with a great increase. He reaped 100-fold, and there seems to be an emphasis laid upon the time. It was that same year when there was a famine in the land, while others scarcely reaped at all. He reaped thus plentifully. See Isaiah chapter 65, verse 13. My servant shall eat, but you shall be hungry. Psalms chapter 37, verse 19. In the days of famine they shall be satisfied. 2. His cattle also increased. Verse 14. And then 3. He had great store of servants, whom he employed and maintained. Note, as goods are increased, those are increased that eat them. Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 11. Numeral 2. The tokens of the Philistines' ill will to him. They envied him. Verse 14. It is an instance, number 1, of the vanity of the world, that the more men have of it, the more they are envied, and exposed to censure and injury. Who can stand before envy? Proverbs chapter 27, verse 4. See Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 4. Number 2, of the corruption of nature, for that is a bad principle indeed, which makes men grieve at the good of others, as if it must needs be ill with me, because it is well with my neighbor. 1. They had already shown their ill will to his family by stopping up the wells which his father had digged. Verse 15. This was spitefully done, because they had not flocks of their own to water at these wells. They would not leave them for the use of others. So absurd a thing is malice, and it was perfidiously done, contrary to the covenant of friendship they had made with Abraham. Chapter 21, verses 31 and 32. No bonds will hold ill nature. 2. They expelled him out of their country. Verses 16 and 17. The king of Gerar began to look upon him with a jealous eye. Isaac's house was like a court, and his riches and retinue eclipsed Abimelech's, and therefore he must go further off. They were weary of his neighborhood, because they saw that the Lord blessed him, whereas for that reason they should the rather have courted his stay, that they also might be blessed for his sake. Isaac does not insist upon the bargain he had made with them for the lands he held, nor upon his occupying and improving them, nor does he offer to contest with them by force, though he had become very great, but very peaceably departs thence further from the royal city, and perhaps to a part of the country less fruitful. Note, we should deny ourselves both in our rights and in our conveniences rather than quarrel. A wise and a good man will rather retire into obscurity like Isaac here, into a valley, than sit high to be the butt of envy and ill will. Numeral 3. His constancy and continuance in his business still. Number 1. He kept up his husbandry and continued industrious to find wells of water and to fit them for his use. Verse 18, etc. Though he had grown very rich, yet he was as solicitous as ever about the state of his flocks, and still looked well to his herds. When men grow great, they must take heed of thinking themselves too big and too high for their business. Though he was driven from the conveniences he had had, and could not follow his husbandry with the same ease and advantage as before, yet he set himself to make the best of the country he had come into, which it is every man's prudence to do. Observe, 1. He opened the wells that his father had digged, verse 18, and out of respect to his father called them by the same names that he had given them. Note, in our searches after truth, that fountain of living water, it is good to make use of the discoveries of former ages, which have been clouded by the corruptions of later times. Inquire for the old way, the wells which our fathers digged, which the adversaries of truth have stopped up. Ask thy elders, and they shall teach thee. 2. His servants dug new wells, verse 19. Note, though we must use the light of former ages, it does not therefore follow that we must rest in it, and make no advances. We must still be building upon their foundation, running to and fro, that knowledge may be increased. Daniel chapter 12, verse 4. 3. In digging his wells he met with much opposition, verses 20 and 21. Those that open the fountains of truth must expect contradiction. The first two wells which they dug were called Essek and Sitnah, contention and hatred. See here, 1. What is the nature of worldly things? They are make-baits that occasions of strife. 2. What is often the lot even of the most quiet and peaceable men in this world, those that avoid striving, yet cannot avoid being striven with. Psalms chapter 120, verse 7. In this sense, Jeremiah was a man of contention. Jeremiah chapter 15, verse 10. And Christ himself, though he is the Prince of Peace. 3. What a mercy it is to have plenty of water, to have it without striving for it. The more common this mercy is, the more reason we have to be thankful for it. 4. At length he removed to a quiet settlement, cleaving to his peaceable principle, rather than to fly than fight, and unwilling to dwell with those that hated peace. Psalms chapter 120, verse 6. He preferred quietness to victory. He dug a well, and for this they strove not. Verse 22. Note, those that follow peace sooner or later shall find peace. Those that study to be quiet seldom fail of being so. How unlike was Isaac to his brother Ishmael, who, right or wrong, would hold what he had against all the world. Chapter 16, verse 12. And which of these would we be found the followers of? This well they called Rehoboth, enlargements, room enough. In the two former wells we may see what the earth is, straightness and strife. Men cannot thrive for the throng of their neighbors. This well shows us what heaven is. It is enlargement and peace, room enough there, for there are many mansions. Number 2, he continued firm to his religion, and kept up his communion with God. 1. God graciously appeared to him, verse 24, when the Philistines expelled him, forced him to remove from place to place, and gave him continual molestation. Then God visited him, and gave him fresh assurances of his favor. Note, when men are found false and unkind, we may comfort ourselves that God is faithful and gracious, and his time to show himself so is when we are most disappointed in our expectations from men. When Isaac had come to Beersheba, verse 23, it is probable that it troubled him to think of his unsettled condition, and that he could not be suffered to stay long in a place. And in the multitudes of these thoughts within him, that same night that he came weary and uneasy to Beersheba, God brought him his comforts to delight his soul. Probably he was apprehensive that the Philistines might not let him rest there. Fear not, says God to him, I am with thee, and will bless thee. Those may remove from comfort that are sure of God's presence with them wherever they go. 2. And he was not wanting in his returns to duty to God, for there he built an altar, and called upon the name of the Lord. Chapter 5, verse 25. Note 1. Wherever we go, we must take our religion along with us. Probably Isaac altars and his religious worship gave offense to the Philistines and provoked them to be the more troublesome to him. Yet he kept up his duty, whatever ill will he might be exposed to by it. 2. The comforts and encouragements God gives us by his word should excite and quicken us to every exercise of devotion, by which God may be honored and our intercourse with heaven maintained. Isaac's covenant with Abimelech, B.C. 1760. Verse 26. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Azumath, one of his friends, and Pishol, the chief captain of his army. Verse 27. And Isaac said unto them, Wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you? Verse 28. And they said, We saw certainly that the Lord was with thee, and we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and thee, and let us make a covenant with thee. Verse 29. That thou wilt do us no hurt, as we have not touched thee, and as we have done unto thee nothing but good, and have sent thee away in peace. Thou art now the blessed of the Lord. Verse 30. And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. Verse 31. And they rose up betimes in the morning, and sware one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. Verse 32. And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servants came and told him concerning the well which they had digged, and said unto him, We have found water. Verse 33. And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba unto this day. We have here the contests that had been between Isaac and the Philistines, issuing in a happy peace and reconciliation. Numeral 1. Abimelech pays a friendly visit to Isaac, in token of the respect he had for him. Verse 26. Note, when a man's ways please the Lord, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him. Proverbs chapter 16, verse 7. Kings' hearts are in his hands, and when he pleases, he can turn them to favor his people. Numeral 2. Isaac prudently and cautiously questions his sincerity in this visit. Verse 27. Note, in settling friendships and correspondences, there is need of the wisdom of the serpent, as well as the innocence of the dove. Nor is it any transgression of the law of meekness and love, plainly to signify our strong perception of injuries received, and to stand upon our guard in dealing with those that have acted unfairly. Numeral 3. Abimelech professes his sincerity in this address to Isaac, and earnestly courts his friendship. Verse 28 and 29. Some suggest that Abimelech pressed for this league with him because he feared lest Isaac, growing rich, should, some time or other, avenge himself upon them for the injuries he had received. However, He professes to do it rather from a principle of love. Number 1. He makes the best of their behavior towards him. Isaac complained they had hated him and sent him away. No, said Abimelech, we sent thee away in peace. They turned him off from the land he held of them, but they suffered him to take away his stock and all his effects with him. Note, the lessening of injuries is necessary to the preserving of friendships, for the aggravating of them exasperates and widens breaches. The unkindness done to us might have been worse. 2. He acknowledges the token of God's favor to him, and makes this the ground of their desire to be in league with him. The Lord is with thee, and thou art the blessed of the Lord. As if he had said, be persuaded to overlook and pass by the injuries offered thee, for God had abundantly made up to thee the damage thou receivest. Note, those whom God blesses and favors have reason enough to forgive those who hate them, since the worst enemy they have cannot do them any real hurt. Or, for this reason we desire thy friendship, because God is with thee. Note, it is good to be in covenant and communion with those who are in covenant and communion with God. 1 John chapter 1, verse 3. Present address to him was the result of mature deliberation. We said, let there be an oath between us. Whatever some of his peevish, envious subjects might mean otherwise, he and his prime ministers of state, whom he had now brought with him, designed no other than a cordial friendship. Perhaps Abimelech had received, by tradition, the warning God gave to his predecessor, not to hurt Abraham. Chapter 20, verse 7. And this made him stand in such awe of Isaac, who appeared to be as much the favorite of heaven as Abraham was. Numeral 4. Isaac entertains him and his company, and enters into a league of friendship with him. Verses 30 and 31. Here see how generous the good man was. Number 1. In giving, he made them a feast, and bade them welcome. Number 2. In forgiving, he did not insist upon the unkindnesses they had done him, but freely entered into a covenant of friendship with them, and bound himself never to do them any injury. Note, religion teaches us to be neighborly, and as such, as in us lies, to live peaceably with all men. Numeral 5. Providence smiled upon what Isaac did, for the same day that he made this covenant with Abimelech, his servants brought him the tidings of a well of water they had found. Verses 32 and 33. He did not insist upon the restitution of the wells which the Philistine had unjustly taken from him, lest this should break off the treaty, but sat down silent under the injury, and to recompense him for this immediately, he is enriched with a new well, which, because it suited so well to the occurrence of the day, he called by an old name Beersheba, the well of the oath. Esau's foolish marriage, B.C. 1760. Verse 34. And Esau was 40 years old when he took to wife Judith, the daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Bashemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. Verse 35. Which were of a grief of mind unto Isaac and to Rebekah. Here is number 1. Esau's foolish marriage. Foolish, some think, in marrying 2 wives together, for which perhaps he is called a fornicator. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 16. Or rather in marrying Canaanites, who were strangers to the blessing of Abraham, and subject to the curse of Noah, for which he is called profane. For hereby he intimated that he neither desired the blessing nor dreaded the curse of God. Number 2. The grief and trouble it created to his tender parents. 1. It grieved them that he married without asking, or at least without taking, their advice and consent. See whose steps those children tread, in who either contend nor contradict their parents in disposing of themselves. 2. It grieved them that he married the daughters of Hittites, who had no religion among them. For Isaac remembered his father's care concerning him, that he should by no means marry a Canaanite. 3. It should seem the wives he married were provoking in their conduct towards Isaac and Rebekah. Those children have little reason to expect the blessings of God who do that which is a grief of mind to their good parents. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Marianne. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 27. In this chapter, we return to the typical story of the struggle between Esau and Jacob. Esau had profanely sold the birthright to Jacob, but Esau hopes he shall be never the poorer, nor Jacob the richer, for that bargain, while he preserves his interest in his father's affections, and so secures the blessing. Here, therefore, we find how he was justly punished for his contempt of the birthright, of which he foolishly deprived himself, with the loss of the blessing, of which Jacob fraudulently deprives him. Thus this story is explained. Hebrews chapter 12, verses 16 and 17. Because he sold the birthright, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected. For those who make light of the name and profession of religion, and throw them away for a trifle, thereby forfeit the powers and privileges of it. We have here, Romans 1, Isaac's purpose to entail the blessing upon Esau, verses 1 to 5. Romans 2, Rebekah's plot to procure it for Jacob, verses 6 to 17. Romans 3, Jacob's successful management of the plot and his obtaining the blessing, verses 18 to 29. Romans 4, Esau's resentment of this, in which 1. His great importunity with his father to obtain a blessing, verses 30 to 40. 2. His great enmity to his brother for defrauding him of the first blessing, verse 41, etc. Rebekah's contrivance, B.C. 1760. Verses 1 to 5. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him, My son. And he said unto him, Behold, here am I. And he said, Behold now, I am old, I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spake unto Esau his son, and Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. Here is, Romans 1, Isaac's design to make his will, and to declare Esau his heir. The promise of the Messiah and the land of Canaan was a great trust, first committed to Abraham, inclusive and typical of spiritual and eternal blessings. This, by divine direction, he transmitted to Isaac. Isaac, being now old, and not knowing or not understanding, or not duly considering the divine oracle concerning his two sons, that the elder should serve the younger, resolves to entail all the honor and power that were wrapped up in the promise upon Esau his eldest son. In this he was governed more by natural affection and the common method of settlements than he ought to have been, if he knew, as it is probable he did, the intimations God had given of his mind in the matter. Note, we are very apt to take our measures rather from our own reason than from divine revelation, and thereby often miss our way. We think the wise and learned the mighty and noble should inherit the promise, but God sees not as man sees. See 1 Samuel chapter 16, verses 6 and 7. Romans 2. The directions he gave to Esau pursuant to this design. He calls to him, verse 1. For Esau, though married, had not yet removed, and, though he had greatly grieved his parents by his marriage, yet they had not expelled him, but it seems were pretty well reconciled to him, and made the best of it. Note, parents that are justly offended at their children, yet must not be implacable towards them. 1. He tells him upon what considerations he resolved to do this now, verse 2. I am old, and therefore must die shortly, yet I know not the day of my death, nor when I must die. I will therefore do at this time which must be done at some time. Note, sub 1. Old people should be reminded by the growing infirmities of age to do quickly, and with all the little might they have, what their hand finds to do. See Joshua chapter 13, verse 1. Sub 2. The consideration of the uncertainty of the time of our departure out of the world, about which God has wisely kept us in the dark, should quicken us to do the work of the day in its day. The heart and the house should both be set and kept in order, because at such an hour as we think not, the Son of Man comes. Because we know not the day of our death, we are concerned to mind the business of life. 2. He bids him to get things ready for the solemnity of executing his last will and testament, by which he designed to make him his heir, verses 3 and 4. Esau must go a-hunting and bring some venison, which his father will eat of, and then bless him. In this he designed not so much the refreshment of his own spirits, that he might give the blessing in a lively manner, as it is commonly taken, but rather the receiving of a fresh instance of his son's filial duty and affection to him, before he bestowed this favor upon him. Perhaps Esau, since he had married, had brought his venison to his wives, and sold them to his father, as formerly, chapter 25, verse 28, and therefore Isaac, before he would bless him, would have him show this piece of respect to him. Note, it is fit, if the less be blessed of the greater, that the greater should be served and honored by the less. He says, that my soul may bless thee before I die. Note, sub 1. Prayer is the work of the soul, and not of the lips only. As the soul must be employed in blessing God, Psalm 103, verse 1, so it must be in blessing ourselves and others. The blessing will not come to the heart if it does not come from the heart. Sub 2. The work of life must be done before we die, for it cannot be done afterwards. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 10. And it is very desirable, when we come to die, to have nothing else to do but to die. Isaac lived above 40 years after this. Let none therefore think that they shall die the sooner for making their wills and getting ready for death. Verses 6 to 17. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless thee before the Lord before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father peradventure will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, Upon me be thy curse, my son, only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. And he went, and fetched, and brought them to his mother, and his mother made savory meat such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. Rebekah is here contriving to procure for Jacob the blessing which was designed for Esau, and here, Romans 1, the end was good, for she was directed in this intention by the oracle of God, by which she had been governed in dispensing her affections. God had said it should be so, that the elder should serve the younger, and therefore Rebekah resolves that it shall be so, and cannot bear to see her husband designing to thwart the oracle of God. But, Roman 2, the means were bad, and no way justifiable. If it was not a wrong to Esau to deprive him of the blessing, he himself having forfeited it by selling the birthright, yet it was a wrong to Isaac, taking advantage of his infirmity to impose upon him. It was a wrong to Jacob, too, whom she taught to deceive, by putting a lie into his mouth, or at least by putting one into his right hand. It would likewise expose him to endless scruples about the blessing, if he should obtain it thus fraudulently, whether it would stand him or his in any stead, especially if his father should revoke it, upon the discovery of the cheat, and plead, as he might, that it was nulled by an error personae, a mistake of the person. He himself also was aware of the danger, lest, verse 12, if he should miss of the blessing, as he might probably have done, he should bring upon himself his father's curse, which he dreaded above anything. Besides, he laid himself open to that divine curse which is pronounced upon him that causeth the blind to wander out of the way. Deuteronomy chapter 27, verse 18. If Rebekah, when she heard Isaac promise the blessing to Esau, had gone, at his return from hunting, to Isaac, and, with humility and seriousness, put him in remembrance of that which God had said concerning their sons, if she further had shown him how Esau had forfeited the blessing, both by selling his birthright and by marrying strange wives, it is probable that Isaac would have been prevailed upon knowingly and wittingly to confer the blessing upon Jacob, and needed not thus to have been cheated into it. This would have been honorable and laudable, and would have looked well in the history. But God left her to herself, to take this indirect course, that he might have the glory of bringing good out of evil, and of serving his own purposes by the sins and follies of men, and that we might have the satisfaction of knowing that, though there is so much wickedness and deceit in the world, God governs it according to his will, to his own praise. See Job chapter 12, verse 16. With him are strength and wisdom, the deceived and the deceiver are his. Isaac had lost the sense of seeing, which, in this case, could not have been imposed upon, Providence having so admirably well ordered the difference of features that no two faces are exactly alike. Conversation and commerce could scarcely be maintained if there were not such a variety. Therefore she endeavors to deceive, 1. His sense of tasting, by dressing some choice pieces of kid, seasoning them, serving them up so as to make him believe they were venison. This is no hard matter to do. See the folly of those that are nice and curious in their appetite, and take pride in humoring it. It is easy to impose upon them with that which they pretend to despise and dislike. So little perhaps does it differ from that to which they give decided preference. Solomon tells us that dainties are deceitful meat, for it is possible for us to be deceived by them in more ways than one. Proverbs chapter 23, verse 32. 2. His sense of feeling and smelling. She put Esau's clothes upon Jacob, his best clothes, which, it might be supposed, Esau would put on, in token of joy and respect to his father, when he was to receive the blessing. Isaac knew these, by the stuff, shape, and smell, to be Esau's. If we would obtain a blessing from our Heavenly Father, we must come for it in the garments of our elder brother, clothed with his righteousness, who is the firstborn among many brethren. Lest the smoothness and softness of Jacob's hands and necks should betray him, she covered them, and probably part of his face, with the skins of the kids that were newly killed. Verse 16. Esau was rough indeed, when nothing less than these would serve to make Jacob like him. Those that affect to seem rough and rugged in their carriage put the beast upon the man, and really shame themselves by thus disguising themselves. And, lastly, it was a very rash word which Rebekah spoke, when Jacob objected to the danger of a curse. Upon me be thy curse, my son. Verse 13. Christ, indeed, who is mighty to save, because mighty to bear, has said, Upon me be the curse, only obey my voice. He has borne the burden of the curse of the law, for all those that will take upon them the yoke of the command of the gospel. But it is too daring for any creature to say, Upon me be the curse, unless it be that curse causeless of which we are sure shall not come. Proverbs chapter 26, verse 2. The Fraud of Jacob, B.C. 1760. Verses 18 to 29. And he came unto his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because the Lord thy God brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him, and said, The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat, and he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is the smell of a field which the Lord hath blessed. Therefore God give thee the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be every one that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. Observe here, Roman 1, the art and assurance with which Jacob managed this intrigue. Who would have thought that this plain man could have played his part so well in a design of this nature? His mother having put him in the way of it, and encouraged him in it, he dexterously applied himself to those methods which he had never accustomed himself to, but had always conceived an abhorrence of. Note, lying is soon learnt. The psalmist speaks of those who, as soon as they are born, speak lies. Psalm 58 verse 3, Jeremiah chapter 9 verse 5. I wonder how honest Jacob could so readily turn his tongue to say, verse 19, I am Esau thy firstborn. Nor do I see how the endeavor of some to bring him off with that equivocation, I am made thy firstborn, namely by purchase, does him any service. For when his father asked him, verse 24, Art thou my very son Esau? He said, I am. How could he say, I have done as thou badest me, when he had received no command from his father, but was doing as his mother bade him? How could he say, Eat of my venison, when he knew it came not from the field, but from the fold? But especially I wonder how he could have the assurance to farther it upon God, and to use his name in the cheat. Verse 20, The Lord thy God brought it to me. Is this Jacob? Is this Israel indeed, without guile? It is certainly written, not for our imitation, but for our admonition. Let him that thinks he stands take heed lest he fall. Good men have sometimes failed in the exercise of those graces for which they have been most eminent. Roman 2. The success of this management. Jacob, with some difficulty gained his point, and obtained the blessing. 1. Isaac was at first dissatisfied, and would have discovered the fraud if he could have trusted his own ears, for the voice was Jacob's voice. Verse 22. Providence has ordered a strange variety of voices as well as faces, which is also of use to prevent our being imposed upon, and the voice is a thing not easily disguised nor counterfeited. This may be alluded to illustrate the character of a hypocrite. His voice is Jacob's voice, but his hands are Esau's. He speaks the language of a saint, but does the works of a sinner. But the judgment will be, as here, by the hands. 2. At length he yielded to the power of the cheat, because the hands were hairy. Verse 23. Not considering how easy it was to counterfeit that circumstance. And now Jacob carries it on dexterously, sets his venison before his father, and waits at table very officiously till dinner is done, and the blessing comes to be pronounced in the close of this solemn feast. That which in some small degree extenuates the crime of Rebekah and Jacob is that the fraud was intended not so much to hasten the fulfilling as to prevent the thwarting of the oracle of God. The blessing was just going to be put on the wrong head, and they thought it was time to bestir themselves. Now let us see how Isaac gave Jacob his blessing, verses 26 to 29. Sub 1. He embraced him, in token of a particular affection to him. Those that are blessed of God are kissed with the kisses of his mouth, and they do, by love and loyalty, kiss the Son. Psalm 2, verse 12. Sub 2. He praised him. He smelt the smell of his raiment, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field, which the Lord hath blessed. That is, like that of the most fragrant flowers and spices. It appeared that God had blessed him, and therefore Isaac would bless him. Sub 3. He prayed for him, and therein prophesied concerning him. It is the duty of parents to pray for their children, and to bless them in the name of the Lord, and thus, as well as by their baptism, to do what they can to preserve and perpetuate the entail of the covenant in their families. But this was an extraordinary blessing, and Providence so ordered it that Isaac should bestow it upon Jacob, ignorantly and by mistake, that it might appear he was beholden to God for it, and not to Isaac. 3 things Jacob is here blessed with. 1. Plenty, verse 28. Heaven and earth concurring to make him rich. 2. Power, verse 29. Particularly dominion over his brethren, namely Esau and his posterity. 3. Prevalency with God, and a great interest in heaven. Cursed be every one that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. Let God be a friend to all thy friends, and an enemy to all thy enemies. More is certainly comprised in this blessing than appears prima facie, at first sight. It must amount to an entail of the promise of the Messiah and of the Church. This was, in the patriarchal dialect, the blessing. Something spiritual, doubtless, is included in it. First, that from him should come the Messiah, who should have a sovereign dominion on earth. It was that top branch of his family which people should serve and nations bow down to. See Numbers chapter 24, verse 19. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, the star and scepter, verse 17. Jacob's dominion over Esau was to be only typical of this, chapter 49, verse 10. Secondly, that from him should come the church, which should be particularly owned and favored by heaven. It was part of the blessing of Abraham, when he was first called to be the father of the faithful, chapter 12, verse 3. I will bless those that bless thee. Therefore, when Isaac afterwards confirmed the blessing to Jacob, he called it the blessing of Abraham, chapter 28, verse 4. Balaam explains this too, Numbers chapter 29, verse 9. Note, it is the best and most desirable blessing to stand in relation to Christ and his church, and to be interested in Christ's power and the church's favors. The blessing pronounced on Jacob and Esau, BC 1760. Verses 30 to 40. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that hath taken venison, and brought it me, and I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him? Yea, and he shall be blessed. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, Thy brother came with subtlety, and hath taken away thy blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing. And he said, Hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him thy lord. and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with corn and wine I have sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. Here is, Roman 1, the covenant blessing denied to Esau. He that made so light of the birthright would now have inherited the blessing, but he was rejected and found no place of repentance in his father, though he sought it carefully with tears. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 17. Observe, 1, how carefully he sought it. He prepared the savory meat as his father had directed him, and then begged the blessing which his father had encouraged him to expect. Verse 31. When he understood that Jacob had obtained it surreptitiously, he cried with a great and exceedingly bitter cry. Verse 34. No man could have laid the disappointment more to heart than he did. He made his father's tent to ring with his grief, and again, verse 38, lifted up his voice and wept. Note, the day is coming when those that now make light of the blessings of the covenant, and sell their title to them for a thing of naught, will in vain be importunate for them. Those that will not so much as ask and seek now will knock shortly and cry, Lord, Lord. Slighters of Christ will then be humble suitors to him. 2. How he was rejected. Isaac, when first made sensible of the imposition that had been practiced upon him, trembled exceedingly. Verse 33. Those that follow the choice of their own affections, rather than the dictates of the divine will, involve themselves in such perplexities as these. But he soon recovers himself, and ratifies the blessing he had given to Jacob. I have blessed him, and he shall be blessed. He might, upon very plausible grounds, have recalled it, but now at last he is sensible that he was in an error when he designed it for Esau. Either himself recollecting the divine oracle, or rather having found himself more than ordinarily filled with the Holy Ghost when he gave the blessing to Jacob, he perceived that God did, as it were, say amen to it. Now, 1, Jacob was hereby confirmed in his possession of the blessing, and abundantly satisfied of the validity of it, though he obtained it fraudulently. Hence, too, he had reason to hope that God graciously overlooked and pardoned his misconduct. 2, Isaac hereby acquiesced in the will of God, though it contradicted his own expectations and affection. He had a mind to give Esau the blessing, but, when he perceived the will of God was otherwise, he submitted, and this he did by faith. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 20, as Abraham before him, when he had solicited for Ishmael. May not God do what he will with his own? 3, Esau hereby was cut off from the expectation of that special blessing, which he thought to have preserved to himself when he sold his birthright. We, by this instance, are taught, 1, that it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of God that showeth mercy. Romans chapter 9, verse 16. The apostle seems to allude to this story. Esau had a good will to the blessing and ran for it, but God that showed mercy designed it for Jacob, that the purpose of God according to election might stand. Verse 11. The Jews, like Esau, hunted after the law of righteousness. Verse 31. Yet missed of the blessing of righteousness, because they sought it by the works of the law. Verse 32. While the Gentiles, who, like Jacob, sought it by faith in the oracle of God, obtained it by force, with that violence which the kingdom of heaven suffers. See Matthew chapter 11, verse 12. 2. That those who undervalue their spiritual birthright, and can afford to sell it for a morsel of meat, forfeit spiritual blessings, and it is just with God to deny them those favors they were careless of. Those that will part with their wisdom and grace, with their faith and good conscience, for the honors, wealth, or pleasures of this world, however they may pretend a zeal for the blessing, have already judged themselves unworthy of it, and so shall their doom be. 3. That those who lift up hands in wrath lift them up in vain. Esau, instead of repenting of his own folly, reproached his brother, unjustly charged him with taking away the birthright which he had fairly sold to him, verse 36, and conceived malice against him for what he had now done, verse 41. Those are not likely to speed in prayer who turn those resentments upon their brethren which they should turn upon themselves, and lay the blame of their miscarriages upon others, when they should take shame to themselves. 4. That those who seek not till it is too late will be rejected. This was the ruin of Esau. He did not come in time. As there is an accepted time, a time when God will be found, so there is a time when he will not answer those that call upon him, because they neglected the appointed season. See Proverbs chapter 1, verse 28. The time of God's patience and our probation will not last always. The day of grace will come to an end, and the door will be shut. Then many that now despise the blessing will seek it carefully, for then they will know how to value it, and will see themselves undone, forever undone, without it, but to no purpose. Luke chapter 13, verses 25 to 27. Oh, that we would therefore in this day know the things that belong to our peace. Romans 2. Here is a common blessing bestowed upon Esau. 1. This he desired. Bless me also. Verse 34. Hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? Verse 36. Note, sub 1. The worst of men know how to wish well to themselves, and even those who profanely sell their birthright seem piously to desire the blessing. Faint desires of happiness, without a right choice of the end and a right use of the means, deceive many into their own ruin. Multitudes go to hell with their mouths full of good wishes. The desire of the slothful and unbelieving kills them. Many will seek to enter in, as Esau, who shall not be able, because they do not strive. Luke chapter 13, verse 24. Sub 2. It is the folly of most men that they are willing to take up with any good. Psalm 4, verse 6. As Esau here, who desired but a second-rate blessing, a blessing separated from the birthright. Profane hearts think any blessing as good as that from God's oracle. Hast thou but one? As if he had said, I will take up with any, though I have not the blessing of the church, yet let me have some blessing. 2. This he had, and let him make his best of it. Verses 39 and 40. Sub 1. It was a good thing, and better than he deserved. It was promised him, 1. That he should have a competent livelihood, the fatness of the earth and the dew of heaven. Note, those that come short of the blessings of the covenant may yet have a very good share of outward blessings. God gives good ground and good weather to many that reject his covenant and have no part nor lot in it. 2. That by degrees he should recover his liberty. If Jacob must rule, verse 29, Esau must serve, but he has this to comfort him. He shall live by his sword. He shall serve, but he shall not starve, and at length, after much skirmishing, he shall break the yoke of bondage, and wear marks of freedom. This was fulfilled, 2 Kings chapter 8, verses 20 and 22, when the Edomites revolted. Sub 2. Yet it was far short of Jacob's blessing. For him God had reserved some better thing. 1. In Jacob's blessing, the dew of heaven is put first, as that which he most valued and desired and depended upon. In Esau's, the fatness of the earth is put first, for it was this that he had the first and principal regard to. 2. Esau has these, but Jacob has them from God's hand. God give thee the dew of heaven, verse 28. It was enough to Esau to have the possession, but Jacob desired it by promise, and to have it from covenant love. 3. Jacob shall have dominion over his brethren. Hence the Israelites often ruled over the Edomites. Esau shall have dominion, that is, he shall gain some power and interest, but he shall never have dominion over his brother. We never find that the Jews were sold into the hands of the Edomites, or that they oppressed them. But the great difference is that there is nothing in Esau's blessing that points at Christ, nothing that brings him or his into the church and covenant of God, without which the fatness of the earth and the plunder of the field will stand him in little stead. Thus Isaac by faith blessed them both according as their lot should be. Some observe that Jacob was blessed with a kiss, verse 27. So was not Esau. Jacob's life threatened by Esau, BC 1760, verses 41 to 46. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will slay my brother Jacob. And these words of Esau his elder son were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, purposing to kill thee. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise, flee thou to Laban my brother to Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until thy brother's fury turn away, until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him. Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me? Here is Roman 1, the malice Esau bore to Jacob upon account of the blessing which he had obtained, verse 41. Thus he went in the way of Cain, who slew his brother because he had gained the acceptance of God, of which he had rendered himself unworthy. Esau's hatred of Jacob was, 1. A causeless hatred. He hated him for no other reason but because his father blessed him and God loved him. Note, the happiness of saints is the envy of sinners. Whom heaven blesses, hell curses. 2. It was a cruel hatred. Nothing less would satisfy him than to slay his brother. It is the blood of the saints that persecutors thirst after. I will slay my brother. How could he say that word without horror? How could he call him brother, and yet vow his death? Note, the rage of persecutors will not be tied up by any bonds. No, the strongest and most sacred. 3. It was a politic hatred. He expected his father would soon die, and then titles must be tried and interests contested between the brothers, which would give him a fair opportunity for revenge. He thinks it not enough to live by his sword himself, verse 40, unless his brother die by it. He is loath to grieve his father while he lives, and therefore puts off the intended murder till his death, not caring how much he then grieved his surviving mother. Note, sub 1. Those are bad children to whom their good parents are a burden, and who, upon any account, long for the days of mourning for them. Sub 2. Bad men are long held in by external restraints from doing the mischief they would do, and so their wicked purposes come to naught. Sub 3. Those who think to defeat God's purposes will undoubtedly be disappointed themselves. Esau aimed to prevent Jacob, or his seed, from having the dominion, by taking away his life before he was married. But who can disannul what God has spoken? Men may fret at God's counsels, but cannot change them. Roman 2. The method Rebekah took to prevent the mischief. 1. She gave Jacob warning of his danger, and advised him to withdraw for a while and shift for his own safety. She tells him what she heard of Esau's design, that he comforted himself with the hope of an opportunity to kill his brother, verse 42. Would one think that such a bloody, barbarous thought as this could be a comfort to a man? If Esau could have kept his design to himself, his mother would not have suspected it. But men's impudence in sin is often their infatuation, and they cannot accomplish their wickedness because their rage is too violent to be concealed, and a bird of the air carries the voice. Observe here, sub 1, what Rebekah feared, lest she should be deprived of them both in one day, verse 45. Deprived not only of the murdered, but of the murderer, who either by the magistrate or by the immediate hand of God would be sacrificed to justice, which she herself must acquiesce in and not obstruct, or, if not so, yet thenceforward she would be deprived of all joy and comfort in him. Those that are lost to virtue are in a manner lost to all their friends. With what pleasure can a child be looked upon that can be looked upon as no other than a child of the devil? Sub 2. What Rebekah hoped, that, if Jacob for a while kept out of sight, the affront which his brother resented so fiercely would by degrees go out of mind. The strength of passions is weakened and taken off by the distances both of time and place. She promised herself that his brother's anger would turn away. Note, yielding pacifies great offenses, and even those that have a good cause, and God on their side, must yet use this with other prudent expedients for their own preservation. 2. She impressed Isaac with an apprehension of the necessity of Jacob's going among her relations upon another account, which was to take a wife, verse 46. She would not tell him of Esau's wicked design against the life of Jacob, lest it should trouble him, but prudently took another way to gain her point. Isaac saw as uneasy as he was to Esau's being unequally yoked with Hittites, and therefore, with a very good color of reason, she moves to have Jacob married to one that was better principled. Note, one miscarriage should serve as a warning to prevent another. Those are careless indeed that stumble twice at the same stone. Yet Rebekah seems to have expressed herself somewhat too warmly in the matter, when she said, "What good will my life do me if Jacob marry a Canaanite?" Thanks be to God, all our comfort is not lodged in one hand. We may do the work of life and enjoy the comforts of life, though everything do not fall out of our mind, and though our relations be not in all respects agreeable to us. Perhaps Rebekah spoke with this concern because she saw it necessary, for the quickening of Isaac, to give speedy orders in the matter. Observe, though Jacob was himself very towardly and well fixed in his religion, yet he had need to be put out of the way of temptation. Even he was in danger both of following the bad example of his brother and of being drawn into a snare by it. We must not presume too far upon the wisdom and resolution, no, not of those children that are most hopeful and promising, but care must be taken to keep them out of harm's way. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Marianne. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry, Chapter 28. We have here, Roman 1, Jacob parting with his parents to go to Padan Aram, the charge his father gave him, verses 1 and 2, the blessing he sent him away with, verses 3 and 4, his obedience to the orders given him, verses 5 and 10, and the influence this had upon Esau, verses 6 to 9. Roman 2, Jacob meeting with God and his communion with him by the way, and there, 1, his vision of the ladder, verses 11 and 12, 2, the gracious promises God made him, verses 13 to 15, 3, the impression this made upon him, verses 16 to 19, and 4, the vow he made to God upon this occasion, verse 20, and etc. Jacob dismissed with a blessing, BC 1760. Verses 1 to 5. And Isaac called Jacob, and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban thy mother's brother. And God Almighty bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people, and give thee the blessing of Abraham, to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which God gave unto Abraham. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padan Aram, unto Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. Jacob had no sooner obtained the blessing than immediately he was forced to flee from his country, and, as it if were not enough that he was a stranger and a sojourner there, he must go to be more so, and no better than an exile in another country. Now Jacob fled into Syria, Hosea chapter 12, verse 12. He was blessed with plenty of corn and wine, and yet he went away poor, was blessed with government, and yet went out to service, a hard service. This was, 1, perhaps to correct him for his dealing fraudulently with his father. The blessing shall be confirmed to him, and yet he shall smart for the indirect course he took to obtain it. While there is such an alloy as there is of sin in our duties, we must expect an alloy of trouble in our comforts. However, 2, it was to teach us that those who inherit the blessing must expect persecution. Those who have peace in Christ shall have tribulation in the world. John chapter 16, verse 33. Being told of this before, we must not think it strange, and, being assured of a recompense hereafter, we must not think it hard. We may observe, likewise, that God's providences often seem to contradict his promises, and to go cross to them. And yet, when the mystery of God shall be finished, we shall see that all was for the best, and that cross providences did but render the promises, and the accomplishment of them, the more illustrious. Now Jacob is here dismissed by his father. Romans 1, with a solemn charge. He blessed him and charged him, verses 1 and 2. Note, those that have the blessing must keep the charge annexed to it, and not think to separate what God has joined. The charge is like that in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14. Be not unequally yoked with unbelievers. And all that inherit the promises of the remission of sins and the gift of the Holy Ghost must keep this charge which follows those promises. Save yourselves from this untoward generation. Acts chapter 2, verses 38 to 40. Those that are entitled to peculiar favors must be a peculiar people. If Jacob be an heir of promise, he must not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Those that profess religion should not marry those that are irreligious. Romans 2, with a solemn blessing, verses 3 and 4. He had before blessed him unwittingly. Now he does it designedly, for the greater encouragement of Jacob in that melancholy condition to which he was now removing. This blessing is more express and full than the former. It is an entail of the blessing of Abraham, that blessing which was poured on the head of Abraham like the anointing oil, thence to run down to his chosen seed, as the skirts of his garments. It is a gospel blessing, the blessing of church privileges. That is the blessing of Abraham, which upon the Gentiles through faith, Galatians chapter 3, verse 14. It is a blessing from God Almighty, by which name God appeared to the patriarchs, Exodus chapter 6, verse 3. Those are blessed indeed whom God Almighty blesses, for he commands and effects the blessing. 2 great promises Abraham was blessed with, and Isaac here entails them both upon Jacob. 1. The promise of heirs. God make thee fruitful and multiply thee. Verse 3. Sub 1. Through his loins should descend from Abraham that people who should be numerous as the stars of heaven and the sand of the sea, and who should increase more than the rest of the nations, so as to be an assembly of people, as the margin reads it. And never was such a multitude of people so often gathered into one assembly as the tribes of Israel were in the wilderness and afterwards. Sub 2. Through his loins should descend from Abraham that person in whom all the families of the earth should be blessed, and to whom the gathering of the people should be. Jacob had in him a multitude of people indeed, for all things in heaven and earth are united in Christ. Ephesians chapter 1, verse 10. All center in him, that corn of wheat which falling to the ground produced much fruit. John 12:24. 2. The promise of an inheritance for those heirs. That thou mayest inherit the land of thy sojournings. Verse 4. Canaan was hereby entailed upon the seed of Jacob, exclusive of the seed of Esau. Isaac was now sending Jacob away into a distant country, to settle there for some time, and, lest this should look like disinheriting him, he here confirms the settlement of it upon him, that he might be assured that the discontinuance of his possession should be no defeasance of his right. Observe, he is here told that he should inherit the land wherein he sojourned. Those that are sojourners now shall be heirs forever, and, even now, those do most inherit the earth, though they do not inherit most of it, that are most like strangers in it. Those have the best enjoyment of present things that sit most loose to them. This promise looks as high as heaven, of which Canaan was a type. This was the better country which Jacob, with the other patriarchs, had in his eye when he confessed himself a stranger and a pilgrim upon the earth. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 13. Jacob, having taken leave of his father, was hastened away with all speed, lest his brother should find an opportunity to do him a mischief, and away he went to Padan Aram. Verse 5. How unlike was his taking a wife thence to his fathers! Isaac had servants and camels sent to fetch his. Jacob must go himself, go alone, and go afoot, to fetch his. He must go too in a fright from his father's house, not knowing when he might return. Note, if God, in his providence, disables us, we must be content, though we cannot keep up the state and grandeur of our ancestors. We should be more in care to maintain their piety than to maintain their dignity, and to be as good as they were than to be as great. Rebekah is here called Jacob's and Esau's mother. Jacob is named first, not only because he had always been his mother's darling, but because he was now made his father's heir, and Esau was, in this sense, set aside. Note, the time will come when piety will have precedency, whatever it has now. Verses 6-9. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padan Aram, to take him a wife from thence, and that, as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau unto Ishmael, and took unto the wives which he had Mahalath, a daughter of Ishmael Abraham's son, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife. This passage concerning Esau comes in the midst of Jacob's story, either 1. To show the influence of a good example. Esau, though the greater man, now begins to think Jacob the better man, and disdains not to take him for his pattern in this particular instance of marrying with a daughter of Abraham. The elder children should give to the younger an example of tractableness and obedience. It is bad if they do not, but it is some alleviation if they take the example of it from them, as Esau here did from Jacob. Or 2. To show the folly of an afterwit. Esau did well, but he did it when it was too late. He saw that the daughters of Canaan pleased not his father, and he might have seen that long ago, if he had consulted with his father's judgment as much as he did his palate. And how did he now mend the matter? Why, truly, as to make bad worse. 1. He married a daughter of Ishmael, the son of the bondwoman who was cast out, and was not to inherit with Isaac and his seed, thus joining with a family which God had rejected, and seeking to strengthen his own pretensions by the aid of another pretender. 2. He took a third wife, while, for aught that appears, his other two were neither dead nor divorced. 3. He did it only to please his father, not to please God. Now that Jacob was sent into a far country, Esau would be all in all at home, and he hoped so to humor his father as to prevail with him to make a new will, and entail the promise upon him, revoking the settlement lately made upon Jacob. And thus, 1. He was wise when it was too late, like Israel that would venture when the decree had gone forth against them. Numbers chapter 14, verse 40, and the foolish virgins. Matthew chapter 25, verse 11. 2. He rested in a partial reformation, and thought by pleasing his parents in one thing to atone for all his other miscarriages. It is not said that when he saw how obedient Jacob was, and how willing to please his parents, he repented of his malicious designs against him. No, it appears afterwards that he persisted in that, and retained his malice. Note, carnal hearts are apt to think themselves as good as they should be, because perhaps, in some one particular instance, they are not so bad as they have been. Thus Micah retains his idols, but thinks himself happy in having a Levite to be his priest. Judges chapter 17, verse 13. Jacob's vision at Bethel, B.C. 1760. Verses 10 through 15. And Jacob went out from Beer-sheba, and went toward Haran, and he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took of the stones of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed. And behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven, and behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. And behold, the Lord stood above it, and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac. The The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee in all places whither thou goest, and will bring thee again into this land. For I will not leave thee until I have done that which I have spoken to thee of. We have here Jacob upon his journey towards Syria in a very desolate condition, like one that was sent to seek his fortune. But we find that, although he was alone, yet he was not alone, for the Father was with him. John chapter 16, verse 32. If what is here recorded happened, as it should seem it did, the first night, he had made a long day's journey from Beersheba to Bethel, above 40 miles. Providence brought him to a convenient place, probably shaded with trees, to rest himself in that night, and there he had, Romans 1, a hard lodging, verse 11, the stones for his pillows, and the heavens for his canopy and curtains. As the usage then was, perhaps this was not so bad as it seems now to us, but we should think, 1. He lay very cold, the cold ground for his bed, and, which one would suppose made the matter worse, a cold stone for his pillow, and in the cold air. 2. Very uneasy. If his bones were sore with his day's journey, his night's rest would but make them sorer. 3. Very much exposed. He forgot that he was fleeing for his life, or had his brother, in his rage, pursued or sent a murderer after him. Here he lay ready to be sacrificed, and destitute of shelter and defense. We cannot think it was by reason of his poverty that he was so ill accommodated, but, sub 1, it was owing to the plainness and simplicity of those times when men did not take so much state and consult their ease so much, as in these later times of softness and effeminacy. Sub 2, Jacob had been particularly used to hardships, as a plain man dwelling in tents, and, designing now to go to service, he was the more willing to inure himself to them. And, as it proved, it was well. Chapter 31, verse 40. Sub 3. His comfort in the divine blessing and his confidence in the divine protection made him easy, even when he lay thus exposed. Being sure that his God made him to dwell in safety, he could lie down and sleep upon a stone. Romans 2. In his hard lodging he had a pleasant dream. Any Israelite indeed would be willing to take up with Jacob's pillow, provided he might but have Jacob's dream. Then and there he heard the words of God, and saw the visions of the Almighty. It was the best night's sleep he ever had in his life. Note, God's time to visit people with his comforts is when they are most destitute of other comforts, and other comforters. When afflictions in the way of duty, as these were, do abound, then shall consolation so much the more abound. Now observe here, 1. The encouraging vision Jacob saw, verse 12. He saw a ladder which reached from earth to heaven, the angels ascending and descending upon it, and God himself at the head of it. Now this represents the two things that are very comfortable to good people at all times and in all conditions. Sub 1. The providence of God, by which there is a constant correspondence kept up between heaven and earth. The counsels of heaven are executed on earth, and the actions and affairs of this earth are all known in heaven and judged there. Providence does its work gradually and by steps. Angels are employed as ministering spirits to serve all the purposes and designs of providence, and the wisdom of God is at the upper end of the ladder, directing all the motions of second causes to the glory of the first cause. The angels are active spirits, continually ascending and descending. They rest not, day nor night, from service, according to the posts assigned them. They ascend to give account of what they have done and to receive orders, and then descend to execute the orders they have received. Thus we should always abound in the work of the Lord, that we may do it as the angels do it. Psalm 103, verses 20 and 21. This vision gave very seasonable comfort to Jacob, letting him know that he had both a good guide and a good guard in his going out and coming in, that, though he was made to wander from his father's house, yet still he was the care of a kind providence and the charge of the holy angels. This is comfort enough, though we should not admit the notion, which some have, that the tutelar angels of Canaan were ascending, having guarded Jacob out of their land, and the angels of Syria descending to take him into their custody. Jacob was now the type and representative of the whole church, with the guardianship of which the angels are entrusted. 2. The mediation of Christ. He is this latter, the foot on earth in his human nature, the top in heaven in his divine nature, or the former in his humiliation, the latter in his exaltation. All the intercourse between heaven and earth since the fall is by this latter. Christ is the way. All God's favors come to us, and all our services go to him by Christ. If God dwells with us and we with him, it is by Christ. We have no way of getting to heaven but by this ladder. If we climb up any other way, we are thieves and robbers. To this vision our Savior alludes when he speaks of the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man, John chapter 1, verse 51. For the kind offices the angels do us, and the benefits we receive by their ministration, all are owing to Christ, who has reconciled things on earth and things in heaven, Colossians chapter 1, verse 20, and made them all meet in himself, Ephesians chapter 1, verse 10. 2. The encouraging words Jacob heard. God now brought him into the wilderness and spoke comfortably to him, spoke from the head of the ladder, for all the glad tidings we receive from heaven come through Jesus Christ. 1. The former promises made to his father were repeated and ratified to him, verses 13 and 14. In general, God intimated to him that he would be the same to him that he had been to Abraham and Isaac. Those that tread in the steps of their godly parents are interested in their covenant and entitled to their privileges. Particularly, 1. The land of Canaan is settled upon him, the land whereon thou liest, as if by his lying so contentedly upon the bare ground he had taken livery and seisin of the whole land. 2. It is promised him that his posterity should multiply exceedingly as the dust of the earth, that, though he seemed now to be plucked off as a withered branch, yet he should become a flourishing tree, that should send out his boughs unto the sea. These were the blessings with which his father had blessed him, verses 3 and 4, and God here said Amen to them, that he might have strong consolation. And 3. It is added that the Messiah should come from his loins, in whom all the families of the earth should be blessed. Christ is the great blessing of the world. All that are blessed, whatever family they are blessed in him, and none of any family are excluded from blessedness in him, but those that exclude themselves. 2. Fresh promises were made him, accommodated to his present condition, verse 15. 1. Jacob was apprehensive of danger from his brother Esau, but God promises to keep him. Note, those are safe whom God protects, whoever pursues them. 2. He had now a long journey before him, had to travel alone, in an unknown road, to an unknown country, but, behold, I am with thee, says God. Note, wherever we are safe and may be easy if we have God's favorable presence with us. 3. He knew not, but God foresaw what hardships he should meet in his uncle's service, and therefore promises to preserve him in all places. Note, God knows how to give his people graces and comforts accommodated to the events that shall be, as well as to those that are. 4. He was now going as an exile into a place far distant, but God promises him to bring him back again to this land. Note, he that preserves his people's going out will also take care of their coming in. Psalm 121, verse 8. 5. He seems to be forsaken of all his friends, but God here gives him this assurance, I will not leave thee. Note, whom God loves he never leaves. This promise is sure to all the seed. Hebrews chapter 13, verse 5. And 6. Providences seem to contradict the promises. He is therefore assured of the performance of them in their season. All shall be done that I have spoken to thee of. Note, saying and doing are not two things with God, whatever they are with us. Jacob's vow, BC 1760. Verses 16 to 22. And Jacob awakened out of his sleep, and he said, Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid, and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. And Jacob rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillow, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Beth-el. But the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If God will be with me, and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be God's house, and of all that thou shalt give me I will surely give the 10th unto thee. God manifested himself and his favor to Jacob when he was asleep and purely passive, for the Spirit, like the wind, blows when and where he listeth, and God's grace, like the dew, tarrieth not for the sons of men. Micah chapter 5, verse 7. But Jacob applied himself to the improvement of the visit God had made him when he was awake, and we may well think he awaked, as the prophet did, Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 26, and behold, his sleep was sweet to him. Here is much of Jacob's devotion on this occasion. Romans 1. He expressed a great surprise at the tokens he had of God's special presence with him in that place. Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. Verse 16. Note 1. God's manifestations of himself to his people carry their own evidence along with them. God can give undeniable demonstrations of his presence, such as give abundant satisfaction to the souls of the faithful that God is with them of a truth, satisfaction not communicable to others, but convincing to themselves. 2. We sometimes meet with God where we little thought of meeting with him. He is where we did not think he had been, is found where we asked not for him. No place excludes divine visits. Chapter 16, verse 13, here also. Wherever we are, in the city or in the desert, in the house or in the field, in the shop or in the street, we may keep up our intercourse with heaven, if it be not our own fault. Romans 2. It struck an awe upon him, verse 17. He was afraid. So far was he from being puffed up and exalted above measure with the abundance of the revelations, 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 7, that he was afraid. Note, the more we see of God, the more cause we see for holy trembling and blushing before him. Those to whom God is pleased to manifest himself are thereby laid and kept very low in their own eyes, and see cause to fear even the Lord and his goodness. Hosea chapter 3, verse 5. He said, How dreadful is this place! That is, the appearance of God in this place is never to be thought of but with a holy awe and reverence. I shall have a respect for this place, and remember it by this token as long as I live. Not that he thought the place itself any nearer the divine visions than other places, but what he saw there at this time was, as it were, the house of God, the residence of the divine majesty, and the gate of heaven, that is, the general rendezvous of the inhabitants of the upper world, as the meetings of a city were in their gates, or the angels ascending and descending were like travelers passing and repassing through the gates of a city. Note 1. God is in a special manner present where his grace is revealed, and where his covenants are published and sealed. As of old by the ministry of angels, so now by instituted ordinances. Matthew chapter 28, verse 20. 2. Where God meets us with his special presence, we ought to meet him with the most humble reverence, remembering his justice and holiness, and our own meanness and vileness. Romans 3. He took care to preserve the memorial of it in two ways. 1. He set up the stone for a pillar, verse 18, not as if he thought the visions of his head were in any way owing to the stone on which it lay, but thus he would mark the place against he came back, and erect a lasting monument of God's favor to him, and because he had not time now to build an altar here, as Abraham did in the places where God appeared to him. Chapter 12, verse 7, he therefore poured oil on the top of this stone, which probably was the ceremony then used in dedicating their altars, as an earnest of his building an altar when he should have the conveniences for it, as afterwards he did, in gratitude to God for this vision. Chapter 35, verse 7. Note, grants of mercy call for returns of duty, and the sweet communion we have with God ought ever to be remembered. 2. He gave a new name to the place. Verse 19. It had been called Luz, and almond tree, but he will have it henceforward called Bethel, the house of God. This gracious appearance of God to him put a greater honor upon it, and made it more remarkable than all the almond trees that furnished there. This is that Bethel, where, long after, it is said, God found Jacob, and there, in what he said to him, he spoke with us. Hosea chapter 12, verse 4. In process of time, this Bethel, the house of God, became Beth-aven, a house of vanity and iniquity, when Jeroboam set up one of his calves there. Romans 4. He made a solemn vow upon this occasion, verses 20 to 22. By religious vows we give glory to God, our own dependence upon him, and lay a bond upon our own souls to engage and quicken our obedience to him. Jacob was now in fear and distress, and it is seasonable to make vows in times of trouble, or when we are in pursuit of any special mercy. Jonah chapter 1, verse 16, Psalm 66, verses 13 and 14, 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 11, Numbers chapter 21, verses 1 to 3. Jacob had now had a gracious visit from heaven. God had renewed his covenant with him, and the covenant is mutual. When God ratifies his promises to us, it is proper for us to repeat our promises to him. Now, in this vow observe, 1. Jacob's faith. God had said, verse 15, I am with thee and will keep thee. Jacob takes hold of this and infers, seeing God will be with me and will keep me, as he hath said, and, which is implied in that promise, will provide comfortably for me, and seeing he has promised to bring me again to this land, that is, to the house of my father, whom I hope to find alive at my return in peace, so unlike was he to Esau, who longed for the days of mourning for his father, I depend upon it. Note, God's promises are to be the guide and measure of our desires and expectations. 2. Jacob's modesty and great moderation in his desires. He will cheerfully content himself with bread to eat and raiment to put on, and, though God's promise had now made him heir to a very great estate, yet he indents not for soft clothing and dainty meat. Agur's wish is his, feed me with food convenient for me, and see 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 8. Nature is content with a little, and grace with less. Those that have most have, in effect, no more for themselves than food and raiment. Of the overplus they have only either the keeping or the giving, not the enjoyment. If God give us more, we are bound to be thankful, and to use it for him. If he give us but this, we are bound to be content and cheerfully to enjoy him in it. 3. Jacob's piety and his regard to God, which appear here, sub 1, in what he desired, that God would be with him and keep him. Note, we need desire no more to make us easy and happy, wherever we are, than to have God's presence with us and to be under his protection. It is comfortable in a journey to have a guide in an unknown way, a guard in a dangerous way, to be well carried, well provided for, and to have good company in any way. And those that have God with them have all this in the best manner. Sub 2. In what he designed. His resolution is, 1. In general, to cleave to the Lord, as his God in covenant. Then shall the Lord be my God, not as if he would disown him and cast him off, if he should want food and raiment. No, though he slay us, we must cleave to him. But, then I will rejoice in him as my God. Then I will more strongly engage myself to abide with him. Note, every mercy we receive from God should be improved as an additional obligation upon us to walk closely with him as our God. 2. In particular, that he would perform some special acts of devotion in token of his gratitude. First, this pillar shall keep possession here till I come back in peace, and then it shall be God's house. that is, an altar shall be erected here to the honor of God. Secondly, the house of God shall not be unfurnished, nor his altar without a sacrifice. Of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth unto thee, to be spent either upon God's altars or upon his poor, both of which are his receivers in the world. Probably it was according to some general instructions received from heaven that Abraham and Jacob offered the tenth of their acquisitions to God. Note, 1. God must be honored with our estates, and must have his dues out of them. When we receive more than ordinary mercy from God, we should study to give some signal instances of gratitude to him. 2. The tenth is a very fit proportion to be devoted to God and employed for him, though, as circumstances vary, it may be more or less as God prospers us. 1 Corinthians chapter 16, verse 2, 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 7. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 on Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan R. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 29. This chapter gives us an account of God's providences concerning Jacob, pursuant to the promises made to him in the foregoing chapters. Roman numeral 1. How he was brought in safety to his journey's end and directed to his relations there, who bade him welcome. Verses 1 to 14. Roman numeral 2. How he was comfortably disposed of in marriage. Verses 15 through 30. Roman numeral 3. How his family was built up in the birth of 4 sons. Verses 31 through 35. The affairs of princes and mighty nations that were then in being are not recorded in the book of God, but are left to be buried in oblivion, while these small domestic concerns of holy Jacob are particularly recorded with their minute circumstances, that they may be in everlasting remembrance, for the memory of just is blessed. Jacob's arrival in Padam Aram, BC 1760, verses 1 through 8. Then Jacob went on his journey and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field. And, lo, there was 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither were all the flocks gathered, and they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in his place. And Jacob said unto them, My brethren, whence be ye? And they said, Of Haran are we. And he said unto them, Know ye Laban, the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. And he said unto them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And, behold, Rachel is his daughter, cometh with the sheep. And he said, Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and go and feed them. And they said, We cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well's mouth, then we water the sheep. All the stages Israel's march to Canaan are distinctly noticed, but no particular journal is kept of Jacob's expedition further than Bethel. No, he had no more such happy nights as he had at Bethel, no more such visions of the Almighty. That was intended for a feast. He must not accept it to be his daily bread. But 1. We are here told how cheerfully he proceeded in his journey after the sweet communion he had with God at Bethel. Then Jacob lifted up his feet, so the margin reads it, verse 1. Then he went on with cheerfulness and alacrity, not burdened with his cares, nor cramped with his fears, being assured of God's gracious presence with him. Note, after the visions we have had of God, and the vows we have made to him in solemn ordinances, we should run the way of commandments with enlarged hearts. Hebrews 12, verse 1. How happily he arrived at his journey's end. Providence brought him to the very field where his uncle's flock were to be watered. And there he met Rachel, who was to be his wife. Observe. 1. The divine providence is to be acknowledged in all the little circumstances which concur to make a journey, or other undertaking comfortable and successful. If, when we are at loss, we meet seasonably with those that can direct us, if we meet with a disaster, and those are at hand that will help us, we must not say that it was by chance, nor that fortune therein favored us, but that it was providence, and that God therein favored us. Our ways are ways of pleasantness, if we continually acknowledge God in them. 2. Those that have flocks must look well to them, and be diligent to know their state. Proverbs 27, verse 23. What is here said of the constant care of the shepherds concerning their sheep, verses 2, 3, 7, and 8, may serve to illustrate the tender concern which our Lord Jesus, the great shepherd of the sheep, has for his flock, the church. For he is the good shepherd that knows his sheep, and is known of them. John 10, verse 14. The stone at the well's mouth, which is so often mentioned here, was either to secure the property in it, for water was scarce, it was not their usus communis aquarium for everyone's use, or it was to save the well from receiving damage from the heat of the sun, or from any spiteful hands, or to prevent the lamb of the flock from being drowned in it. 3. Separate interests should not take us from joint and mutual help when all the shepherds came together with their flocks. Then, like loving neighbors, at watering time, they would water their flocks together. 4. It becomes us to speak civilly and respectfully to strangers. Though Jacob was no courtier, but a plain man dwelling in tents, and a stranger to compliment, yet he addresses himself very obligingly to the people he met with, and calls them his brethren. Verse 4. The law of kindness in the tongue has a commanding power. Proverbs 31, verse 26. Some think he calls them brethren because they were of the same trade, shepherds like him. Though he was now upon his preferment, he was not ashamed of his occupation. 5. Those that show respect have usually respect shown to them. As Jacob was civil to these strangers, so he found them civil to him. When he undertook to teach them how to dispatch their business, verse 7, they did not bid him meddle with his own concerns, and let them alone. But, though he was a stranger, they gave him the reason of their delay. Verse 8. Those that are neighborly and friendly shall have a neighborly and friendly usage. Rachel's humility and industry. BC 1760, verses 9 through 14. And while yet spake with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob, his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, Surely thou art my bone and my flesh. Here we see 1. Rachel's humility and industry. She kept her father's sheep. Verse 9. That is, she took the care of them, having servants under her that were employed about them. Rachel's name signifies a sheep. Note, honest, useful labor isn't that which nobody needs be ashamed of, nor ought it be a hindrance to anyone's preferment. 2. Jacob's tenderness and affection when he understood that this was his kinswoman. Probably he had heard of her name before. Knowing what his errand was into the country, we may suppose it struck his mind immediately that this must be his wife. Being already smitten with her ingenuous comely face, though it was probably sunburnt and she was in the homely dress of a shepherdess, he is wonderfully officious and anxious to serve her. Verse 10. And addresses himself to her with tears of joy and kisses of love. Verse 11. She runs with all haste to tell her father, for she will by no means entertain her kinsman's address without her father's knowledge and approbation. Verse 12. These mutual respects at their first interview were good presages of their being a happy couple. 3. Providence made that which seemed contingent and fortuitous to give speedy satisfaction to Jacob's mind as soon as ever he came to place what he was bound for. Abraham's servant, when he came upon a similar errand, met with similar encouragement. Thus God guides his people with his eye. Psalms 27, verse 8. It is a groundless conceit, which some of the Jewish writers have, that Jacob, when he kissed Rachel, wept because he had been set upon in his journey by Eliphaz, the eldest son of Esau, at the command of his father, and robbed of all his money and jewels, which his mother had given him when she sent him away. It was plain that his passion for Rachel and surprise of his happy meeting that drew these tears from his eyes. 4. Laban, though none of the best-humored men, bade him welcome, was satisfied in the account he gave himself, and of the reason of his comings in such poor circumstances, while we avoid the extreme, on the one hand, of being foolishly credulous, we must take heed of falling into the other extreme, of being uncharitably jealous and suspicious. Laban owned him for his kinsman. Thou art my bone and flesh, verse 14. Note, those are hard-hearted indeed that are unkind to their relations, and that hide themselves from their own flesh. Isaiah 58, verse 7. Jacob's marriage, B.C. 1753, verses 15 through 30. And Laban said unto Jacob, Because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? And Laban had $2. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel thy young daughter. And Laban said, It is better that I give her to thee, than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for their love he had to her. And Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all of the men of the place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him. And he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah, his maid, for a handmaid. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, What is this thou hast done unto me? Did not I serve with thee for Rachel? Wherefore then hast thou beguiled me? And Laban said, It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet 7 other years. And Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week. And he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah, his handmaid, to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. Here is 1. The fair contract made between Laban and Jacob, during the month that Jacob spent there as a guest. Verse 14. It seems he was not idle, nor did he spend his time in sport and pastime, but like a man of business, though he had no stock of his own, he applied himself to serve his uncle, as he had begun. Verse 10. When he watered his flock. Note, wherever we are, it is good to be employed ourselves in some useful business, which will turn to a good account to ourselves or others. Laban, it seems, was so taken with Jacob's ingenuity and industry about his flock that he was desirous he should continue with him, and very fairly reasons thus, Because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Verse 15. No, what reason for that? If Jacob be so respectful to his uncle as to give him his service without demanding any consideration for it, yet Laban will not be so unjust to his nephew as to take advantage either of his necessity or of his good nature. Note, inferior relations must not be imposed upon, If it be their duty to serve us, it is our duty to reward them. Now Jacob had a fair opportunity to make known to Laban the affection he had for his daughter Rachel, and having no worldly goods in his hands with which to endow her, he promises him 7 years' service, upon condition that at the end of 7 years he would bestow her upon him for his wife. It appears by computation that Jacob has now 77 years old, and when he bound himself apprentice for a wife, and for a wife kept sheep. Hosea 12, verse 12. His prosperity are there reminded of it long afterwards as an instance of the meanness of their origin. Probably Rachel was young and scarcely marriageable when Jacob first came, which made him the more willing to stay for her till his 7 years' service had expired. 2. Jacob's honest performance of his part of the bargain. Verse 20. He served 7 years for Rachel. If Rachel still continued to keep her father's sheep, as she did, verse 9, his innocent and religious conservation with her, while they kept their flocks, could not but increase their mutual acquaintance and affection. Solemn song of love is a pastoral. If she now left it off, his easing her of the care was very obliging. Jacob honestly served out his 7 years and did not forfeit his indentures. Though he was old, nay, he served them cheerfully. They seemed to him but a few days, for the love he had to her, as if it were more his desire to earn her than to have her. Note, love makes long and hard services short and easy. Hence, when we read a labor of love, Hebrews chapter 6, verse 10, if we know how to value the happiness of heaven, the sufferings of the present time will be as nothing to us in comparison of it. An age of work will be just a few days to those that love God and long for Christ appearing. 3. The base cheat which Laban put upon him when he was out of time, he put Leah into his arms instead of Rachel. Verse 23. This was Laban's sin. He wronged both Jacob and Rachel, whose affections doubtless were engaged to each other. And if, as some say, Leah was Haran, no better than an adulteress, it was no small wrong to her to do. But it was Jacob's affliction, a damp to the mirth of the marriage feast, when in the morning, behold, it was Leah. Verse 25. It is easy to observe here how Jacob was paid in his own coin. He had cheated his own father when he pretended to be Esau, and now his father-in-law cheated him. Haran, how unrighteous soever Laban was, the Lord was righteous. As Judges 1 verse 7, even the righteous, if they take a false step, are sometimes thus recompensed on the earth. Many they are not, like Jacob, disappointed in the person, soon find themselves, as much to their grief, disappointed in the character, the choice of that relation. Therefore, on both sides ought to be made with good advice and consideration, that, if there should be a disappointment, it may not be aggravated by a consciousness of mismanagement. 4. The excuse of atonement Laban made for the cheat. 1. Excuse was frivolous. It must not be done in our country. Verse 26. We have reason to think that there was no such custom of a country as he pretends, only he banters Jacob with it, and laughs at his mistake. Note, those that can do wickedly and then think to turn it off with a jest, though they may deceive themselves and others, will find at last that God is not mocked. But there had been such a custom, and he had resolved to observe it. He should have told Jacob so when he undertook to serve him for his younger daughter. Note, as saith the Proverbs, of the ancient wickedness proceeds from the wicked. 1 Samuel 24, verse 13. Those that deal with treacherous men must expect to be dealt treacherously with. His compounding the matter did but make bad worse. We will give thee this also. Verse 27. Hereby he drew Jacob into sin and snare and disquiet of multiplying wives, which remains a blot in his escutcheon, and will be so to the end of the world. Honest Jacob did not design it, but to have kept as true to Rachel as his father had done to Rebekah. He that had lived without a wife to the 84th year of his age could then have been very well content with one. But Laban, to dispose of his $2 with portions and to get 7 years' service more out of Jacob, thus imposes upon him and draws him into such a strait by his fraud that the matter not being yet settled as it was afterwards by the divine law, Leviticus 18 verse 18, and more fully since by our Savior Matthew 19 verse 5. He had some colorable reasons for marrying them both. He could not refuse Rachel, for he had espoused her. Still less could he refuse Leah, for he had married her, and therefore Jacob must be content, and take 2 talents. 2 Kings verse 23. Note, one sin is commonly the inlet of another. Those that go in by one door of wickedness seldom by their way out by another. The polygamy of the patriarchs was in some measurables excusable in them, because though there was no reason against it, ancient as Adam's marriage, Malachi 2 verse 15, yet there was no express command against it. It was in them a sin of ignorance. It was not the product of any sinful lust, but for the building up of the church, which was the good that providence brought out of it. But it will by no means justify the like practice now, when God's will is plainly made known, that one man and one woman only must be joined together. 1 Corinthians 7 verse 2. The having of many wives suits well enough with the carnal sensual spirit of Mohammedan imposture, which allows it, but we have not so learned Christ. Dr. Lightfoot makes Leah and Rachel to be figures of the 2 churches, the Jews under the law and the Gentiles under the gospel. The younger, the more beautiful, and the more in the thoughts of the Christ when he came in the form of a servant. But he other, like Leah, first embraced, yet in the allegory does not hold, that the Gentiles, the younger, were more fruitful. Galatians 4 verse 27. Increase of Jacob's family, BC 1749, verses 31 through 35. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bare a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, Surely the Lord hath looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. And she conceived again, and bare a son, and said, Because the Lord hath heard that I was hated, he hath therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Simon. And she conceived again, and bare a son, and said, Now this time will my husband be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again, and bare a son, and she said, Now I will praise the Lord. Therefore she called him name Judah, and left bearing. We have here the birth of 4 of Jacob's sons, all by Leah. Observe, 1. That Leah, who was less beloved and blessed with children, when Rachel was denied that blessing. Verse 31. See how providence in dispensing its gifts observes a proportion, to keep the balance even, setting crosses and comforts one over against another, that none may be either too much elevated or too much depressed. Rachel wants children, but she is blessed with her husband's love. Leah wants that, but she is fruitful. Thus it was between Elkanah's 2 wives. 1 Samuel 1 verse 5. For the Lord is wise and righteous. When the Lord saw that Leah was hated, that is, loved less than Rachel, in which sense it is required that we hate father and mother, in comparison with Christ. Luke 14 verse 26. Then the Lord granted her a child, which was a rebuke to Jacob, for making so great a difference between those that he was equally related to, a check to Rachel, who perhaps insulted over her sister upon that account, and a comfort to Leah, that she might not be overwhelmed with the contempt put upon her. Thus God giveth abundant honor to the which lacked. 1 Corinthians 12:24, 2. The names she gave her children were expressive of her respectful regards both to God and to her husband. 1. She appears very ambitious of her husband's love. She reckoned the want of it her affliction. Verse 32. Not upbraiding him with it as his fault, nor reproaching him for it, and so making herself uneasy to him, but laying it to her heart as her grief, which yet she had reason to bear with the more patience, because she herself was consenting to fraud by which she became his wife, and we may well bear that trouble with patience which we bring upon ourselves by our own sin and folly. She promised herself that the children she bore him would gain her the interest she desired in his affections. She called her firstborn Reuben, see a son, with the pleasant thought, now will my husband love me. And her third son Levi joined with this expectation, now will my husband join unto me. Verse 34. Mutual affection is both the duty and comfort of the relation, and yoke fellows should study to recommend themselves to each other. 1 Corinthians 7, verses 33 and 34. 2. She thankfully acknowledges the kind providence of God in it. The Lord hath looked upon my afflictions. Verse 32. The Lord hath heard, that is, taken notice of it, that I was hated. For our afflictions as they are before God's eyes, so they have a cry in his ears. He has therefore given me this son. Note, whatever we have contributes either to our support and comfort under our afflictions or to our deliverance from them. God must be owned in it, especially his pity and tender mercy. Her fourth she called Judah, praise, saying, now will I praise Lord. Verse 35. And this was he of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ's name. Note, 1. Whatever is the matter of rejoicing ought to be the matter of our thanksgiving. Fresh favors should quicken us to praise God for former favors. Now will I praise the Lord more and better than I have done. 2. All our praises must center in Christ, both as the matter of them and as the mediator of them. He descended from him whose name was praise, for he is praise. Is Christ formed in my heart? Now will I praise the Lord. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Schroff, Waddell, Arizona. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 30. In this chapter, we have an account of the increase. Numeral 1 of Jacob's family. 8 children more we find registered in this chapter. Dan and Naphtali by Bilhah, Rachel's maid, verses 1 through 8. Gad and Asher by Zilpah, Leah's maid, verses 9 through 13. Issachar, Zebulun, and Dinah by Leah, verses 14 through 21. And last of all, Joseph by Rachel, verses 22 through 24. Numeral 2. Of Jacob's estate. He makes a new bargain with Laban, verses 25 through 34. And in the 6 years further service he did to Laban, God wonderfully blessed him, so that his stock of cattle became very considerable, verses 35 through 43. Herein was fulfilled the blessing with which Isaac dismissed him. Chapter 28, verse 3. God make thee fruitful and multiply thee. Even these small matters concerning Jacob's house and field, though they seem inconsiderable, are improvable for our learning. For the scriptures were written not for princes and statesmen, to instruct them in politics, but for all people, even the meanest, to direct them in their families and callings. Yet some things are here recorded concerning Jacob, not for imitation, but for admonition. Increase of Jacob's family, BC 1745. Verse 1. And when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob, give me children, or else I die. Verse 2. And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, am I in God's stead, who hath withheld from thee the fruit of the womb? Verse 3. And she said, behold my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. Verse 4. And she gave him Bilhah her handmaid to wife, and Jacob went in unto her. Verse 5. And Bilhah conceived and bare Jacob a son. Verse 6. And Rachel said, God hath judged me, and hath also heard my voice, and hath given me a son. Therefore she called his name Dan. Verse 7. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bare Jacob a second son. Verse 8. And Rachel said, With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. And she called his name Naphtali. Verse 9. When Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her Jacob to wife. Verse 10. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob a son. Verse 11. And Leah said, A troop cometh, and she called his name Gad. Verse 12. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob a second son. Verse 13. And Leah said, Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed. And she called his name Asher. We have here the bad consequences of that strange marriage which Jacob made with the two sisters. Here is numeral 1, an unhappy disagreement between him and Rachel, verse 1 and 2, occasioned not so much by her own barrenness as by her sister's fruitfulness. Rebekah, the only wife of Isaac, was long childless, and yet we find no uneasiness between her and Isaac. But here, because Leah bears children, Rachel cannot live peaceably with Jacob. Number 1, Rachel frets. She envied her sister, verse 1. Envy is grieving at the good of another, than which no sin is more offensive to God, nor more injurious to our neighbor and ourselves. She considered not that it was God that made the difference, and that though in this single instance her sister was preferred before her, yet in other things she had the advantage. Let us carefully watch against all the risings and workings of this passion in our minds. Let not our eye be evil towards any of our fellow servants, because our master's is good. But this was not all. She said to Jacob, Give me children, or else I die. Note, we are very apt to err in our desires of temporal mercies, as Rachel here. Subscript 1. One child would not content her, but because Leah has more than one, she must have more too. Give me children. Subscript 2. Her heart is inordinately set upon it, and if she have not what she would have, she will throw away her life and all the comforts of it. Give them to me, or else I die. That is, I shall fret myself to death. The want of this satisfaction will shorten my days. Some think she threatens Jacob to lay violent hands upon herself if she could not obtain this mercy. Subscript 3. She did not apply to God by prayer, but to Jacob only, forgetting that children are a heritage of the Lord. Psalms 127, verse 3. We wrong both God and ourselves when our eye is more to men, the instruments of our crosses and comforts, than to God, the author. Observe a difference between Rachel's asking for this mercy and Hannah's. 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 10. Rachel envied, Hannah wept. Rachel must have children, and she died of the second. Hannah prayed for one child, and she had 4 more. Rachel is importunate and peremptory. Hannah is submissive and devout. If thou wilt give me a child, I will give him to the Lord. Let Hannah be imitated and not Rachel, and let our desires be always under the direction and control of reason and religion. Number 2. Jacob chides, and most justly. He loved Rachel and therefore reproved her for what she said amiss. Verse 2. Note faithful reproofs and products and instances of true affection. Psalms 141, verse 5. Proverbs 27, verses 5 and 6. Job reproved his wife when she spoke the language of the foolish women. Job 2, verse 10. See 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 16. He was angry not at the person but at the sin. He expressed himself so as to show his displeasure. Note, sometimes it is requisite that a reproof should be given warm, like a medical potion, not too hot lest it scald the patient, yet not cold lest it prove ineffectual. It was a very grave and pious reply which Jacob gave to Rachel's peevish demand. Am I in God's stead? The Chaldee paraphrases it well. Dost thou ask sons of me? Oughtest thou not to ask them from before the Lord? The Arabic reads it, Am I above God? Can I give thee that which God denies thee? This was said like a plain man. Observe, subscript 1. He acknowledges the hand of God in the affliction which he was a sharer with her in. He hath withheld the fruit of the womb. Note, Whatever we want, it is God that withholds it, a sovereign Lord, most wise, holy, and just, that may do what he will with his own, and is debtor to no man, that never did nor ever can do any wrong to any of his creatures. The keys of the clouds, of the heart, of the grave, and of the womb are 4 keys which God had in his hand, and which, the rabbins say, he entrusts neither with angels nor seraphim. See Revelations chapter 3, verse 7. Job chapter 11 and verse 10, and Job chapter 12 verse 14. Subscript 2. He acknowledges his own inability to alter what God had appointed. Am I in God's stead? What? Dost thou make a god of me? Dios qui rogat illi facit. He to whom we offer supplications is to us a god. Note, subpoint 1, there is no creature that is or can be to us in God's stead. God may be to us instead of any creature, as the sun instead of the moon and stars, but the moon and all the stars will not be to us instead of the sun. No creature's wisdom, power, and love will be to us instead of God's. Subpoint 2. It is therefore our sin and folly to place any creature in God's stead, and to place that confidence in any creature which is to be placed in God only. Numeral 2. An unhappy agreement between him and the 2 handmaids. Number 1. At the persuasion of Rachel, he took Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife, that according to the usage of those times, his children by her might be adopted and owned as her mistress's children. Verse 3. She would rather have children by reputation than none at all, children that she might fancy to be her own and call her own, though they were not so. One would think her own sister's children were nearer akin to her than her maids, and she might with more satisfaction have made them her own if she had so pleased. But so natural is it for us all to be fond of power, children that she had a right to rule were more desirable to her than children that she had more reason to love. And as an early instance of her dominion over the children born in her apartment, she takes a pleasure in giving them names that carry in them nothing but marks of emulation with her sister, as if she had overcome her. Subscript 1. At law. She calls the first son of her handmaid Dan, judgment, saying, God hath judged me. Verse 6. That is given sentence in my favor. Subscript 2. In battle. She calls the next Naphtali, wrestlings, saying, I have wrestled with my sister and have prevailed. Verse 8. As if all Jacob's sons must be born men of contention. See what roots of bitterness, envy, and strife are, and what mischief they make among relations. Number 2. At the persuasion of Leah, he took Zilpah, her handmaid, to wife also. Verse 9. Rachel had done that absurd and preposterous thing of giving her maid to her husband, in emulation with Leah. And now Leah, because she missed 1 year in bearing children, does the same, to be even with her, or rather to keep before her. See the power of jealousy and rivalship, and admire the wisdom of the divine appointment which unites 1 man and 1 woman only. For God hath called us to peace and purity. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 15. 2 sons Zilpah bore to Jacob, whom Leah looked upon herself as entitled to, in token of which she called one Gad. Verse 11. Promising herself a little troop of children, and children are the militia of a family, they fill the quiver. Psalms 127, verses 4 and 5. The other she called Asher, happy, thinking herself happy in him, and promising herself that her neighbors would think so too. The daughters will call me blessed. Verse 13. Note, it is an instance of the vanity of the world and the foolishness bound up in our hearts that most people value themselves and govern themselves more by reputation than either by reason or religion. They think themselves blessed if the daughters do but call them so. There was much amiss in the contest and competition between these 2 sisters. Yet God brought good out of this evil. For the time being now at hand when the seed of Abraham must begin to increase and multiply. Thus Jacob's family was replenished with 12 sons, heads of the thousands of Israel, from whom the celebrated 12 tribes descended and were named. Verse 14. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah, Give me, I pray thee, of thy sons' mandrakes. Verse 15. And she said unto her, Is it a small matter that thou hast taken my husband? And wouldest thou take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, Therefore he shall lie with thee tonight for thy son's mandrakes. Verse 16. And Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and said, Thou must come in unto me, for surely I have hired thee with my son's mandrakes. And he lay with her that night. Verse 17. And God hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived, and bare Jacob the 5th son. Verse 18. And Leah said, God hath given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my husband. And she called his name Issachar. Verse 19. And Leah conceived again, and bare Jacob the 6th son. Verse 20. And Leah said, God hath endued me with a good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. And she called his name Zebulun. Verse 21. And afterwards she bare a daughter, and called her name Dinah. Verse 22. And God remembered Rachel, and God hearkened to her, and opened her womb. Verse 23. And she conceived, and bare a son, and said, God hath taken away my reproach. Verse 24. And she called his name Joseph, and said, The Lord shall add to me another son. Here is numeral 1. Leah fruitful again, after she had for some time left off bearing. Jacob, it should seem, associated more with Rachel than with Leah. The law of Moses supposes it a common case that if a man had 2 wives, one would be beloved and the other hated. Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 15. But at length Rachel's strong passions betrayed her into a bargain with Leah that Jacob should return to her apartment. Reuben, a little lad, 5 or 6 years old, playing in the field, found mandrakes, dudaim. It is uncertain what they were. The critics are not agreed about them. We are sure they were some rarities, either fruits or flowers that were very pleasant to the smell. Canticles chapter 7, verse 13. Note, the God of nature has provided not only for our necessities, but for our delights. There are products of the earth in the exposed fields, as well as in the planted, protected gardens, that are very valuable and useful. How plentifully is nature's house furnished, and her table spread! Her precious fruits offer themselves to be gathered by the hands of little children. It is a laudable custom of the devout Jews, when they find pleasure, suppose in eating an apple, to lift up their hearts and say, Blessed be he that made this fruit pleasant. Or, in smelling a flower, Blessed be he that made this flower sweet. Some think these mandrakes were jessamine flowers. Whatever they were, Rachel could not see them in Leah's hands, where the child had placed them, but she must covet them. She cannot bear the want of these pretty flowers, but will purchase them at any rate. Note, there may be great sin and folly in the inordinate desire of a small thing. Leah takes this advantage, as Jacob had of Esau's coveting his red pottage, to obtain that which was justly due to her, but to which Rachel would not otherwise have consented. Note, strong passions often thwart one another, and those cannot but be continually uneasy that are hurried on by them. Leah is overjoyed that she shall have her husband's company again, that her family might yet further be built up, which is the blessing she desires and devoutly prays for, as is intimated, verse 17, where it is said, God hearkened unto Leah. The learned Bishop Patrick very well suggests here that the true reason of this contest between Jacob's wives for his company, and their giving him their maids to be his wives, was the earnest desire they had to fulfill the promise made to Abraham, and now lately renewed to Jacob, that his seed should be as the stars of heaven for multitude, and that in one seed of his, the Messiah, all the nations of the earth should be blessed. And he thinks it would have been below the dignity of this sacred history to take such particular notice of these things, if there had not been some such great consideration in them. Leah was now blessed with 2 sons. The first she called Issachar, a hire, reckoning herself well repaid for her mandrakes, nay, which is a strange construction of the providence, rewarded for giving her maid to her husband. Note, we abuse God's mercy when we reckon that his favors countenance and patronize our follies. The other she called Zebulun, dwelling, owning God's bounty to her. God has endowed me with a good dowry, verse 20. Jacob had not endowed her when he married her, nor had he wherewithal in possession. But she reckons a family of children not a bill of charges, but a good dowry. Psalms 113, verse 9. She promises herself more of her husband's company now that she had borne him 6 sons, and that in love to his children at least he would often visit her lodgings. Mention is made, verse 21, of the birth of a daughter, Dinah, because of the following story concerning her. Chapter 34. Perhaps Jacob had other daughters, though their names are not registered. Numeral 2. Rachel fruitful at last. Verse 22. God remembered Rachel, whom he seemed to have forgotten, and hearkened to her whose prayers had been long denied, and then she bore a son. Note, as God justly denies the mercy we have been inordinately desirous of, so sometimes he graciously grants at length that which we have long waited for. He corrects our folly, and yet considers our frame, and does not contend forever. Rachel called her son Joseph, which in Hebrew is akin to 2 words of a contrary signification. Asaph, abstuit. He has taken away my reproach, as if the greatest mercy she had in this son was that she had saved her credit. And Jasaph, adidit. The Lord shall add to me another son, which may be looked upon either as the language of her inordinate desire. She scarcely knows how to be thankful for one unless she may be sure of another. Or of her faith. She takes this mercy as an earnest of further mercy. Has God given me his grace? I may call it Joseph and say, he shall add more grace. Has he given me his joy? I may call it Joseph and say, he will give me more joy. Has he begun, and shall he not make an end? Jacob's bargain with Laban, B.C. 1745. Verse 25. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban, Send me away, that I may go unto mine own place and to my country. Verse 26. Give me my wives and my children, for whom I have served thee, and let me go, for thou knowest my service which I have done thee. Verse 27. And Laban said unto him, I pray thee, if I have found favor in thine eyes, tarry, for I have learned by experience that the Lord hath blessed me for thy sake. Verse 28. And he said, Appoint me thy wages, and I will give it. Verse 29. And he said unto him, Thou knowest how I have served thee, and how thy cattle was with me. Verse 30. For it was little which thou hadst before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude. And the Lord hath blessed thee since my coming. And now when shall I provide for mine own house also? Verse 31. And he said, What shall I give thee? And Jacob said, Thou shalt not give me anything. If thou wilt do this thing for me, I will again feed and keep thy flock. Verse 32. I will pass through all thy flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and of such shall be my hire. Verse 33. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my hire before thy face. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me. Verse 34. And Laban said, Behold, I would it might be according to thy word. Verse 35. And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring-straked and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons. Verse 36. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. We have here, numeral 1, Jacob's thoughts of home. He faithfully served his time out with Laban, even his second apprenticeship, though he was an old man, had a large family to provide for, and it was high time for him to set up for himself. Though Laban's service was hard, and he had cheated him in the first bargain he had made, yet Jacob honestly performs his engagements. Note, a good man, though he swear to his own hurt, will not change. And though others have deceived us, this will not justify us in deceiving them. Our rule is to do as we would be done by, not as we are done by. Jacob's term having expired, he begs leave to be gone. Verse 25. Observe number 1. He retained his affection for the land of Canaan, not only because it was the land of his nativity, and his father and mother were there, whom he longed to see, but because it was the land of promise, and in token of his dependence upon the promise of it, though he sojourn in Haran, he can by no means think of settling there. Thus should we be affected towards our heavenly country, looking upon ourselves as strangers here, viewing the heavenly country as our home and longing to be there, as soon as the days of our service upon earth are numbered and finished. We must not think of taking root here, for this is not our place and country. Hebrews chapter 13, verse 14. Number 2. He was desirous to go to Canaan, though he had a great family to take with him, and no provision yet made for them. He had got wives and children with Laban, but nothing else. Yet he does not solicit Laban to give him either a portion with his wives or the maintenance of some of his children. No, all his request is, give me my wives and my children and send me away. Verses 25 and 26. Note, those that trust in God and his providence and promise, though they have great families and small incomes, can cheerfully hope that he who sends mouths will send meat. He who feeds the brood of the ravens will not starve the seed of the righteous. Numeral 2. Laban's desire of his stay, verse 27. In love to himself, not to Jacob or to his wives or children, Laban endeavors to persuade him to continue his chief shepherd, entreating him, by the regard he bore him, not to leave him. If I have found favor in thy eyes, tarry. Note, churlish, selfish men know how to give good words when it is to serve their own ends. Laban found that his stock had wonderfully increased with Jacob's good management, and he owns it with very good expressions of respect both to God and Jacob. I have learned by experience that the Lord has blessed me for thy sake. Observe number 1, Laban's learning. I have learned by experience. Note, there is many a profitable good lesson to be learned by experience. We are very unapt scholars if we have not learned by experience the evil of sin, the treachery of our own hearts, the vanity of the world, the goodness of God, the gains of godliness, and the like. Number 2, Laban's lesson. He owns, subscript 1, that his prosperity was owing to God's blessing. The Lord has blessed me. Note, worldly men who choose their portion in this life are often blessed with an abundance of this world's goods. Common blessings are given plentifully to many that have no title to covenant blessings. Subscript 3, that Jacob's piety had brought that blessing upon him. The Lord has blessed me, not for my own sake. Let not such a man as Laban, that lives without God in the world, think that he shall receive anything of the Lord. James chapter 1, verse 7. But for thy sake. Note, subpoint 1. Good men are blessings to the places where they live, even where they live meanly and obscurely, as Jacob in the field and Joseph in the prison. Chapter 39, verse 23. Subpoint 2. God often blesses bad men with outward mercies for the sake of their godly relations, though it is seldom that they have either the wit to see it or the grace to own it, as Laban did here. Numeral 3. The new bargain they came upon. Laban's craft and covetousness took advantage of Jacob's plainness, honesty, and good nature, and perceiving that Jacob began to be won upon by his fair speeches, instead of making him a generous offer and bidding high, as he ought to have done, all things considered, he puts it upon him to make his demands. Verse 28. Appoint me thy wages, knowing he would be very modest in them, and would ask less than he could for shame offer. Jacob accordingly makes a proposal to him in which, number 1, he shows what reason he had to insist upon so much, considering, subscript 1, that Laban was bound in gratitude to do well for him, because he had served him not only faithfully, but very successfully. Verse 30. Yet here observe how he speaks, like himself, very modestly. Laban had said, the Lord has blessed me for thy sake. Jacob will not say so, but the Lord has blessed thee since my coming. Note, humble saints take more pleasure in doing good than in hearing of it again. Subscript 2. That he himself was bound in duty to take care of his own family. Now when shall I provide for mine own house also? Note, faith and charity, though they are excellent things, must not take us off from making necessary provisions for our own support and the support of our families. We must, like Jacob, trust in the Lord and do good, and yet we must, like him, provide for our own houses also. He that does not the latter is worse than an infidel. 1 Timothy verse 8. Number 2, he is willing to refer himself to the providence of God, which he knew extends itself to the smallest things, even the color of the cattle. And he will be content to have for his wages the sheep and goats of such and such a color, speckled, spotted, and brown, which should hereafter be brought forth. Verses 32 and 33. This he thinks will be a most effectual way both to prevent Laban's cheating him and to secure himself from being suspected of cheating Laban. Some think he chose this color because in Canaan it was generally most desired and delighted in. Their shepherds in Canaan are called Nekohim. Amos chapter 1 verse 1. The word here used for speckled, and Laban was willing to consent to this bargain because he thought if the few he has that were now speckled and spotted were separated from the rest, which by agreement was to be done immediately, the body of the flock which Jacob was to tend, being of one color, either all black or all white, would produce few or none of mixed colors, and so he should have Jacob's service for nothing, or next to nothing. According to this bargain, those few that were party-colored were separated, and put into the hands of Laban's sons, and sent 3 days' journey off. So great was Laban's jealousy lest any of them should mix with the rest of the flock, to the advantage of Jacob. And now a fine bargain Jacob has made for himself. Is this his providing for his own house, to put it upon such an uncertainty? If these cattle bring forth, as usually cattle do, young ones of the same color with themselves, he must still serve for nothing, and be a drudge and a beggar all the days of his life. But he knows whom he has trusted, and the event showed. Subscript 1. That he took the best way that could be taken with Laban, who otherwise would certainly have been too hard for him. And subscript 2. That it was not in vain to rely upon the divine providence which owns and blesses honest, humble diligence. Those that find men whom they deal with unjust and unkind shall not find God so, but some way or other he will recompense the injured, and be a good paymaster to those that commit their cause to him. Jacob's ingenuous policy, B.C. 1745. Verse 37. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and peeled white strakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. Verse 38. And he set the rods which he had peeled before the flocks in the gutters and the watering troughs when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. Verse 39. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle ring-straked, speckled, and spotted. Verse 40. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the ring-straked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. Verse 41. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. Verse 42. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. Verse 43. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and asses. Here is Jacob's honest policy to make his bargain more advantageous to himself than it was likely to be. If he had not taken some course to help himself, it would have been a bad bargain indeed, which he knew Laban would never consider, or rather would be well pleased to see him a loser by. So little did Laban consult anyone's interest but his own. Now Jacob's contrivances were, number 1, to set peeled sticks before the cattle where they were watered, that looking much at those unusual party-colored sticks, by the power of imagination they might bring forth young ones in like manner party-colored. Verses 37 through 39. Probably this custom was commonly used by the shepherds of Canaan, who coveted to have their cattle of this motley color. Note, it becomes a man to be master of his trade, whatever it is, and to be not only industrious but ingenuous in it, and to be versed in all its lawful arts and mysteries. For what is a man but his trade? There is a discretion which God teaches the husbandman, as plain a trade as that is, and which he ought to learn. Isaiah chapter 28, verse 26. Number 2, when he began to have a stock of ring-straked and brown, he contrived to set them first, and to put the faces of the rest towards them, with the same design as in the former contrivance. but would not let his own that were of one color. Verse 40. Strong impressions, it seems, are made by the eye, with which therefore we have need to make a covenant. Number 3. When he found that his project succeeded through the special blessing of God upon it, he contrived by using it only with the stronger cattle to secure to himself those that were most valuable, leaving the feebler to Laban. Verse 41 and verse 42. Thus Jacob increased exceedingly, verse 43, and grew very rich in a little time. This success of his policy, it is true, was not sufficient to justify it if there had been anything fraudulent or unjust in it, which we are sure there was not, for he did it by divine direction. Chapter 31, verse 12. Nor was there anything in the thing itself but the honest improvement of a fair bargain, which the divine providence wonderfully prospered, both in justice to Jacob, whom Laban had wronged and dealt hardly with, and in pursuance of the particular promises made to him of the tokens of the divine favor. Note, those who, while their beginning is small, are humble and honest, contented and industrious, are in a likely way to see their latter end greatly increasing. He that is faithful in a little shall be entrusted with more. He that is faithful in that which is another man's shall be entrusted with something of his own. Jacob, who had been a just servant, became a rich master. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Michelle Schroff, Waddell, Arizona. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 31. Jacob was a very honest, good man, a man of great devotion and integrity. Yet he had more trouble and vexation than any of the patriarchs. He left his father's house in a fright, went to his uncle's in distress. Very hard usage he met with there, and now is going back surrounded with fears. Here is numeral 1, his resolution to return, verses 1 through 16. Numeral 2, his clandestine departure, verses 17 through 21. Numeral 3, Laban's pursuit of him in displeasure, verses 22 through 25. Numeral 4, the hot words that passed between them, verses 26 through 42. Numeral 5, their amicable agreement at last, verses 43, etc. Jacob's departure, BC 1739, verses 1 through 16. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Jacob hath taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's hath he gotten all this glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not toward him as before. And the Lord said unto Jacob, Return unto the land of thy fathers, and to thy kindred, and I will be with thee. And Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field unto his flock, and said unto them, I see your father's countenance, that it is not toward me as before, but the God of my father hath been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father hath deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times. But God suffered him not to hurt me. If he said thus, the speckled shall be thy wages, then all the cattle bear speckled. And if he said thus, the ring-straked shall be thy hire, then bear all the cattle ring-straked. Thus God hath taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up mine eyes and saw in a dream, and behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. And the angel of God spake unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob. And I said, Here am I. And he said, Lift up now thine eyes, and see. All the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban doeth unto thee. I am the God of Bethel, where thou anointedst the pillar. and where thou vowedst a vow unto me. Now arise, get thee out from this land, and return unto the land of thy kindred. And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he hath sold us, and hath quite devoured also our money. For all the riches which God hath taken from our father, that is ours and our children's. Now then, whatsoever God hath said unto thee, do. Jacob is here taking up a resolution immediately to quit his uncle's service, to take what he had and go back to Canaan. This resolution he took up upon a just provocation, by divine direction, and with the advice and consent of his wives. Numeral 1. Upon a just provocation. For Laban and his sons had become very cross and ill-natured towards him, so that he could not stay among them with safety or satisfaction. Number 1. Laban's sons showed their ill will in what they said. Verse 1. It should seem they said it in Jacob's hearing with a design to vex him. The last chapter began with Rachel's envying Leah. This begins with Laban's sons envying Jacob. Observe, subscript 1, how greatly they magnify Jacob's prosperity. He has gotten all this glory. And what was this glory that they made so much ado about? It was a parcel of brown sheep and speckled goats, and perhaps the fine colors made them seem more glorious, and some camels and asses and such like trading, and this was all this glory. Note, riches are glorious things in the eyes of carnal people, while to all those that are conversant with heavenly things, they have no glory in comparison with the glory which excelleth. Men's overvaluing worldly wealth is that fundamental error which is the root of covetousness, envy, and all evil. Subscript 2. How basely they reflect upon Jacob's fidelity, as if what he had not gotten honestly. Jacob has taken away all that was our father's. Not all, surely. What had become of those cattle which were committed to the custody of Laban's sons, and sent 3 days' journey off? Chapter 30, verses 35 and 36. They mean all that was committed to him, but speaking invidiously, they express themselves thus generally. Note, subpoint 1. Those that are ever so careful to keep a good conscience cannot always be sure of a good name. Subpoint 2. This is one of the vanities and vexations which attend outward prosperity, that it makes a man to be envied of his neighbors. Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 4. And who can stand before envy? Proverbs chapter 27, verse 4. Whom heaven blesses, hell curses, and all its children on earth. Number 2. Laban himself said little, but his countenance was not towards Jacob as it used to be, and Jacob could not but take notice of it. Verse 2, verse 5. He was but a churl at the best, but now he was more churlish than formerly. Note, envy is a sin that often appears in the countenance. Hence we read of an evil eye. Proverbs chapter 23, verse 6. Sour looks may do a great deal towards the ruin of peace and love in a family, and the making of those uneasy of whose comfort we ought to be tender. Laban's angry countenance lost him the greatest blessing his family ever had, and justly. Numeral 2. By divine direction and under the convoy of a promise. The Lord said unto Jacob, Return, and I will be with thee. Verse 3. Though Jacob had met with very hard usage here, yet he would not quit his place till God bade him. He came thither by orders from heaven, and there he would stay till he was ordered back. Note, it is our duty to set ourselves, and it will be our comfort to see ourselves under God's guidance, both in our going out and in our coming in. The direction he had from heaven is more fully related in the account he gives of it to his wives, verses 10 through 13, where he tells them of a dream he had about the cattle, and the wonderful increase of those of his color, and how the angel of God in that dream, for I suppose the dream spoken of verse 10 and that verse 11 to be the same, took notice of the workings of his fancy in his sleep, and instructed him so that it was not by chance or by his own policy, that he obtained that great advantage, but, 1, by the providence of God, who had taken notice of the hardships Laban had put upon him, and took this way to recompense him. For I have seen all that Laban doeth unto thee, and herein I have an eye to that. Note, there is more of equity in the distributions of the divine providence than we are aware of, and by them the injured are recompensed really, though perhaps insensibly. Nor was it only by the justice of providence that Jacob was thus enriched, but, 2, in performance of the promise intimated in what is said, verse 13, I am the God of Bethel. This was the place where the covenant was renewed with him. Note, worldly prosperity and success are doubly sweet and comfortable when we see them flowing not from common providence, but from covenant love, to perform the mercy promised. When we have them from God as the God of Bethel, from those promises of the life which now is that belonging to godliness. Jacob, even when he had this hopeful prospect of growing rich with Laban, must think of returning. When the world begins to smile upon us, we must remember it is not our home. Now arise, verse 13, and return. Subscript 1. To thy devotions in Canaan, the solemnities of which had perhaps been much intermitted while he was with Laban. The times of this servitude God had winked at, but now return to the place where thou anointest the pillar and vowest the vow. Now that thou beginnest to grow rich, it is time to think of an altar and sacrifices again. Subscript 2. To thy comforts in Canaan, return to the land of thy kindred. He was here among his near kindred, but those only he must look upon as his kindred in the best sense, the kindred he must live and die with, to whom pertain the covenant. Note, the heirs of Canaan must never reckon themselves at home till they come thither, however they may seem to take root here. 3. With the knowledge and consent of his wives. Observe. 1. He sent for Rachel and Leah to him to the field, verse 4, that he might confer with them more privately, or because one would not come to the other's apartment and he would willingly talk with them together, or because he had work to do in the field which he would not leave. Note, husbands that love their wives will communicate their purposes and intentions to them. Where there is a mutual affection, there will be a mutual confidence. And the prudence of the wife should engage the heart of her husband to trust in her. Proverbs chapter 31, verse 11. Jacob told his wives, subscript 1, how faithfully he had served their father, verse 6. Note, if others do not do their duty to us, yet we shall have the comfort of having done ours to them. Subscript 2. How unfaithfully their father had dealt with him. Verse 7. He would never keep to any bargain that he made with him, but after the first year, still as he saw providence favor Jacob with the color agreed on, every half year of the remaining 5 he changed it for some other color, which made it 10 times, as if he thought not only to deceive Jacob, but the divine providence, which manifestly smiled upon him. Note, those that deal honestly are not always honestly dealt with. Subscript 3. How God had owned him notwithstanding. He had protected him from Laban's ill will. God suffered him not to hurt me. Note, those that keep close to God shall be kept safely by him. He had also provided plentifully for him, notwithstanding Laban's design to ruin him. God has taken away the cattle of your father and given them to me. Verse 9. Thus the righteous God paid Jacob for his hard service out of Laban's estate, as afterwards he paid the seed of Jacob for their serving the Egyptians with their spoils. Note, God is not unrighteous to forget his people's work and labor of love, though men be so. Hebrews chapter 6, verse 10. Providence has ways of making those honest in the event that are not so in their design. Note further, the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just. Proverbs chapter 13, verse 22. Subscript 4. He told them of the command God had given him in a dream to return to his own country, verse 13, that they might not suspect his resolution to arise from inconstancy or any disaffection to their country or family, but might see it to proceed from a principle of obedience to his God and dependence on him. Number 2. His wives cheerfully consented to his resolution. They also brought forward their grievances, complaining that their father had been not only unkind, but unjust to them. Verses 14 through 16. That he looked upon them as strangers, and was without natural affection towards them. And whereas Jacob had looked upon the wealth which God had transferred from Laban to him as his wages, they looked upon it as their portions, so that both ways God forced Laban to pay his debts, both to his servant and to his daughters. So then it seemed, subscript 1, they were weary of their own people and their father's house, and could easily forget them. Note, this good use we should make of the unkind usage we meet with from the world. We should sit the more loose to it, and be willing to leave it, and desirous to be at home. Subscript 2. They were willing to go along with their husband, and put themselves with him under the divine direction. Whatsoever God hath said unto thee, do. Note, those wives that are their husbands' meat helps will never be their hindrances in doing that to which God calls them. Verses 17 through 24. Then Jacob rose up and set his sons and his wives upon camels. And he carried away all his cattle and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting which he had gotten in Padanaram, for to go to Isaac his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep. And Rachel had stolen the images that were her father's. And Jacob stole away unawares to Laban the Syrian, and that he told him not, that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river, and set his face toward the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Jacob was fled. And he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey. And they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. And God came to Laban the Syrian in a dream by night, and said unto him, Take heed that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. Here is, numeral 1, Jacob's flight from Laban. We may suppose he had been long considering of it, and casting about in his mind respecting it. But when now at last God had given him positive orders to go, he made no delay, nor was he disobedient to the heavenly vision. The first opportunity that offered itself he laid hold of, when Laban was shearing his sheep. Verse 19. That part of his flock which was in the hands of his sons 3 days' journey off. Now, number 1. It is certain that it was lawful for Jacob to leave his service suddenly, without giving a quarter's warning. It was not only justified by the particular instructions God gave him, but warranted by the fundamental law of self-preservation, which directs us when we are in danger to shift for our own safety as far as we can do it without wronging our consciences. Number 2, it was his prudence to steal away unawares to Laban, lest if Laban had known, he should have hindered him or plundered him. Number 3, it was honestly done to take no more than his own with him, the cattle of his getting. Verse 18. He took what providence gave him, and was content with that, and would not take the repair of his damages into his own hands. Yet Rachel was not so honest as her husband. She stole her father's images. Verse 19. And carried them away with her. The Hebrew calls them teraphim. Some think they were only little representations of the ancestors of the family, in statues or pictures, which Rachel had a particular fondness for, and was desirous to have with her now that she was going into another country. It should rather seem that they were images for a religious use, Penates, household gods, either worshipped or consulted as oracles, and we are willing to hope, with Bishop Patrick, that she took them away not out of covetousness of the rich metal they were made of, much less for her own use, or out of any superstitious fear lest Laban, by consulting his teraphim, might know which way they had gone. Jacob no doubt dwelt with his wives as a man of knowledge, and they were better taught than so, but out of a design hereby to convince her father of the folly of his regard to those as gods which could not secure themselves. Isaiah chapter 46, verses 1 and 2. Numeral 2. Laban's pursuit of Jacob. Tidings were brought him on the third day that Jacob had fled. He immediately raises the whole clan, takes his brethren, that is, the relations of his family, that were all in his interests, and pursues Jacob, as Pharaoh and his Egyptians afterwards pursued the seed of Jacob, to bring him back into bondage again, or with design to strip him of what he had. 7 days' journey he marched in pursuit of him. Verse 23. He would not have taken half the pains to have visited his best friends. But the truth is, bad men will do more to serve their sinful passions than good men will to serve their just affections, and are more vehement in their anger than in their love. Well, at length Laban overtook him, and the very night before he came up with him, God interposed in the quarrel, rebuked Laban, and sheltered Jacob, charging Laban not to speak unto him either good or bad. Verse 24. That is to say nothing against his going on with his journey, for that it proceeded from the Lord. The same Hebraism we have, chapter 24, verse 50. Laban, during his 7 days' march, had been full of rage against Jacob, and was now full of hopes that his lust should be satisfied upon him. Exodus chapter 15, verse 9. But God comes to him, and with one word ties his hands, though he does not turn his heart. Note, number 1. In a dream and in slumberings upon the bed, God has ways of opening the ears of men and sealing their instruction. Job chapter 33, verses 15 and 16. Thus he admonishes men by their consciences, in secret whispers, which the man of wisdom will hear and heed. Number 2. The safety of good men is very much owing to the hold God has of the consciences of bad men and the access he has to them. Number 3. God sometimes appears wonderfully for the deliverance of his people when they are upon the very brink of ruin. The Jews were saved from Haman's plot when the king's decree drew near to be put in execution. Esther chapter 9, verse 1. Laban's pursuit after Jacob. BC 1739, verses 25 through 35. Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the mount of Gilead. And Laban said to Jacob, What hast thou done, that thou hast stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captives taken with the sword? Wherefore didst thou flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and didst not tell me, that I might have sent thee away with mirth, and with songs, with tabret, and with harp, and hast not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters? Thou hast now done foolishly in so doing. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. But the God of your father spake unto me yesternight, saying, Take thou heed that thou speak not to Jacob either good or bad. And now, though thou wouldest needs be gone, because thou sore longest after thy father's house, yet wherefore hast thou stolen my gods? And Jacob answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid. For I said, Peradventure thou wouldest take by force thy daughters from me. With whomsoever thou findest thy gods, let him not live. Before our brethren discern thou what is thine with me, and take it to thee. For Jacob knew not that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the 2 maidservants' tents, but he found them not. Then went he out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the images, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. And she said to her father, Let it not displease my lord, that I cannot rise up before thee, for the custom of women is upon me. And he searched, but found not the images. We have here the reasoning, not to say the rallying, that took place between Laban and Jacob at their meeting in that mountain which was afterwards called Gilead. Verse 25. Here is numeral 1, the high charge which Laban exhibited against him. He accuses him, number 1, as a renegade that had unjustly deserted his service. To represent Jacob as a criminal, he will have it thought that he intended kindness to his daughters. Verse 27 and 28. That he would have dismissed them with all the marks of love and honor that could be, that he would have made a solemn business of it, would have kissed his little grandchildren, and that was all he would have given them, and according to the foolish custom of the country, would have sent them away with mirth and with songs, with tabret and with harp. Not as Rebekah was sent away out of the same family above 120 years before, with prayers and blessings. Chapter 24, verse 60. But with sport and merriment, which was a sign that religion had very much decayed in the family, and that they had lost their seriousness. However, he pretends they would have been treated with respect at parting. Note, it is common for bad men, when they are disappointed in their malicious projects, to pretend that they designed nothing but what was kind and fair. When they cannot do the mischief they intended, they are loath it should be thought that they ever did intend it. When they have not done what they should have done, they come off with this excuse, that they would have done it. Men may thus be deceived, but God cannot. He likewise suggests that Jacob had some bad design in stealing away thus. Verse 26, that he took his wives away as captives. Note, those that mean ill themselves are most apt to put the worst construction upon what others do innocently. The insinuating and the aggravating of faults are the artifices of a designing malice, and those must be represented, though never so unjustly, as intending ill against whom ill is intended. Upon the whole matter, subscript 1, he boasts of his own power, verse 29. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. He supposes that he had both right on his side, a good action, as we say, against Jacob, and strength on his side, either to avenge the wrong or recover the right. Note, bad people commonly value themselves much upon their power to do hurt, whereas a power to do good is much more valuable. Those that will do nothing to make themselves amiable love to be thought formidable, and yet, subscript 2, he owns himself under the check and restraint of God's power, and though it redounds much to the credit and comfort of Jacob, he cannot avoid telling him the caution God had given him the night before in a dream. Speak not to Jacob good nor bad. Note, as God has all wicked instruments in a chain, so when he pleases he can make them sensible of it, and force them to own it to his praise as protector of the good, as Balaam did. Or we may look upon this as an instance of some conscientious regard felt by Laban for God's express prohibitions. As bad as he was, he durst not injure one whom he saw to be the particular care of heaven. Note, a great deal of mischief would be prevented if men would but attend to the caveats which their own consciences give them in slumberings upon the bed, and regard the voice of God in them. Number 2, as a thief, verse 30. Rather than own that he had given him any color of provocation to depart, he is willing to impute it to a foolish fondness for his father's house, which made him that he would needs be gone. But then says he, wherefore hast thou stolen my gods? Foolish man! To call those his gods that could be stolen, could he expect protection from those that could neither resist nor discover their invaders? Happy are those who have the Lord for their God, for they have a God that they cannot be robbed of. Enemies may steal our goods, but not our God. Here Laban lays to Jacob's charge things that he knew not, the common distress of oppressed innocency. Numeral 2. Jacob's apology for himself. Those that commit their cause to God, yet are not forbidden to plead it themselves with meekness and fear. Number 1. As to the charge of stealing away his own wives, he clears himself by giving the true reason why he went away unknown to Laban. Verse 31. He feared lest Laban would by force take away his daughters, and so oblige him by the bond of his affection to his wives to continue in his service. Note, those that are unjust in the least, it may be suspected, will be unjust also in much. Luke chapter 16, verse 10. If Laban deceived Jacob in his wages, it is likely he will make no conscience of robbing him of his wives, and putting those asunder whom God has joined together. What may not be feared from men that have no principle of honesty? Number 2. As to the charge of stealing Laban's gods, he pleads not guilty. Verse 32. He not only did not take them himself, he was not so fond of them, but he did not know that they were taken. Yet perhaps he spoke too hastily and inconsiderately when he said, Whoever had taken them, let him not live. Upon this he might reflect with some bitterness when not long after, Rachel, who had taken them, died suddenly in travail. How just soever we think ourselves to be, it is best to forbear imprecations, lest they fall heavier than we imagine. Numeral 3. The diligent search Laban made for his gods, verse 33 through 35, partly out of hatred to Jacob, whom he would gladly have an occasion to quarrel with, partly out of love to his idols, which he was loath to part with. We do not find that he searched Jacob's flocks for stolen cattle, but he searched his furniture for stolen gods. He was of Micah's mind. You have taken away my gods, and what have I more? Judges chapter 18, verse 24. Were the worshippers of false gods so set upon their idols? Did they thus walk in the name of their gods? And shall not we be as solicitous in our enquires after the true God? When he has justly departed from us, how carefully should we ask, where is God, my Maker? Oh, that I knew where I might find him. Job chapter 23, verse 3. Laban, after all his searches, missed of finding his gods, and was baffled in his inquiry with a sham. But our God will not only be found of those that seek him, but they shall find him their bountiful rewarder. Verses 36 through 42. And Jacob was wroth and chode with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban, What is my trespass? What is my sin that thou hast so hotly pursued after me? Whereas thou hast searched all my stuff, what hast thou found of all thy household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and thy brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with thee. Thy ewes and thy she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of thy flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto thee. I bear the loss of it. Of my hand didst thou require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was. In the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from mine eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in thy house. I served thee 14 years for thy 2 daughters, and 6 years for thy cattle, and thou hast changed my wages 10 times. Except the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had been with me, surely thou hadst sent me away now empty. God hath seen mine affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight. See in these verses, numeral 1, the power of provocation. Jacob's natural temper was mild and calm, and grace had improved it. He was a smooth man and a plain man, and yet Laban's unreasonable carriage towards him put him into a heat that transported him into some vehemence. Verses 36 and 37. His chiding with Laban, though it may admit of some excuse, was not justifiable, nor is it written for our imitation. Grievous words stir up anger, and commonly do but make bad worse. It is a very great affront to one that bears an honest mind to be charged with dishonesty, and yet even this we must learn to bear with patience, committing our cause to God. Numeral 2, the comfort of a good conscience. This was Jacob's rejoicing, that when Laban accused him, his own conscience acquitted him, and witnessed for him that he had been in all things willing and careful to live honestly. Hebrews chapter 13, verse 18. Note, those that in any employment have dealt faithfully, if they cannot obtain the credit of it with men, yet shall have the comfort of it in their own bosoms. Numeral 3, the character of a good servant, and particularly of a faithful shepherd. Jacob had approved himself such a one, verses 38 through 40. Number 1, he was very careful, so that through his oversight or neglect, the ewes did not cast their young. His piety also procured a blessing upon his master's effects that were under his hands. Note, servants should take no less care of what they are entrusted with for their masters than if they were entitled to it as their own. Number 2, he was very honest, and took none of that for his own eating which was not allowed him. He contented himself with mean fare, and coveted not to feast upon the rams of the flock. Note, servants must not be dainty in their food, nor covet what is forbidden them, but in that and other instances show all good fidelity. Number 3, he was very laborious, verse 40. He stuck to his business all weathers, and bore both heat and cold with invincible patience. Note, men of business that intend to make something of it must resolve to endure hardness. Jacob is here an example to ministers. They also are shepherds, of whom it is required that they be true to their trust and willing to take pains. Numeral 4. The character of a hard master. Laban had been such a one to Jacob. Those are bad masters, number 1, who exact from their servants that which is unjust, by obliging them to make good that which is not damaged by any default of theirs. This Laban did. Verse 39. Nay, if there has been a neglect, yet it is unjust to punish above the proportion of the fault. That may be an inconsiderable damage to the master which would go near to ruin a poor servant. Number 2. Those also are bad masters who deny to their servants that which is just and equal. This Laban did. Verse 41. It was unreasonable for him to make Jacob serve for his daughters, when he had in reversion so great an estate secured to him by the promise of God himself, as it was also to give him his daughters without portions, when it was in the power of his hands to do well for them. Thus he robbed the poor because he was poor, as he did also by changing his wages. Numeral 5. The care of providence for the protection of injured innocents. Verse 42. God took cognizance of the wrong done to Jacob, and repaid him whom Laban would otherwise have sent empty away, and rebuked Laban, who otherwise would have swallowed him up. Note, God is the patron of the oppressed, and those who are wronged and yet not ruined, cast down and yet not destroyed, must acknowledge him in their preservation and give him the glory of it. Observe, number 1. Jacob speaks of God as the God of his father, intimating that he thought himself unworthy to be thus regarded, but was beloved for the father's sake. Number 2. He calls him the God of Abraham and the fear of Isaac. For Abraham was dead and had gone to that world where perfect love casts out fear, but Isaac was yet alive, sanctifying the Lord in his heart as his fear and his dread. Jacob's covenant with Laban, BC 1739, verses 43 through 55. And Laban answered and said unto Jacob, These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that thou seest is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto their children which they have borne? Now therefore come thou, let us make a covenant, I and thou, and let it be for a witness between me and thee. And Jacob took a stone and set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said unto his brethren, Gather stones. And they took stones and made an heap. And they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Jagar Sahadutha, but Jacob called it Gilead. And Laban said, This heap is a witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Gilead. And Mizpah, for he said, The Lord watch between me and thee when we are absent one from another. If thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, God is witness betwixt me and thee. And Laban said to Jacob, Behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and thee. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to thee, and that thou shalt not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge betwixt us. And Jacob sware by the fear of his father Isaac. Then Jacob offered sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and tarried all night in the mount. And early in the morning Laban rose up, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban departed, and returned unto his place. We have here the compromising of the matter between Laban and Jacob. Laban had nothing to say in reply to Jacob's remonstrance. He could neither justify himself nor condemn Jacob, but was convicted by his own conscience of the wrong he had done him, and therefore desires to hear no more of the matter. He is not willing to own himself in a fault, nor to ask Jacob's forgiveness and make him satisfaction as he ought to have done. But, numeral 1, he turns it off with a profession of kindness for Jacob's wives and children. Verse 43. These daughters are my daughters. When he cannot excuse what he has done, he does in effect own what he should have done. He should have treated them as his own, but he had counted them as strangers. Verse 15. Note, it is common for those who are without natural affection to pretend much to it when it will serve a turn. Or perhaps Laban said this in a vainglorious way, as one that loved to talk big and use great swelling words of vanity. All that thou seest is mine. It was not so. It was all Jacob's, and he had paid dearly for it. Yet Jacob let him have his saying, perceiving him coming into a better humor. Note, property lies near the hearts of worldly people. They love to boast of it. This is mine, and the other is mine. As Nabal, 1 Samuel 25:11, my bread and my water. Numeral 2. He proposes a covenant of friendship between them, to which Jacob readily agrees, without insisting upon Laban's submission, much less his restitution. Note, when quarrels happen, we should be willing to be friends again upon any terms. Peace and love are such valuable jewels that we can scarcely buy them too dearly. Better sit down losers than go on in strife. Now observe here, number 1, the substance of this covenant. Jacob left it wholly to Laban to settle it. The tenor of it was, subscript 1, that Jacob should be a good husband to his wives, that he should not afflict them, nor marry other wives besides them. Verse 50. Jacob had never given him any cause to suspect that he would be any other than a kind husband. Yet, as if he had, he was willing to come under this engagement. Though Laban had afflicted them himself, yet he will bind Jacob that he shall not afflict them. Note, those that are injurious themselves are commonly most jealous of others, and those that do not do their own duty are most peremptory in demanding duty from others. Subscript 2. That he should never be a bad neighbor to Laban. Verse 52. It was agreed that no act of hostility should ever pass between them, that Jacob should forgive and forget all the wrongs he had received, and not remember them against Laban or his family in after times. Note, we may resent an injury which yet we may not revenge. Number 2. The ceremony of this covenant. It was made and ratified with great solemnity according to the usages of those times. Subscript 1. A pillar was erected, verse 45, and a heap of stones raised, verse 46, to perpetuate the memory or the thing, the way of recording agreements by writing being then either not known or not used. Subscript 2. A sacrifice was offered, verse 54, a sacrifice of peace offerings. Note, our peace with God is that which puts true comfort into our peace with our friends. If parties contend, the reconciliation of both to him will facilitate their reconciliation one to another. Subscript 3. They did eat bread together, verse 46, jointly partaking of the feast upon the sacrifice, verse 54. This was in token of a hearty reconciliation. Covenants of friendship were anciently ratified by the parties eating and drinking together. It was in the nature of a love feast. Subscript 4. They solemnly appealed to God concerning their sincerity herein. Subpoint 1. As a witness, verse 49. The Lord watch between me and thee, that is, the Lord take cognizance of everything that shall be done on either side in violation of this league. When we are out of one another's sight, let his be a restraint upon us, that wherever we are under God's eye. This appeal is convertible into a prayer. Friends at a distance from each other may take the comfort of this, that when they cannot know or succor one another, God watches between them, and has his eye on them both. Subpoint 2. As a judge, verse 53, the God of Abraham, from whom Jacob descended, and the God of Nahor, from whom Laban descended, the God of their father, the common ancestor, from whom they both descended, judge betwixt us. God's relation to them is thus expressed to intimate that they worshipped one and the same God, upon which consideration there ought to be no enmity between them. Note, those that have one God should have one heart. Those that agree in religion should strive to agree in everything else. God is judge between contending parties, and he will judge righteously whoever does wrong. It is at his peril. Subscript 5. They gave a new name to the place, verse 47 and 48. Laban called it in Syriac, and Jacob in Hebrew, the heap of witness. And verse 49, it was called Mizpah, a watchtower. Posterity being included in the league, care was taken that thus the memory of it should be preserved. These names are applicable to the seals of the gospel covenant, which are witnesses to us if we be faithful, but witnesses against us if we be false. The name Jacob gave this heap, Gilead, stuck by it, not the name Laban gave it. In all this recounter, Laban was noisy and full of words, affecting to say much. Jacob was silent and said little. When Laban appealed to God under many titles, Jacob only swore by the fear of his father Isaac, that is, the God whom his father Isaac feared, who had never served other gods, as Abraham and Nahor had done. 2 words of Jacob's were more memorable than all Laban's speeches and vain repetitions. For the words of wise men are heard in quiet, more than the cry of him that ruleth among fools. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 17. Lastly, after all this angry parley, they part friends. Verse 55. Laban very affectionately kissed his sons and his daughters and blessed them, and then went back in peace. Note, God is often better to us than our fears, and strangely overrules the spirits of men in our favor beyond what we could have expected, for it is not in vain to trust in him. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Commentary on the Book of Genesis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Schroff, Waddell, Arizona. Commentary on the Book of Genesis by Matthew Henry. Chapter 32. We have here Jacob still upon his journey towards Canaan. Never did so many memorable things occur in any march as in this of Jacob's little family. By the way, he meets, numeral 1, with good tidings from his God, verses 1 and 2. Numeral 2, with bad tidings from his brother, to whom he sent a message to notify his return, verses 3 through 6. In his distress, number 1, he divides his company, verses 7 and 8. Number 2, he makes his prayer to God, verses 9 through 12. Number 3, he sends a present to his brother, verses 13 through 23. Number 4, he wrestles with the angel, verses 24 through 32. Jacob pursuing his journey, BC 1739, verses 1 and 2. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of God met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said, This is God's host, and he called the name of that place Mahanaim. Jacob, having got clear of Laban, pursues his journey homewards towards Canaan. When God has helped us through difficulties, we should go on our way heavenward, with so much the more cheerfulness and resolution. Now, number 1, here is Jacob's convoy in his journey. Verse 1. The angels of God met him, in a visible appearance, whether in a vision by day or in a dream by night, as when he saw them upon the ladder. Chapter 28, verse 12, is uncertain. Note, those that keep in a good way have always a good guard. Angels themselves are ministering spirits for their safety. Hebrews chapter 1, verse 14. Where Jacob pitched his tents, they pitched theirs about him. Psalms 34, verse 7. They met him to bid him welcome to Canaan again. A more honorable reception this was than ever any prince had, that was met by the magistrates of a city in their formalities. They met him to congratulate him on his arrival, as well as on his escape from Laban, for they have pleasure in the prosperity of God's servants. They had invisibly attended him all along, but now they appeared to him, because he had greater dangers before him than those he had hitherto encountered. Note, when God designs his people for extraordinary trials, he prepares them by extraordinary comforts. We should think it had been more seasonable for these angels to have appeared to him amidst the perplexity and agitation occasioned first by Laban, and afterwards by Esau, than in this calm and quiet interval when he saw not himself in any imminent peril. But God will have us, when we are in peace, to provide for trouble, and when trouble comes, to live upon former observations and experiences, for we walk by faith, not by sight. God's people at death are returning to Canaan, to their father's house, and then the angels of God will meet them to congratulate them on the happy finishing of their servitude and to carry them to their rest. Number 2, the comfortable notice he took of this convoy. Verse 2, this is God's host, and therefore, subscript 1, it is a powerful host. Very great is he that is thus attended, and very safe that is thus guarded. Subscript 2, God must have the praise of this protection. This I may thank God for it is his host. A good man may with an eye of faith see the same that Jacob saw with his bodily eyes, by believing that promise. Psalms 41:11. He shall give his angels charge over thee. What need have we to dispute whether every particular saint has a guardian angel, when we are sure he has a guard of angels about him? To preserve the remembrance of this favor, Jacob gave a name to the place from it, Mahanaim, 2 hosts, or 2 camps. That is, say some of the Rabbin, 1 host of the guardian angels of Mesopotamia, who conducted Jacob thence and delivered him safely to the other host of the angels of Canaan, who met him upon the borders where he now was. Rather, they appeared to him in 2 hosts, 1 on either side, or 1 in the front and the other in the rear, to protect him from Laban behind and Esau before, that they might be a complete guard. Thus he is compassed with God's favor. Perhaps in allusion to this, the church is called Mahanaim, 2 armies, Cantitudes 6 and 13. Here were Jacob's family, which made 1 army, representing the church militant and itinerant on earth, and the angels another army, representing the church triumphant and at rest in heaven. Verses 3 through 8. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau. Thy servant Jacob saith thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord that I may find grace in thy sight. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks and herds and the camels into 2 bands, and said, If Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. Now that Jacob was re-entering Canaan, God by the vision of angels reminded him of the friends he had when he left it, and thence he takes occasion to remind himself of the enemies he had, particularly Esau. It is probable that Rebekah had sent him word of Esau's settlement in Seir, and of the continuance of his enmity to him. What shall poor Jacob do? He longs to see his father, and yet he dreads to see his brother. He rejoices to see Canaan again, and yet cannot but rejoice with trembling because of Esau. Numeral 1. He sends a very kind and humble message to Esau. It does not appear that his way lay through Esau's country, or that he needed to ask his leave for a passage, but his way lay near it, and he would not go by him without paying him the respect due to a brother, a twin brother, an only brother, an elder brother, a brother offended. Note, number 1. Though our relations fail in their duty to us, yet we must make conscience of doing our duty to them. Number 2. It is a piece of friendship and brotherly love to acquaint our friends with our condition, and inquire into theirs. Acts of civility may help to slay enmities. Jacob's message to him is very obliging. Verses 4 and 5. Subscript 1. He calls Esau his lord, himself his servant, to intimate that he did not insist upon the prerogatives of the birthright and blessing he had obtained for himself, but left it to God to fulfill his own purpose in his seed. Note, yielding pacifies great offenses. Ecclesiastes 10, verse 4. We must not refuse to speak in a respectful and submissive manner to those that are ever so unjustly exasperated against it. Subscript 2. He gives him a short account of himself, that he was not a fugitive and a vagabond, but though long absent, had had a certain dwelling place with his own relations. I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there till now, and that he was not a beggar, nor did he come home as the prodigal son, destitute of necessaries and likely to be a charge to his relations. No, I have oxen and asses. This he knew would, if anything, recommend him to Esau's good opinion. And, subscript 3, he courts his favor. I have sent that I might find grace in thy sight. Note, it is no disparagement to those that have the better cause to become petitioners for reconciliation, and to sue for peace as well as right. Numeral 2. He receives a very formidable account of Esau's warlike preparations against him, verse 6. Not a word, but a blow, a very coarse return to his kind message, and a sorry welcome home to a poor brother. He comes to meet thee, and 400 men with him. He is now weary of waiting for the days of mourning for this good father, and even before they come, he resolves to slay his brother. Number 1. He remembers the old quarrel and will now be avenged on him for the birthright and blessing, and if possible defeat Jacob's expectations from both. Note, malice harbored will last long, and find an occasion to break out with violence a great while after the provocations given. Angry men have good memories. Number 2. He envies Jacob what little estate he had, and though he himself was now possessed of a much better, yet nothing will serve him but to feed his eyes upon Jacob's ruin, and fill his fields with Jacob's spoils. Perhaps the account Jacob sent him of his wealth did but provoke him the more. Number 3. He concludes it easy to destroy him, now that he was upon the road, a poor weary traveler, unfixed, and as he thinks, unguarded. Those that have the serpent's poison have commonly the serpent's policy, to take the first and fairest opportunity that offers itself for revenge. Number 4. He resolves to do it suddenly, and before Jacob had come to his father, lest he should interpose and mediate between them. Esau was one of those that hated peace. When Jacob speaks peaceably, he is for war. Psalms 70, verses 6 and 7. Out he marches, spurred on with rage, and intent on blood and murders. 400 men he had with him, probably such as used to hunt with him, armed, no doubt, rough and cruel like their leader, ready to execute the word of command, though ever so barbarous, and now breathing nothing but threatenings and slaughter. The 10th part of these were enough to cut off poor Jacob and his guiltless, helpless family, root and branch. No marvel, therefore, that it follows, verse 7. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, perhaps the more so from having scarcely recovered the fright Laban had put him in. Note, many are the troubles of the righteous in this world, and sometimes the end of one is but the beginning of another. The clouds return after the rain. Jacob, though a man of great faith, yet was now greatly afraid. Note, a lively apprehension of danger and a quickening fear arising from it may very well consist with a humble confidence in God's power and promise. Christ himself in his agony was sorely amazed. Numeral 3. He puts himself into the best posture of defense that his present circumstances will admit. It was absurd to think of making resistance. All his contrivance is to make an escape. Verses 7 and 8. He thinks it prudent not to venture all in one bottom, and therefore divides what he had into 2 companies, that if one were smitten, the other might escape. Like a tender, careful master of a family, he is more solicitous for their safety than for his own. He divided his company not as Abraham, chapter 14, verse 15, for fight, but for flight. Jacob's prayer, BC 1739, verses 9 through 12. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which saidst unto me, Return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which thou hast showed unto thy servant. For with my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children. And thou saidst, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. Our rule is to call upon God in the time of trouble. We have here an example to this rule, and the success encourages us to follow this example. It was now a time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it, and here we have him praying for that salvation. Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7. In his distress he sought the Lord, and he heard him. Note, times of fear should be times of prayer. Whatever frightens us should drive us to our knees, to our God. Jacob had lately seen his guard of angels, but in this distress he applied to God, not to them. He knew they were his fellow servants. Revelations chapter 22, verse 9. Nor did he consult Laban's teraphim. It was enough for him that he had a God to go to. To him he addresses himself with all possible solemnity. So running for safety into the name of the Lord is a strong tower. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 10. This prayer is the more remarkable because it won him the honor of being in Israel, a prince with God, and the father of the praying remnant, who are hence called the seed of Jacob, to whom he never said, "Seek you me in vain." Now it is worth while to inquire what there was extraordinary in this prayer, that it should gain the petitioner all this honor. Numeral 1. The request itself is one and very express. Deliver me from the hand of my brother, verse 11. Though there was no human probability on his side, yet he believed the power of God could rescue him as a lamb out of the bloody jaws of the lion. Note, number 1. We have leave to be particular in our addresses to God, to mention the particular straits and difficulties we are in. For the God with whom we have to do is one we may be free with. We have liberty of speech, parrhesia, at the throne of grace. Number 2. When our brethren aim to be our destroyers, it is our comfort that we have a Father to whom we may apply as our deliverer. Numeral 2. The pleas are many and very powerful. Never was cause better ordered. Job chapter 23, verse 4. He offers up his request with great faith, fervency, and humility. How earnestly does he beg, "Deliver me, I pray thee." Verse 11. His fear made him importunate. With what holy logic does he argue? With what divine eloquence does he plead? Here is a noble copy to write after. Number 1. He addresses himself to God as the God of his fathers, verse 9. Such was the humble, self-denying sense he had of his own unworthiness that he did not call God his own God, but a God in covenant with his ancestors. O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac. And this he could the better plead because the covenant, by divine designation, was entailed upon him. Note, God's covenant with our fathers may be a comfort to us when we are in distress. It has often been so to the Lord's people. Psalms chapter 22, 4 and 5. Being born in God's house, we are taken under his special protection. Number 2, he produces his warrant. Thou saidst unto me, return unto thy country. He did not rashly leave his place with Laban, nor undertake this journey out of a fickle humor, or a foolish fondness for his native country, but in obedience to God's command. Note, subscript 1. We may be in the way of our duty, and yet may meet with trouble and distress in that way. As prosperity will not prove us in the right, so cross events will not prove us in the wrong. We may be going whither God calls us, and yet may think our way hedged up with thorns. Subscript 2. We may comfortably trust God with our safety while we carefully keep to our duty. If God be our guide, he will be our guard. Number 3, he humbly acknowledges his own unworthiness to receive any favor from God. Verse 10. I am not worthy. It is an unusual plea. Some would think he should have pleaded that what was now in danger was his own, against all the world, and that he had earned it dear enough. No, he pleads, Lord, I am not worthy of it. Note, self-denial and self-abasement well become us in all our addresses to the throne of grace. Christ never commended any of his petitioners so much as him who said, Lord, I am not worthy. Matthew chapter 8, verse 8. And her who said, Truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from their master's table. Matthew chapter 15, verse 27. Now observe here, subscript 1, how magnificently and honorably he speaks of the mercies of God to him. We have here mercies in the plural number, an inexhaustible spring, and innumerable streams, mercies and truth. That is, past mercies given according to the promise, and further mercies secured by the promise. Note, what is laid up in God's truth, as well as what is laid out in God's mercies, is the matter both of the comforts and the praises of active believers. Nay, observe, it is all the mercies and all the truth. The manner of expression is copious, and intimates that his heart was full of God's goodness. Subscript 2. How meanly and humbly he speaks of himself, disclaiming all thought of his own merit. I am not worthy of the least of all thy mercies. Much less am I worthy of so great a favor as this I am now suing for. Jacob was a considerable man, and upon many accounts very deserving, and in treating with Laban had justly insisted on his merits, but not before God. I am less than all thy mercies, so the word is. Note, the best and greatest of men are utterly unworthy of the least favor from God, and just be ready to own it upon all occasions. It was the excellent Mr. Herbert's motto, less than the least of all God's mercies. Those are best prepared for the greatest mercies that see themselves unworthy of the least. Number 4, he thankfully owns God's goodness to him in his banishment, and how much it had outdone his expectations. With my staff I passed over this Jordan, poor and desolate, like a forlorn and despised pilgrim. He had no guides, no companions, no attendants, no conveniences for travel, but his staff only, nothing else to stay himself upon. And now I have become 2 bands, now I am surrounded with a numerous and comfortable retinue of children and servants. Though it was his distress that had now obliged him to divide his family into 2 bands, yet he makes use of that for the magnifying of the mercy of his increase. Note, subscript 1. The increase of our families is then comfortable indeed to us when we see God's mercies and his truth in it. Subscript 2. Those whose latter end greatly increases ought, with humility and thankfulness, to remember how small their beginning was. Jacob pleads, Lord, thou didst keep me when I went out with only my staff and had but 1 life to lose. Wilt thou not keep me now that so many are embarked with me? Number 5. He urges the extremity of the peril he was in. Lord, deliver me from Esau, for I fear him. Verse 11. The people of God have not been shy of telling God their fears, for they know he takes cognizance of them and considers them. The fear that quickens prayer is itself pleadable. It was not a robber, but a murderer that he was afraid of. Nor was it his own life only that lay at stake, but the mother's and the children's that had left their native soil to go along with him. Note, natural affection may furnish us with allowable, acceptable pleas in prayer. Number 6. He insists especially upon the promise God had made him, verse 9. Thou saidst, I will deal well with thee. And again in the close, verse 12. Thou saidst, I will surely do thee good. Note, subscript 1, the best we can say to God in prayer is what he has said to us. God's promises, as they are the surest guide of our desires in prayer, and furnish us with the best petitions. So they are the firmest ground of our hopes, and furnish us with the best pleas. Lord, thou saidst thus and thus, and wilt thou not be as good as thy word, the word upon which thou had caused me to hope? Psalms 119, verse 49, subscript 2. The most general promises are applicable to particular cases. Thou saidst, I will do thee good. Lord, do me good in this matter. He pleads also a particular promise, that of the multiplying of his seed. Lord, what will become of that promise if they be all cut off? Note, subpoint 1, there are promises to the family of good people, which are improvable in prayer for family mercies, ordinary and extraordinary. Chapter 17, verse 7. Psalms, chapter 62, verse 2, and chapter 52, verse 28. Subpoint 2. The world's threatening should drive us to God's promises. Jacob's present to Esau, BC 1739, verses 13 through 23. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milk camels with their colts, 40 kine and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. And he commanded the foremost, saying, When Esau my brother meeteth thee, and asketh thee, saying, Whose art thou, and whither goest thou? And whose are these before thee? Then thou shalt say, They be thy servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau. And behold, also he is behind us. And so commanded he the second and the third, and all that followed the drove, saying, On this manner shall ye speak unto Esau, when ye find him. And say ye moreover, Behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goeth before me. and afterward I will see his face. Peradventure he will accept of me. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 wives, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them, and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. Jacob, having piously made God his friend by a prayer, is here prudently endeavoring to make Esau his friend by a present. He had prayed to God to deliver him from the hand of Esau, for he feared him. But neither did his fear sink into such a despair as dispirits for the use of means, nor did his prayer make him presume upon God's mercy without the use of means. Note: when we have prayed to God for any mercy, we must second our prayers with our endeavors. Else, instead of trusting God, we tempt him. We must so depend upon God's providence as to make use of our own prudence. Help thyself, and God will help thee. God answers our prayers by teaching us to order our affairs with discretion. To pacify Esau, numeral 1, Jacob sent him a very noble present, not of jewels or fine garments, he had them not, but of cattle, to the number of 580 in all, verses 13 through 15. Now, number 1, it was an evidence of the great increase with which God had blessed Jacob that he could spare such a number of cattle out of his stock. Number 2, it was an evidence of his wisdom that he would willingly part with some to secure the rest. Some men's covetousness loses them more than ever it gained them, and by grudging a little expense they expose themselves to great damage. Skin for skin in all that a man has. If he be a wise man, he will give for his life. Number 3, it was a present that he thought would be acceptable to Esau, who had traded so much in hunting wild beasts, that perhaps he was but ill furnished with tame cattle with which to stock his new conquests. And we may suppose that the mixed colors of Jacob's cattle, ring-streaked, speckled, and spotted, would please Esau's fancy. Number 4, he promised himself that by this present he should gain Esau's favor, for a gift commonly prospers which way soever it turns. Proverbs chapter 17, verse 8. And makes room for a man. Proverbs chapter 18, verse 16. Nay, it pacifies anger and strong wrath. Proverbs 21, verse 14. Note, subpoint 1. We must not despair of reconciling ourselves even to those that have been most exasperated against us. We ought not to judge men unappeasable till we have tried to appease them. Subpoint 2. Peace and love, though purchased dearly, will prove a good bargain to the purchaser. Many a morose, ill-natured man would have said in Jacob's case, Esau has vowed my death without cause, and he shall never be a farthing the better for me. I will see him far enough before I will send him a present. But Jacob forgives and forgets. Numeral 2. He sent him a very humble message, which he ordered his servants to deliver in the best manner. Verses 17 and 18. They must call Esau their lord and Jacob his servant. They must tell him the cattle they had was a small present which Jacob had sent him, as a specimen of his acquisitions while he was abroad. The cattle he sent were to be disposed of in several droves, and the servants that attended each drove were to deliver the same message, that the present might appear the more valuable, and his submission, so often repeated, might be the more likely to influence Esau. They must especially take care to tell him that Jacob was coming after, verses 18 through 20, that he might not suspect he had fled through fear. Note, a friendly confidence in men's goodness may help to prevent the mischief designed us by their badness. If Jacob will seem not to be afraid of Esau, Esau, it may be hoped, will not be a terror to Jacob. Jacob wrestles with an angel, BC 1739, verses 24 through 32. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh. And the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said unto him, What is thy name? And he said, Jacob. And he said, Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. And Jacob asked him, and said, Tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel. For I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. And as he passed over Penuel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh, unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. We have here the remarkable story of Jacob's wrestling with the angel and prevailing, which is referred to Hosea chapter 12, verse 4. Very early in the morning, a great while before day, Jacob had helped his wives and his children over the river, and he desired to be private and was left alone, that he might again more fully spread his cares and fears before God in prayer. Note, we ought to continue instant in prayer, always to pray and not to faint. Frequency and importunity in prayer prepare us for mercy. While Jacob was earnest in prayer, stirring up himself to take hold on God, an angel takes hold on him. Some think this was a created angel, the angel of his presence. Isaiah chapter 63, verse 9. One of those that always behold the face of our Father, and attend on this Shekinah, or the divine majesty, which probably Jacob had also in view. Others think it was Michael our prince, the eternal Word, the angel of the covenant, who is indeed the Lord of the angels, who often appeared in a human shape before he assumed the human nature for perpetuity. Whichsoever it was, we are sure God's name was in him. Exodus chapter 23, verse 21. Observe, numeral 1, how Jacob and this angel engaged. Verse 24. It was a single combat, hand to hand. They had neither of them any seconds. Jacob was now full of care and fear about the interview he expected next day with his brother. And to aggravate the trial, God himself seemed to come forth against him as an enemy, to oppose his entrance into the land of promise, and to dispute the pass with him, not suffering him to follow his wives and children whom he had sent before. Note, strong believers must expect diverse temptations and strong ones. We are told by the prophet, Hosea chapter 12, verse 4, how Jacob wrestled. He wept and made supplication. Prayers and tears were his weapons. It was not only a corporal, but a spiritual wrestling, by the vigorous actings of faith and holy desire. And thus all the spiritual seed of Jacob that pray in praying still wrestle with God. Numeral 2. What was the success of the engagement? Number 1. Jacob kept his ground. Though the struggle continued long, the angel prevailed not against him. Verse 25. That is, this discouragement did not shake his faith, nor silence his prayer. It was not in his own strength that he wrestled, nor by his own strength that he prevailed, but in and by strength derived from heaven. That of Job illustrates this. Job chapter 23, verse 6. Will he plead against me with his great power? No. Had the angel done so, Jacob had been crushed. But he will put strength in me. And by that strength, Jacob had power over the angel. Hosea chapter 12, verse 4. Note, we cannot prevail with God, but in his own strength. It is his Spirit that intercedes in us and helps our infirmities. Romans chapter 8, verse 26. Number 2. The angel put out Jacob's thigh to show him what he could do, and that it was God he was wrestling with, for no man could disjoint his thigh with a touch. Some think that Jacob felt little or no pain from this hurt. It is probable that he did not, for he did not so much as halt till the struggle was over. Verse 31. And if so, this was an evidence of a divine touch indeed, which wounded and healed at the same time. Jacob prevailed, and yet had his thigh put out. Note, wrestling believers may obtain glorious victories, and yet come off with broken bones. For when they are weak, then are they strong. Weak in themselves, but strong in Christ. 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 10. Our honors and comforts in this world have their alloys. Number 3. The angel, by an admirable condescension, mildly requests Jacob to let him go. Verse 26. As God said to Moses, Exodus chapter 32, verse 10, "Let me alone." Could not a mighty angel get clear of Jacob's grapples? He could. But thus he would put an honor on Jacob's faith and prayer, and further try his constancy. The king is held in the galleries. Canticles chapter 7, verse 5. I held him, says the spouse, and would not let him go. Canticles chapter 3, verse 4. The reason the angel gives why he would be gone is because the day breaks, and therefore he would not any longer detain Jacob, who had business to do, a journey to go, a family to look after, which especially in this critical juncture called for his attendance. Note, everything is beautiful in its season, even the business of religion, and the comforts of communion with God must sometimes give way to the necessary affairs of this life. God will have mercy and not sacrifice. Number 4. Jacob persists in his holy importunity. I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. Whatever becomes of his family and journey, he resolves to make the best he can of this opportunity, and not to lose the advantage of his victory. He does not mean to wrestle all night for nothing, but humbly resolves he will have a blessing, and rather shall all his bones be put out of joint than he will go away without one. The credit of a conquest will do him no good without the comfort of a blessing. In begging this blessing, he owns his inferiority, though he seem to have the upper hand in the struggle, for the less is blessed of the better. Note, those that would have the blessing of Christ must be in good earnest, and be importunate for it, as those that resolve to have no denial. It is the fervent prayer that is the effectual prayer. Number 5. The angel puts a perpetual mark of honor upon him by changing his name. Verses 27 and 28. Thou art a brave combatant, says the angel, a man of heroic resolution. What is thy name? Jacob, says he, a supplanter. So Jacob signifies. Well, says the angel, be thou never so called any more. Henceforth thou shalt be celebrated, not for craft and artful management, but for true valor. Thou shalt be called Israel, a prince with God, a name greater than those of the great men of the earth. He is a prince indeed that is a prince with God, and those are truly honorable that are mighty in prayer. Israelites indeed. Jacob is here knighted in the field, as it were, and has a title of honor given him by him that is the fountain of honor, which will remain to his praise to the end of time. Yet this was not all. Having power with God, he shall have power with men too. Having prevailed for a blessing from heaven, he shall no doubt prevail for Esau's favor. Note, whatever enemies we have, if we can but make God our friend, we are well off. Those that by faith have power in heaven have thereby as much on earth as they have occasion for. Number 6. He dismisses him with a blessing. Verse 29. Jacob desired to know the angel's name, that he might, according to his capacity, do him honor. Judges chapter 13, verse 17. But that request was denied, that he might not be too proud of his conquest, nor think he had the angel at such an advantage as to oblige him to what he pleased. No, wherefore dost thou ask after my name? What good will it do thee to know that? The discovery of that was reserved for his deathbed, upon which he was taught to call him Shiloh. But instead of telling him his name, he gave him his blessing, which was the thing he wrestled for. He blessed him there, repeated and ratified the blessing formerly given him. Note, spiritual blessings which secure our felicity are better and much more desirable than fine notions which satisfy our curiosity. An interest in the angel's blessing is better than an acquaintance with his name. The tree of life is better than the tree of knowledge. Thus Jacob carried his point. A blessing he wrestled for, and a blessing he had. Nor did ever any of his praying seed seek in vain. See how wonderfully God condescends to countenance and crown importunate prayer. Those that resolve, though God slay them, yet to trust in him, will at length be more than conquerors. Number 7. Jacob gives a new name to the place. He calls it Peniel, the face of God, verse 30. Because there he had seen the appearance of God, and obtained the favor of God. Observe, the name he gives to the place preserves and perpetuates, not the honor of his valor or victory, but only the honor of God's free grace. He does not say, in this place I wrestled with God and prevailed, but in this place I saw God face to face, and my life was preserved. Not it was my praise that I came off a conqueror, but it was God's mercy that I escaped with my life. Note, it becomes those whom God honors to take shame to themselves, and to admire the condescensions of his grace to them. Thus David did after God had sent him a gracious message. 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 18. Who am I, O Lord God? Number 8. The memorandum Jacob carried of this in his bones. He halted on his thigh, verse 31. Some think he continued to do so to his dying day, and if he did, he had no reason to complain. For the honor and comfort he obtained by this struggle were abundantly sufficient to countervail the damage, though he went limping to his grave. He had no reason to look upon it as his reproach thus to bear in his body the marks of the Lord Jesus. Galatians chapter 6, verse 17. Yet it might serve, like Paul's thorn in the flesh, to keep him from being lifted up with the abundance of the revelations. Notice is taken of the sun's rising upon him when he passed over Penuel, for it is sunrise with that soul that has communion with God. The inspired penman mentions a traditional custom which the seed of Jacob had, in remembrance of this, never to eat of that sinew or muscle in any beast by which the hip bone is fixed in its cup. Thus they preserved the memorial of this story, and gave occasion to their children to inquire concerning it. They also did honor to the memory of Jacob. And this use we may still make of it, to acknowledge the mercy of God, and our obligations to Jesus Christ, that we may now keep up our communion with God, in faith, hope, and love, without peril either of life or limb. End of chapter 32.